My hair looks like a mess. Because I haven't gotten a haircut since the sun season started. Alrighty, good evening everyone, and welcome to the coverage of the 2021 MLB Draft. I'm Michael McDermott. I'll be joined here today by both Snake Pit writers James Attwood and Wesley Baier. So if you guys want to say hello. So coming up tonight, the Diamondbacks will be picking 6th overall in this draft, so we only have to wait maybe 30 minutes to an hour to figure out who may be potentially joining the organization in the next coming months. So tonight the Diamondbacks have 3 picks. They'll, like I mentioned before, they'll pick 6th. Second round, they have the 6th pick of the second round, which is 42nd overall. And they have a lottery pick after the second round, which will be 67th overall. So going over the top draft picks here, you can see the round picks and the slot values overall, and you can see the first night eats up 75% of the team's total pool, so it's going to be important for them to hit their picks tonight. So any observations you guys want to make before we go into the next topic? I was gonna say, yeah. It won't be just those two, I believe. It depends on what goes above the Diamondbacks. Obviously, Baltimore's known for taking deals. We saw last year they did that. For a guy that probably would have gone 8 or 9. And then we know, Detroit. No, not Detroit. Pittsburgh will probably look at an underslot deal, but there's not really anyone that commands that kind of value in this draft overall. Yeah, you guys are good. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Jack
Now,
says he can't hear Wes and I.
sorry, we're good.
My mic on?
Jack just texted. He said he can't hear me or Wes.
You guys are good now. I forgot.
Can you hear me now?
Well, he did look like a Verizon guy.
Good.
All right, so yeah, going back to the topic of trying to predict the top 5, obviously in this draft is going to be quite the mental gymnastics. Obviously, there's no real 1-1 guy in this draft. No Spencer Torkelson type player. Heck, there's not even an Austin Martin type guy. So it'll be interesting to see where the top 5 sheds out. Like we said, Baltimore's a team that's known for cutting deals. Their pick. I think we'll see. We could see the Rangers possibly doing a deal here too.
Yeah,
if Leiter isn't on the table.
The Rangers, Pirates, and the Orioles they've all done that sign under slot. Just on the last at least 10 drafts, I've noticed them doing that pretty regularly. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have a bigger selection available to us than what you'd expect with the number 6 pick.
So yeah, going into the number 6th overall pick, We have a few mock drafts that came out. Everyone pretty much published the mock draft out today. We'll show you what they were. You can kind of see right now there's a bit of a consensus that the pick could be Jordan Lawler, high school shortstop out of Texas, Dallas, Texas. There are a couple, obviously, that are different. Cal is predicting... Oh, I have that backwards. Hold on. I have Callis and Mayo backwards. Let's fix that. So Callis is predicting... we have a difference, obviously, between the two MLB pipeline writers. Kumar Rocker at 6 for Mayo, and Jim Callis has Jordan Lawler. Kyle McDaniel, I don't know if he has a draft day mock, but he has Jackson Jobe, I believe. That was from a couple days ago. You kind of see there's a bit of a consensus between the mock drafts that the Diamondbacks will take Lawler, but obviously it's going to be a challenge in signing. So here's the $1 million question. Well, $6 million question. Do you think you can get Jordan Law? Do you think the D-backs will be able to get Jordan Lawler to sign pen to paper for no more than $6 million?
I think it may take almost the entire slot to do it. If it does, that's fine. But
yeah, $6 million would be over the slot.
If
I don't see them doing it, I don't see Kendrick signing off on that. So I don't see it.
Well, the big thing is if they go over slot to sign them, they have to make sure that they get that money back somewhere else in the draft.
I believe, yeah, the best way to get that money back is going to be taking a few college guys, either with the second round pick, you get a guy that signs for $1 million. It's signable for $1 million, obviously. So probably $500,000-$600,000 on the bonus, and then you would give that money to Lawler or someone who falls out of the first night of the draft. You take him with the third round pick, basically. That's one way to do it. Then obviously last year the D-backs ended up signing 2 high school guys in the 3rd and 4th round for about $1.25 million, and they ended up getting that money from both getting Bryce Jarvis signed for $800,000 under, as well as getting Brandon Pfaadt for a 5-figure signing bonus. Although Pfaadt looks like the best player in that draft, ironically.
Who are you saying was the best player in the draft?
Pfaadt's had the best results, I think, between all the players in last year's draft.
Oh yeah, I agree. He's done quite well.
Albeit Jarvis is one level ahead of him.
Just say Pfaadt has been doing well, but Bryce Jarvis hasn't exactly had a rough time of it either, and he's a full level ahead.
Jarvis's worst start in the season was because he gave up 500 runs, I think. In a start.
He's looked good in all the starts I've watched, except for the one bad start. So I've been impressed with Jarvis.
Nobody's I don't think anyone's doubting that Jarvis will be in the rotation even as early as next year.
Oh, Vukovic has looked really good this year in that draft. Like, I've been impressed with him. That guy has some serious power.
Yeah, the problem with Vukovic isn't bat, but defense kind of thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's a bad body type, and everything's just a bad fit. Lack of elite athleticism just doesn't play there. But the team doesn't really have a long-term position stakeholder, so not too worrisome.
Well, we'll probably get the DH here in the next few years in the NL. I guarantee it. So that'll help.
They should have the DH starting next year. If it's not starting next year, it's going to be another 5 years.
I was going to say, the owners don't care about the DH and the CBA. It's they only care enough to use it as a negotiating tool.
Well, the union likes the DH in the NL because it helps older players stay in the league longer, and it opens the availability to more players.
And also reduces the injury risk to pitchers as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not everyone can hit like Zach Greinke. There's only going to be 3 or 4 pitchers that are going to be sad that there's a DH. Matt M. Wainwright, Zach Greinke, and Madison Bumgarner.
The whole thing with Ohtani, like being in an AL, Shohei, he has been amazing. That's my pick for the MVP this year in the AL.
By the way, Jack just texted us, by the time Pavin Smith is expensive in arbitration, Vukovic can slide into first base.
It's not wrong.
It's not wrong at all.
And to be honest, our other first base options aren't looking too good either. Walker's
Stuff
starting to
here
get too
doesn't look
expensive.
horrible.
Walker's too injury prone and inconsistent to keep around long term, obviously, even though I think he's the best option today.
I think I'm higher on Drew Ellis than you are.
Yeah,
I know,
Drew Ellis is a guy that's going to give you some decent at bats for next to no.
he reminds me of Mark Grace with a little more power in just terms of like what I've seen him, the little bit I've seen him play. Got a nice double swing.
The nice thing about Drew Ellis is I think he's going to be as good as his physical limitations allow him to be.
Oh, he's a very, very tough, hardworking player, and I've been impressed with him from what I've seen. So
I think at worst he develops.
I thought Drew Ellis was going to be the first baseman of the future and not Pavin Smith, but then Ellis kind of topped out for a while.
Yeah, and his Reno numbers are good, but not jump off the page.
What is he doing this year so far? Let me pull that up.
I was gonna say, at worst, Drew Ellis is gonna be a lefty masher, but the Diamondbacks kind of already have that guy on their roster in Andrew Young.
Yeah.
Although he should get starts against left-handed pitchers no matter what position it is. I don't care how bad he is defensively. He's gonna drive in more runs than he gives up. His glove gives up. Situation.
Make Andrew Young your DH, put Ellis over at third base, and just see how it works out.
Yeah, at worst, Drew Ellis is a statue. Third, and you just flip him across the diamond.
Yeah, his defense has actually been way better than advertised, and there's been less power than advertised. So, sometimes shit just works out that way.
Let me pull up his numbers right now.
I'm gonna say with Ellis, like I said, his physical talent. I was gonna say the biggest issue with Ellis is his pitch recognition, especially on breaking balls, is a little bit subpar. It can be had on good breaking balls, but then again, so can everyone else.
Yeah, I mean his numbers are slightly above. He's got 115 WRC plus, so I mean he's slightly above average. You want to see something better than that.
I think they have the park factors listed too low for Reno. Fangraphs though, so I think realistically, I think you can expect him in the 90s.
Yeah, talking... I mean, like just from the eye test, his numbers just look average for Reno for a good player. So, I mean, yeah, the park factors are way off in AAA West and high A or low A West now. They're
with low A West, I was gonna say unless Stockton is. Oh wait, yeah, they're still affiliated with Oakland.
The high A West with Hillsborough plays in it's been really hot, which has played a factor in the high scoring games there, I'm sure, because it's been unseasonably warm in the Northwest. So,
so that means we should be giving our pitchers up there more credit for their numbers. Which is and we should be ecstatic that Bryce Jarvis had like an ERA in the low 3s for 7 starts. We factor that in. So yeah, we got probably about 10 minutes before the Pirates are on the clock. Who's your projection for the number 1 overall pick? I would say Mayer.
I don't know.
Oh, you could flip a coin between a Mayer and Leiter. You want to?
Yeah, that's pretty much. I think it's a total toss up.
I think Leiter after the 3rd overall pick is not going to be very signable. That's my 10 cents on that one. Okay, and then we'll roll into the Jack Leiter situation. Where does he go? He's probably the most volatile player in this draft because money is going to be a problem.
I think he goes to Boston.
I'm going to say he goes to Detroit at 3.
I was thinking Detroit, but I think that they're going to wind up going with Jackson Jobe.
Yeah, they should be able to save money on Jobe at 3.
And I think that it's something that's a very Detroit type thing to do.
And they're not, and the nice thing about that,
it's not like Jobe is not a top 8 player anyway, and they can save a grip of money on him.
Yeah, and you're not giving up much upside from Leiter to Jobe. You're just taking a guy that's going to take 2 to 3 years longer to get to the majors.
He'll take a little longer to get to the majors, but he might actually have more upside than Leiter. If he reaches his absolute ceiling, Joe is
Pete
isn't
Greinke.
as much as Leiter is.
Yeah, I think if Joe reaches the ceiling, we're talking about peak Zach Greinke, Dodgers Greinke.
I could see the Pirates taking Leiter at first, actually, just as a total throw, like just completely throw everyone off that.
It depends on how much money they think they can save with Leiter. Leiter's going to play hardball, I think.
That's what I'm
at
thinking.
one.
I could see him. I could see them taking Leiter. He's actually, they could always use pitching. But I mean, I could just see that as a dark horse first pick there, but I really don't know. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, so Jack posted a question in the Snake Pit thread. If you remove signability concerns for Lawler, on a scale of 1 to 10, how stacked would you be with the pick? I would say a 9.
I'd say like a 7. I'd be happy with it.
I think of all the bats on the board, he's probably number 2 on my board. So I mean, I'd be happy with Lawler as long as signability honestly isn't a problem. I really do worry about it at number 6.
Justin McDermott is hoping that Henry Davis is available at 6.
Henry Davis is my absolute. I don't care where the Diamondbacks are picking. If the Diamondbacks were picking 1-1, I'd want them taking Henry Davis.
I was gonna say Davis is a dark horse. Dark horse 1 pick because not only would Pittsburgh get the best bat and the most consistent bat in the draft, but they could probably save $2 million in the process.
Yeah, that goes right in line with the Jack Leiter thinking. That's why I think it could go in any direction with that first pick.
Because Pittsburgh also, somebody might want to check on competitive balance round A, but Pittsburgh may have 3 top 50 picks this year. So if you save a couple million at 1, then you can put that money into CB, into the competitive balance A pick and the second round pick as well. I think Pittsburgh could come away with a lot of talent in this draft.
And they'll screw it all
up. Yeah.
They'll come away with a lot of talent in this draft that somebody else can poach from them for pennies on the dollar in about 3 years.
That sounds like us too, unfortunately.
The Pirates have the 7th, 31st, 44th, and 79th, and 108th picks.
So yeah, 79th is the first pick of the 3rd round, so Pittsburgh can do whatever they want in this draft. The money that they have. Kind of like the D-backs situation 2 years ago, when they got Carroll, Walston, Malone, who's now in Pittsburgh's organization, Jameson, Nelson, Henry, and Fletcher. Although the 2019 draft does look pretty good. I think the lowest player in that one was Carroll, but obviously he would have been in AA this year if he wasn't injured. If he didn't have that injury.
Right.
I haven't seen enough of Corbin Carroll play to make an impression of him, but that 2019 draft is looking really good.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Corbin Carroll wins a batting title in Arizona. The ballpark is literally tailor-made to show off his strengths. Chase Field, because of the big gaps, he can leg out some triples, and his plus center field defense will take away a lot of hits in those gaps. You may see a preview of what could happen when Thomas gets to the major leagues either later this year or early next year. Kind of as a Carroll Light type player. All right, would you rather have 2019 or today the same situation? I think you would have 2019 because the Diamondbacks had 2 first-round picks. And then they also had an extra pick from the Paul Goldschmidt trade as well, and 2 supplemental first-round picks for losing Pollock and Corbin in free agency.
Yeah.
So they declined qualifying offers and signed big contracts elsewhere. Ironically, I was gonna say, ironically, both players have won a World Series recently.
Yeah.
I would take the 2019 draft over this. It was just better situation that year.
Yeah. Nobody in that 2019 draft was particularly difficult to sign. In fact, None of them actually broke the bank, ironically. I don't think any of their top picks signed above slot, which is the funny part. I thought Walston was going to be a tough sign in that draft, but Walston actually signed under. Although the guys they spent that extra money on haven't really been that good yet. Short's been lit up in low A. I haven't seen Brock Jones in. Well, yeah, Blake Walson's looking like a really smart pick 2 years after the fact because he's now pitching in high A, although his first two starts have been kind of bumpy.
Since 98, his top 10 is Mayer, Leiter, Davis, Lawler, Rocker, House, Job, Watson, Wicks, and Kauser. No clue how the top three plays out there, but yeah, there's huge talent there at 6. Absolutely. This is not like you said earlier, Michael, that this isn't a draft with like some really like clear standout players that
There's
are
no elite players, but it's pretty good on the second and third tier of players. Where the second tier is guys that could make an all-star team. Third tier is guys that should make the major leagues, kind of thing.
This draft seems like one with a very high floor of players, not necessarily a high ceiling, but yeah.
I would say the only player that probably would tear my hair out in that top 10 is Wicks. Not because I don't think he's a future major league pitcher. It's just you're drafting a number 4 starter at the 6th pick, even with left-handed things. And D-backs got that 2 years ago after the second round with Tommy Henry.
Right.
I don't like drafting pitchers with top 10 picks or even necessarily lower than that in the first round because you have a higher chance of a player breaking out with a position player. So it just never made sense to me since you have so many like second and lower round pitchers come up and succeed where it's
I was gonna say this draft is much deeper early on in bats than pitchers. You see, there's only 2 guys I say have number 1 starter potential. I'm not as high on Rocker as after I watched him in the College World Series.
I wasn't impressed either. That's the funny thing. I'm not very high on Kumar Rocker.
If Rocker's topping out at 94, he's the middle of the rotation starter at best, in my opinion. But that slider is a 70 grade pitch when it's on.
How old is he?
Well, these guys are I think Rocker's probably 21.
Yeah, they're all like 2021. I'm just curious on.
Leiter's yeah, you have to be 21 to be eligible to be drafted out of as a sophomore, I think. Which is why Leiter's on the board.
Yeah.
And then also Jordan Lawler, obviously, if Consensus mock pick to the Diamondbacks is going to be a draft eligible sophomore, 2 years.
Rocker's 21. He turns 22 in November, at the end of the year. So yeah, no, I don't think I'm not very high on him. Like I've seen what I saw in the College World Series, I wasn't impressed, and I don't think he has that high of a ceiling. But he might have just been a little fatigued after a long crazy season.
Yeah, these guys. I was gonna say if they draft Rocker, he's probably only throwing like 3 or 4 innings this year, because he's coming off like a 30 inning season the year before, and he's gonna be throwing like 130 this year.
Yeah.
Because remember they didn't have a full season. There was no summer ball.
Right.
So if you draft Kumar Rocker, you're pretty much putting him in bubble wrap until next year. Like I said,
I think there's a high chance of injury with this draft class of like college pitchers, and it's really like everything else, the pandemic has really screwed up any kind of drafting and like consistency to play at all.
Yeah, we could see a run on college guys as a result because teams have a bigger file on these guys. And I think that's why we saw a lot of college players go off the board early last year.
Since 98 posted, we don't like that breaking pitch.
It's the best breaking ball in the draft.
Oh, absolutely.
His fastball isn't that special. He will be in an MLB rotation. I just don't like the idea of drafting a number 3 starter. Well, actually, no. Kumar Rocker's the best middle of the rotation starter in this draft, in my opinion. It's just I would rather go for a guy with number 1 ceiling, as opposed to a guy whose ceiling might be a 3.
The only two pitchers I see with number 1 stuff are Job and Leiter.
Leiter will go second or third, I think, overall, and then Job's gonna go not too long afterwards.
I still think Job goes to Detroit.
I could see that certainly. It's a very Detroitish pick. They seem to.
I mean, Detroit's not trading upside with the third overall pick if they take Job, as we mentioned earlier. But they could save a little bit of money because Job might not have necessarily as tough of signing bonus as Jack Leiter might.
I think they either go with Job or House, but right now, if gun to my head, I think they pick Job. It's just really hard to pass up on that on that spin rate of his. And
Yeah.
that I mean, his slider is already the best pitch in the class, even over Kumar Rocker's slider. He could probably get MLB guys out with it today, and he's barely 18.
Pirates are on the clock.
All right, let us know when time to switch over to what's there.
Manfred has to shut up first.
Manfred or Harold Reynolds?
From Wake Forest University.
Forest University.
A catcher from the University of Louisville.
Oh, they're just announcing the players that are there. So it looks like Wicks, Davis, a couple other guys are there.
In New York.
They're trying to spice up the draft now, make it more interesting.
From Fordham University.
It's like unless you're a diehard fan, it's really hard to be excited.
Fielder from Southridge High School in Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, it's different in MLB with any other sport because most of these guys aren't going to make it for another like 2, 3, 4 years, a minimum.
Even Jack Leiter's going to take 2 years, and he's the most MLB ready player in this
It
draft.
is very, very uncommon for anybody to make it in less than 2 years unless they're a reliever. I mean, there are exceptions. I mean,
Leiter's good enough to close now.
Manny, but
like if you wanted to get Jack Leiter in the major leagues now, he could close. That's how good he is. That's how much talent I think he has. He could close.
Yeah, you just don't see it unless it's a reliever these days.
Yeah, like I said, the last one I can think of is Mike Leake.
Yeah, and actually no, Leake hit his ceiling in the major leagues. I think
Leake could have used a little more seasoning in the minors, honestly.
I think he actually did get a couple starts in the minors
For
non-injury purposes.
He went straight from ASU to Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah.
Leake is kind of like the old school type pitcher. Doesn't throw very hard and moves the ball around a lot. Kind of thing. It was probably the most polished player in his draft, obviously. And that's including a draft. That's a draft that includes Trout, Pollock, and Goldschmidt.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
If we can get this up and running. Here we go. Wait, are they announcing the pick yet, or is they just showing Pittsburgh's room? Looks like Neil Walker's going to be the base representing them. They make the pick, or are they just showing Mayer? No, yeah, they're just showing the Mayer.
They're just showing bats. I think they're going to make us wait through another friggin' commercial break. Even though, it's on streaming, so nobody's actually watching commercials.
Thrilling.
I was going to say, Watson and Job are the biggest boom bust guys in this draft, in my opinion. Like I said, there's a lot of things that can go right, but they're going to take 5 years to hit the major league. So the longer it takes for a guy to develop, the more things that can go wrong. Obviously, a guy suffers a career-altering injury or Tommy John surgery. If you're talking about Job, Watson could develop a hamate bone injury, possibly. Although that's like a temporary setback, more so than anything.
And so my biggest concern with Watson is that every single tool needs to improve.
He's basically Jazz Chisholm.
Yeah,
and the D-backs got
really apt comparison. He reminds me exactly of Jazz Chisholm.
Same body type, same swing.
Chisholm probably has a better power tool than
And
than
Chisholm's got Chisholm's got better speed too.
Oh yeah,
Chisholm-
he's much faster.
By a
who's-
pretty hefty damn margin.
Wait, who's the shorts? Is Chisholm the shortstop in Miami, or is it somebody else?
He's either the shortstop or the second baseman right now. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's been played in both. So
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know Miami's system very well, but obviously Chisholm is in their starting lineup.
he's got elite speed.
He's got
He's a
at his
quick guy.
peak. He can at peak. He's a 50 hit tool guy with 60 everything else.
So yeah, I think I see a Jazz Chisholm light. That's a really good comparison.
It'll be interesting to see. Like I said, he strikes out a lot. His walk rate's kind of meh, but when he makes contact, you bust out the tape measure. Kind of like a low OBP, high slug guy, which is actually not a bad hitter. If you know, the Fangraphs did the testing lineups. Obviously, the best lineup is the high OBP guys. Yeah. Miguel Rojas is probably starting over Chisholm at shortstop with Chisholm on. That's what it is.
I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I was gonna say you're not gonna be able to get a Jazz Chisholm for only $200,000 this time around.
No.
I would say Chisholm's.
Jazz came from the international, not the Rule 4. So
I mean, even then, the bonuses weren't as. Oh wait, no, the D-backs had a restriction on bonuses that year because of Lopez.
yeah,
That's a big L for
Lopez
that.
and Thomas. Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say that between Lopez and Tomas, the front office took a massive L that off season. In fact, everyone that was behind those two decisions isn't even here anymore. That kind of big an L. Is MLB still milking the timer?
they just now came back to show us the draft room again.
Yeah.
Because they just finished the commercial break.
Yeah, I am gonna have the window up. It's gonna be obstructing the least important part in Wes's timer because that's how we're capturing it. Pop it up every now and then.
And here's Manfred again.
Is he finally announcing the pick?
He's getting booed.
With the first pick of the 2021 MLB Draft, the Pittsburgh Pirates select Henry Davis.
Oh, wow.
You and I both had Henry.
My guy.
Well, good thing we
All
talked
right.
about it. Henry Davis goes first overall.
Yeah, we talked about that.
I mean,
This guy should sign for
that's
like
what I
60.
do if I'm 1-1, but I didn't think the Pirates would. That's
a surprise right there.
well, Mayer's going next.
You and I
then
would. I was gonna say you
for
and
the
I.
Rangers.
You and I would have picked Henry Davis first overall, mostly because a consistent bat, premium defensive position, and
Yeah, it's hard
could
to
bat
find that.
cleanup. He's basically just the right-handed version of Rushman.
Yeah,
Although I
Well,
say Rushman's a better defender, obviously.
yeah. Rushman's a better defender. Rushman has the potential to be everything Buster Posey is.
I think Posey will still be a better defender than Davis, but even if Davis can't catch, you can move him. You can move him anywhere. You can move him to either corner infield position if he couldn't catch.
Oh yeah,
There's
there's plenty of ways to use Henry Davis. That's one of the reasons I would have taken him 1-1. I never even thought he would be on Pittsburgh's radar. But yeah, he was my 1-1 guy. So
now I was gonna
maybe
say
they
most of
read
the
my draft board.
most of the mocks probably got the first overall pick wrong already. So
I
throw those
don't-
out the window.
I don't know a single mock that had Davis going 1-1.
There certainly
beyond
wasn't one going
What I would
6.
have done.
So the Rangers are on the clock right now.
Yep.
Yep. I've got them taking Mayer now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would they have taken Lawler at 2 if Mayer went 1?
I'm pretty sure they would have. I know there are a lot of people that are saying that they moved off of him, but part of the ownership has been talking up Lawler
Lost video.
for the last
Oh, put the wrong one up. Yeah, I lost video of the draft. I must have switched wrong. So we should be good to go now. Yeah. Switching in and out. So we all, I was going to say, we all expect Mayer to go number 2. I think Leiter goes to Texas if signability isn't an issue.
I don't think signability is an issue at number 2. I think it becomes an issue at number 4 or lower.
I think 4 is as low as Leiter goes.
And
I still think he would want to pitch in Boston.
I think Boston has the financial muscle that they don't care if they have to go over slot to get him.
Yeah, and also it'd make a good story since his dad pitched for the Yankees 20 years ago.
Yeah, his dad pitched for a lot of teams, though.
Yeah, but most notably the 2 New York teams, I believe.
Yeah.
Or his 2 most famous stops. I was gonna say, because in his generation, there's like 3 players in his family's generation.
Actually, he won rings in Toronto and Florida.
Yep. MVP 05, he's the Marlins closer. That's how I know. That's how I learned his name first. MVP 05, Luis Torrero in center field. Would he be an upgrade in center? Would you think he would have been an upgrade over what we have now?
Luis Torrero?
Yeah. Over what we have now? Yeah.
Yeah.
We have the MLB slowest player to ever play center field right now. World's slowest center fielder out there right now.
I don't know what we're doing there. Like, there's a bunch of guys that play center field much better and have much better bats that play right now in the minors, and they're just.
I don't know about better bats.
Stuart Fairchild's a better bat, and he's on the actual 26-man roster.
Yeah, I don't think Fairchild's an actual center fielder, but he's definitely better than what we were playing.
He can play all 3 outfield positions.
I was going to say, I think right field's his best position.
It is.
And there's no one really blocking him because you could just let Cole Calhoun go in the offseason. I think he's going to, with how penny pinching they are, I think Calhoun's probably.
Oh, Calhoun's not coming back.
You can't miss half the season.
I think he'll be traded, honestly.
I was say you can't miss half the season on $8 million. Heck, they couldn't even afford a $12 million guy who was having the best season of his career. Until this year. Now he's having the best season of his career.
Well, in the limited time, because he's been hurt a lot this year, too.
Yeah, but there was obviously some things that carried over from last year for Starling Marte. Obviously, the walk rate is finally where it needs to be. Now he's a legit leadoff hitter.
Yeah.
My biggest concern with Starling Marte when we traded for him was I just didn't think he could still play center field. But
yeah, I didn't either.
Well, there wasn't. We'll take questionable over definitely not able to.
Yeah, it was questionable.
That's true.
I thought his bat was done, honestly.
Yeah, the problem with Marte coming into Arizona is he didn't walk.
Yeah,
and then that changed, and now he's walking like it's good, like he's being paid to walk.
And I figured his bat would for at least the 2 years that we were supposed to have him. I just figured that he was destined for left field.
That would be an upgrade in left field as well. No offense to Peralta. He's still a solid defender, but
here we go.
There goes Leiter.
I am 2 for 2. Not really. Sorry, James. Sorry, guys. I'm covering it, but we get to see Leiter. Or you get to see Manfred on.
That's not a surprise there. I mean,
not really.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought they here, but Leiter's not a big surprise.
So yeah, in the future,
Leiter going number 1 with Pittsburgh. And then I actually would have had Davis going as number 2 pick if I was drafting. It's like best position player, best pitcher, really how I would go about drafting. It's whatever you need more in your system.
Look, yeah. Did you? I think Texas actually threw one of their best pitching prospects in the futures game today. It was I forget his first name, but I think his last name was Wynn.
Yeah, I'll pull that up.
So I wonder where Leiter compares to that guy. Probably above, but you never know.
Leiter's going to be their number 1 prospect.
He'll probably also be the first player from this year's draft to hit the majors, in my opinion, as well.
Cole Winn. That's who you were thinking of.
Yeah, he pitched the first inning. He gave up a bomb to the Red shortstop prospect, which means that guy will fit into their lineup pretty well.
I've seen
That team is gonna if you go to Reds games, you're gonna see lots of homers for both teams. Yeah. If you're into that kind of thing, that's the team you need to watch. I don't think any of us are.
No team, okay.
Because I find home runs to be boring or soul crushing. They're only fun when they actually matter.
And that's never for the Diamondbacks these days.
I'm gonna check. Speaking of Diamondbacks, I'm gonna check the score. Did the D-backs somehow magically miracle their way past the Dodgers?
It's 4-2 now. Bottom eighth. Bases loaded.
Nobody out. Bellinger batting.
Nobody out. Yeah.
Forget that.
It's ominous.
The beat the Dodgers in a series dream was nice when it lasted.
Last night's game was awful. I was gonna just do a weed cap with concentrates, and I really should have done that because it would have made it a lot more entertaining.
I was gonna say, there was one Sun game where one of the Sun's writers wrote like a 3-line recap for it because it was such a bad game. He calls it his best recap ever.
I like leaning into the games that are really awful, just out of a challenge for writing.
Yeah, and you get, and then your personality gets to shine through more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a little depressing the amount of blowouts in the West divisions.
I was gonna say you have probably the best 3 teams in the National League in this division.
Oh yeah,
the best 3.
Yeah.
Milwaukee looks like they're gonna get blown out in the first series. Both the NL East and the N. Well, actually, no. I'll give the Mets. I think the Mets can hang in a series. Like, unless they don't score for DeGrom again. How does the man have 50 losses?
The Mets, it's all going to come down to health.
Bellinger struck out on 3 pitches somehow.
Oh, nice, good, okay.
But Will Smith's batting, and Will Smith has a knack for big hits for that team.
He does. That's kind of funny.
I was gonna say the biggest hit of his career came against Will Smith.
Yeah, I was gonna say Big Willie style. The classic album by Will Smith, but we're talking about baseball. That's right.
Based on how it's
So is Will Smith getting jiggy with it?
You should go up to the plate to the Fresh Pinch Bel Air theme. Any word on who's if Detroit's getting ready to make their pick?
We're on commercial break.
It's a commercial break.
I gotta get that. Gotta make up that revenue somewhere.
Yeah, not like I said.
So while we're
on the computer, nobody's watching it.
So while we're on commercial break, who's your prediction for 3? I say Marcelo Mayer goes 3.
I don't think Detroit planned on him being available, so that's why I was thinking they would take Joe. But
I was gonna say Job and Mayer's not gonna break the bank for them.
No, I don't think so. And
I was gonna say high school guys.
I think they have to be thrilled that Mayer has dropped that far. So
they could go with Mayer there with that third pick.
I think they take Mayer there, which means that Job almost certainly becomes available at number 6.
Yeah, because the reports are Baltimore's looking at and Boston's just going to take whoever's available.
Yeah, Boston's not going to do anything fancy. They're just going to take whoever.
Unlike last year.
Okay.
I said unlike last year. Obviously, the Nick York pick. Could have won a College World Series if the Red Sox didn't get cute. No, I'm just kidding. U of A pitching was pretty bad.
God, they need to, like, this is the thing that they need to speed up the pace on, not baseball.
Yeah, the NFL draft is that way too.
It's ridiculous.
But at least with the NFL draft, you actually have people that might know their crap versus the MLB guys. Oh, they have Harold Reynolds on there. There should be less Harold Reynolds or Tim Corbin. especially when
Yeah.
college guys are drafted. You know what I mean? Like if
So
say for example, let's say for example, Brandon Bossier gets picked in the 3rd round. They should have Tim Corbin talk about him at least because they at least faced him this year. Just like they had Corbin last year when Bryce Jarvis was drafted. Because Bryce Jarvis nearly ended Vanderbilt's season. It took a no-hitter to beat him. Probably the most dominant college game in a long time.
Get some people that know prospects like Keith Law or someone on this, and it'd be a lot better.
All right, here's a good question from YouTube chat from Justin. What do you think of the July draft versus June? Having it in the All-Star break as opposed to during the middle of the season.
I like having it after the College World Series is completed.
I agree. I like the move.
Because guys can get injured in that. Right.
I always wondered why they had it in June anyway. With the season going on. So July makes so much more sense. I prefer it, definitely.
So I guess I should have stuck with my.
Okay.
Now the question becomes more. Oh wait, no. Mayor Slide's going to stop at 4. I think.
Yeah, I think.
Boston's just going to take the best bat available.
Which is, we know what that is, because they're not going to take Khalil Watson over Mayer. I think. Mayer has a little bit more options defensively, I believe, than Watson. Watson's pretty much locked up the middle.
Yeah, they got to take Mayer here.
I was going to say, if Detroit hits on all their pitching prospects, that rotation's going to be filthy. Although their pitching prospects haven't exactly proved it yet at the major. Manning and Mize kind of being eh. But obviously these are guys that are 22. They'll figure.
Yeah, Manning's sample size is so small right now that
yeah. Kind of the thing when you see these pitchers come off the board and you look at them, it makes me realize my hands are really small and I would never be able to pitch as a result. Never mind the fact of other things.
Because I'm like a huge guy, I'm always surprised when there's these little tiny pitchers. I'm like, how are they playing at their size?
Well, you need to have Kumar Rocker, obviously, who could go soon. He's got huge hands.
Yeah, he does.
Kumar Rocker is just huge. Period.
Yeah, the NFL's wondering what the heck happened. NFL's wondering where their linebacker went.
Yeah, they are, because he could have been.
All right, enough of former Rockies GMs.
It's less brain injuries in baseball versus the NFL. It's a smarter. That's actually what's his name? Ricky Henderson's mom told him to play baseball over football because he's not going to get hit in the head repeatedly over the course of his career. And ex-baseball players are a lot healthier than ex-football players, son. And that's why Ricky Henderson chose to play baseball.
Funny you bring that story up, because that's exactly how Kumar Rocker got into baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, it's
especially considering that Rocker's dad was an NFL defensive end.
Yeah, and a good one.
Yeah, that's why you would draft a guy like Rocker, because he's got the physicality and the athleticism necessary to compete at the MLB level. It's just the stuff isn't necessarily eye-popping.
The D-backs, the game's tied 4-4 now.
Well, that was a formality. How many outs did Will Smith do with the thing, or did somebody else?
It's the end of the 8th.
Oh, I guess they're going to lose in that.
They'll lose in the bottom of the 9th.
We can thank Josh Reddick for minimizing the pain.
Yeah, that was nice.
So now the D-backs have, based on the board, Mayer and Lawler made it past 3, which a month ago would have seemed crazy.
That's why I don't really pay attention to mock drafts, because very rarely are they right.
Well, we can thank the Baseball America draft definitely nailed the Job pick. Job and Leiter, I think.
Yeah, they did. Like I said, I just don't think anybody actually believed Davis would go 1-1.
I mean, you and I thought so.
Yeah.
I don't find that.
Nobody listens to us.
Yeah, we're not paid to do this for a living.
High-end
We make no
casters.
money from this we don't make any money from this live stream yet.
Totally not.
No.
So now, like I said, I think Mayer goes 4. I think, and then Mayer's probably almost a slam dunk at 4, unless Boston wants to do something here.
Yep, there goes Meyer.
Mayer at
Yep.
4.
Yeah, there was no
No
way.
surprise there with who was left on the board.
So then Lawler might go to. It's gonna be a coin flip whether Lawler goes 5th or 6th, in my opinion.
Okay, so Orioles and then the D-backs are on the board. So
I mean,
Yeah.
Baltimore
I still think
shouldn't
the
be
Orioles
surprised.
The Orioles might go Watson just because he won't cost as much, and he has all the upside that Lawler does.
I was gonna say Lawler's price tag is $6 million, and I'll showcase the draft value again once we get to the pick. Obviously, we're talking $250,000 over slot when we're talking $6 million.
Right.
So it's not that bad. I think you can sign him for $6 million. But that's my speculation. I don't know what's going on in at that building.
Harry Reynolds looks tired.
Harold Reynolds will be forever a footnote in Bo Jackson's baseball career. You have to bring it up every year.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's probably the best throw from the outfield we'll ever see in our lifetimes. I was to say, I wonder how Bo Jackson would have done in baseball pre-hip injury. You just need a one-man outfield.
I think he would have had a decent length career as a slugging outfielder, but he was never going to be like all time amazing. I mean,
Unlike his football career. Never seen the NFL's never seen a player of his size and speed ever again. That's how crazy. That's how unique it is.
Bo Jackson.
The guy that was 240 pounds that could run 4.3. That doesn't exist since. Calvin Johnson's the closest.
The thing with Bo Jackson, the reason why I find him just he had vascular necrosis in his hip, and the only other person I know who's had a vascular necrosis randomly in their hip is my mom. So it's just like.
Tua Tagovailoa. Oh, actually no, he had a dislocated hip, but they saved it.
Yeah, they say they gave him a hip replacement, but he was getting a vascular necrosis after
You're never gonna be the same again once the once the tissue dies.
I say poor Bo Jackson.
We could be talking about the greatest NFL career ever, if not for that injury.
The two-way player I liked the best was Dion, just because he was so highlight. Everything he did was a highlight reel,
including Randy Johnson's.
Yeah.
If anyone doesn't get the joke, that's the 20 strikeout game.
Yeah.
He was strikeout number 19.
How good would Randy Johnson would have been if he was told to end with his foot like at
20 as opposed to 30?
Yeah.
Every MLB hitter would hit 200 against him at best.
I think he would have broken the strikeout record. Honestly, he actually.
If Randy Johnson was athletic, I think he could have played till he was 50.
Oh yeah.
We're talking about a guy whose only physical gift was being able to throw 100 with below average athleticism because he was so freakishly tall. Because if the athletic guys at Randy Johnson's height, they play basketball. They're the DeAndre Aytons of the world. Figure I'd throw that Phoenix Suns tie in there.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the Phoenix Suns to redeem my day.
It would only be fitting that the Suns beat Scott Foster in the finals. Chris Paul, sorry. The vendetta is mostly Chris Paul. They did beat Scott. They did win Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals thanks to DeAndre Ayton being a 6'11" athletic freak. All right, we will pop in for Baltimore's pick.
They're still interviewing Marcelo Mayer.
Yeah, I don't think Boston's gonna have any issue signing Mayer. And I don't even think they have to go over slot.
Probably not. But even if they had to, it wouldn't be a big deal for them.
I was gonna say Leiter's probably the only player that could command a $7 million bonus in this draft. Mac is saying Cowser is going to be the Baltimore pick, which would be such in character for them.
You said that?
Mac.
Oh.
Yeah, we shout outs to Mac Attack 71. He wanted to be here, but unfortunately circumstances prevented him from being here to talk about it straight to us on the stream. But glad to see that he's still in the thread, at least. Like I said, if he's got any time, he can obviously join the stream. Take a little bit of time to try and prepare for that. So yeah, I was gonna say after this interview, we'll probably if Cowser to Baltimore would be such a on-brand pick for them.
Watson will be easier for them to sign than Lawler, so I could see them just going Watson as well.
I was gonna say. Although if you're the D-backs, I don't think Lawler is that much more difficult to sign. I think you might just have to go over slot to get it done. All right, here's the world's favorite commissioner.
All right. Cowser. Mac picked it.
Yeah, I think he's on Twitter.
All
right, we're on the board. I got to step away a bit, so you two can carry it for the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, that puts Lawler, Rocker, Watson, and House are all available. If they're going with the best player available, it's got to be Lawler. I don't know who. I suppose they could still take Watson since they've been linked to Watson all summer long, but I think the biggest reason for that is until this week, nobody thought Lawler would be available. You're muted, Wesley.
I could see them going with Rocker here. It seems like the obvious pick, to be honest. I could see them going with Watson as well. But I'm gonna guess Kumar Rocker here with this pick.
I'm gonna say they're going Lawler.
That's the other one I'd go with. So I mean, if Lawler would be a good pick, I'd probably be happier with that than with Kumar Rocker. So we'll see here. On Twitter.
The Twitterverse has got a split between Watson and Lawler. I'm still saying we go Lawler just because I don't think they would have thought he was available otherwise.
Yeah.
I think the biggest reason we got linked to Watson is because Lawler and Meyer were already going to be off the board.
Yeah, certainly. That makes a lot of sense. You look at the board to see who's available, to be honest.
Honestly, at this point, if it's anybody other than Lawler, Rocker, or Watson, it's going to be a disappointing pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be one of the three.
Although, honestly, if I was picking, I would probably take House over Watson, but that's me.
There's a lot of shortstops in this draft. I haven't had a chance to see a lot. Like I haven't seen House play. I haven't seen
House is a third baseman. I mean, yeah, he's listed as a shortstop, but he's going to be a third baseman.
Yeah, most likely he's a big guy. Yeah, he will most likely be a third baseman.
He comps very closely to Troy Glaus. He's really big.
All right, so
Buchanan and Picoro are both here in Lawler.
yeah, that seems like that makes sense.
All right, guys, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Not
No.
yet.
Thank God. I had to empty a car. Groceries. I think I set a record for that. Goldstein is wojing the draft on Twitter. I knew it. I don't like what Max says. Interesting, which means, or it's House. Actually, as long as you don't get too cute with the pick, there's like 7 or 8 guys I would be fine with at this selection.
No, there's only 2 or 3 I would be.
All right, so let's go through the names. House.
He'd be number 3 out of what's left for me. I'd go Lawler, Rocker, House.
Interesting. Does not sound like Lawler to me, though.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like that.
I can't go to Twitter to spoil it. Otherwise, it'll crash. Otherwise, let
me see.
You're gonna see the Twitter feed instead.
Okay.
I was just saying. Most of the mock drafts at 6 predicted Jordan Lawler, so, and I think Keith Law has the best sources in the league, by the way, of these guys. Except for when it comes to evaluating Paul Goldschmidt, but let's be honest, everyone missed on him. Everyone underestimated him.
I think I'm the only one who didn't. It's like I don't get why he was like. I mean, I get why.
Did you predict him to be an MVP candidate though?
Yeah, I did.
You did. Go through before 2011.
In 2009, I predicted that he would be an all-star at the very minimum.
Well, the Twitterverse now has stopped arguing, and they seem to agree that we're going to take Lawler.
I mean, it makes most sense. I don't think Lawler's that unsignable, because a lot of things can happen in 2 years. I mean, look at Carroll. In 2 years, he went from top 50 prospect to surgery. He won't be top 50 next year. Although, to be fair, I think Corbin Carroll would be a top 25 prospect if he were still playing in the midseason. Like, he's not going to get dinged that badly. But obviously, if it's Jordan Lawler, at most, it's going to take $6 million. This isn't a Jack Leiter situation.
Yeah.
Because Leiter's already off the board for a team that can sign him.
I think everyone who's available is signable. Just about.
I was going to say, Jack Leiter was probably the only one that had concerns about signing in the top 10. But that's only if he went past 3. Although I think Boston could have gotten him at 4.
So Boston has the money, they can afford to.
I mean, heck, the team took penalties to win a World Series.
Yeah, they sure did.
And they look good again this year, despite trading their best player and watching him win a World Series.
That's just it. It's like teams like Boston getting to pick in the top 5. It's just adding insult to injury. It's like, really? Like, Boston needs this.
Let's say. Yeah, Xander Bogaerts isn't going to be too worried about losing his job. But by the time Mayer's up, he's already too old. Play shortstop.
T-Max draft room.
Is it time to switch?
All right.
Not yet. Well, it will be. They're showing our draft room.
Who's the young-looking genius to the right of Derek? And who's his barber? Probably gets good tips. Oh, I don't have to do the graphic. I had a graphic just for this.
Bryce Torres, Corbin Carroll, Matt McClain didn't sign.
Anthony Greer.
Gone. Will be drafted in 5 picks.
Anthony Greer.
Draft Matt McClain again.
There
No.
we go.
Jordan Lawler. There we go.
Yep. It's Lawler.
The Kansas City Royals have the next pick.
So that's like okay. I'm happy with that considering it's available. Like okay, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, given who's available, he'd be my number 1 pick. Yeah, given who's available, he'd be my number 1 pick.
All right, let me change the ticker.
He'd be my number 1 pick.
All right, let me change the ticker.
Hold up his
All right, let me change the
numbers.
ticker.
Hold
We had an
up
echo
his
effect.
numbers.
We had an echo effect. We had an echo effect. So the pundits were correct in this situation. So the pundits were correct in this situation. So the pundits were correct in this situation. I can't
Well,
spell.
I'm not disappointed with
I
the
can't
Diamondbacks did here with the. I'm not disappointed with
I
the
can't
Diamondbacks did
But
here.
yeah, I was just saying. You have Jordan Lawler as your top player on the board at 7.
I was saying.
You have Jordan Lawler as your top player on the board at 7. Give me 6, sorry.
Numbers.
Give me 6, sorry.
Numbers.
Give me 6, sorry. Hold on. A little bit of a...
Why did they put his numbers like this on the website?
I'll get to that.
Any sense?
Okay, found the
Jesuit
problem.
Dallas, please make your website statistics much easier to view if you see this at some point, because it does not help me at all.
All right, that should solve everything. So yeah, on a scale of 1, we said earlier in the stream, on a scale of 1 to 10, how ecstatic would you be for Jordan Lawler? I said 9. Wes said 7. I forget what you said, James.
9 sounds about right.
So yeah, going back to the mock drafts here, I think I still have it up. So the consensus was correct. Of course, we can give Kylie McDaniel a pass. He didn't do a draft day mock.
Yeah.
I was saying, since Kumar Rocker is the only player left on these mocks.
Yeah, I think Rocker will probably go with his next pick.
Yeah, I think so too.
I do too. I think they're getting ready to sprint to the podium to grab him.
Rocker to Kansas City was a consensus mock pick too. I've seen it for the past month. Like Lawler was someone that popped up in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, the whole Rocker getting to number 7 was bothering me because of all the people they had us taking instead of him. But now that it's Lawler, I can definitely get on board with that.
So where would you put Lawler on your... Let's ignore pitchers from your prospect list. Where would you put him as your top hitters? I would put him 1B behind Corbin Carroll. I just think Carroll is more likely to hit in the major league level at this point.
Oh, I need to have let me pull up her.
I mean, it's like, do you have him ahead or behind Carroll is pretty much the question.
No, I don't. Carroll's better. Well, actually,
I think it's 1A and 1B situation.
Yeah,
Same thing with the top prospect list, obviously.
Yeah, I think I'm leaving Carroll at number 1, 1A, whatever, despite the injury. But right now, Jordan Lawler, yeah, for me, he's our second best hitter and probably our number 2 prospect.
I was going to say, playing in those National League West ballparks, I think will give Carroll more value to a team like Arizona than another team, obviously. That's probably
Who
why.
is your number one prospect right now? Like,
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's pretty much the question. Is he above or behind Carroll? Like I said, I had just maybe percentage points behind Carroll because Carroll's would have been in Double-A this year if he were healthy, and probably
Yeah.
ranking there too.
He absolutely, he was like, he had, what did he get, like, had like a week he played or something like that.
Yeah. And he'd already tired the league out in that 1 week.
Yeah, he was wearing, like, I'm pulling the numbers right now.
It wasn't even a fluke that he hit as well as he did either.
Yeah,
Hit 435 for a week and then injured himself.
274 WRC plus and
a small sample size, you can't really use that stat.
Yeah, I know, but even prior, like 2019, he was like way above average. So yeah, he does certainly. Yeah,
yeah, and then also in the alternate site workouts, he was the best hitter last year.
Yeah.
Well, it works in this situation. I had the name tag in the wrong place. Somebody said cue the bus sound.
What happened with Christian Robinson? That's the one I'm wondering about. Hasn't played.
He's got some issues to sort out before he can get another visa.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Pandemic, that's right.
Plus, I think his star was already starting to fade before that, because
he still has a lot of swing and miss in his game. That until he,
it's like if you get a strikeout rate under 25%, he's a borderline all-star type guy.
The one thing that makes me very high on Christian Robinson is Jazz Chisholm. In my conversation with him, I said, like, who besides you, like, impresses you the most in the system? And he said Christian Robinson. Like, he said that kid will be like a superstar someday.
Like I said, get his head on straight, and I think lower the strikeout rate, and he's an MLB outfielder. Sure.
That's high praise.
Like, he doesn't even have to put up high on-base percentage. Obviously, low OBP, high slug players still have value, especially if they have defense on top of it. Like, I don't expect Robinson to steal bases. Most of his value is going to come defense and home run and extra base hits.
Oh, yeah.
He's a guy that's probably going to make out 70% of the time at the MLB level, but that's fine. Like, Escobar's already proven you can make out 70% of the time and still be useful.
If Robinson had played the last 2 seasons,
he'd be in low A, I think, this year.
Yeah, I think. Well,
he'd be slugging the low A because California League would be too easy for him. Yeah, but I think he would run into trouble in high A because you actually have pitchers.
Yeah, I think he actually would probably be playing at Hillsborough this year. I mean, it depending how. Mazzucato with the number 7 pick. Wow, that's something that no one had. So Rocker's falling down to.
I mean, like I said, I don't think I saw the final match start in the College World Series. Obviously, I think Vanderbilt won game 1 for what it's worth. But when I watched Walker against that U of A lineup, even though he got 16 hitters out in a row, his fastball looked very mediocre to me. It was flat and it was 92.
Very flat.
92. His slider was the only out pitch he had. Although he did go through a streak and then kind of lost it at the end. Made a couple mistakes with cutters and then 2 runs scored on him and snap of a finger.
Yeah, his fastball looks very flat to me, and I think he.
Of course,
like he's seemed very predictable, and his just. I don't know. I was not impressed at all.
I think Rocker lost $1 million in the College World Series. Whereas Jack Leiter probably got $1 million in the College World Series.
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah. He lost money on that. I mean, if he falls further, he might have lost more money than that.
And Rocker's not the type of pitcher that would benefit from going back to school for 1 more year.
Well, no, if nothing else.
There's nothing else to do.
He would be coming back as a senior. He'd suddenly be stuck with signing for $50,000.
Yeah, he's gonna sign. He's gonna sign for slot whoever drafts him.
Yeah, he'll sign for
it's
slot.
Not like Jack Leiter. It's like I can go back to college in a year that doesn't have a number 1 overall pick, pitch well, and the D-backs will give me $7 million. Of course, he'll get $7 million from the Rangers instead.
Rockies. I could see him going here.
All right, so Jack has some information on Christian Robinson. He's working out in the team's site, in the Dominican site right now.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, until he gets that incident figured out. And the incident is reportedly he punched a cop on while being pulled over, something like
Oh,
that. I don't know
God.
the details,
He was wandering on the side of the highway
which is one
during the
dangerous.
detective episode, and they pulled over to
See what's
try
up.
and see what was up. And then during the course of trying to put him into the back of the cruiser, apparently he struck the officer. The officer is one of the people requesting that he get mental health counseling, is not trying to like,
Yeah,
That's
you
good.
know,
That
It-
respect
for a
officer.
21-year-old and all the things that have happened to him, you could break
Yeah.
it, mentally. It's challenging.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that he's was given a chance with that, because that does happen, and you give all these, like, someone from a poor country generally with lots of money.
I wouldn't consider the Bahamas a poor country, but obviously not as rich as the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, just generally any prospects, and a young guy, a bunch of money, it goes to your head really quick, and it's confusing, and I imagine there's a bit of culture shock.
Yeah, culture shock, and there's a lot of you can make a lot of bad decisions just by accident.
That's good. That's good that he's hopefully getting help through that.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I've been through that, and I have sympathy for him if that's the case.
Never mind the fact that Daniel Bard, everyone knows his story, kind of lost it a bit. Then he became the team's kind of like mental skills coach, and then for whatever reason, it was therapeutic enough for him to pitch again. Although he may have to go back into the front office the way he's pitching this year.
Look at Greinke. Like, Greinke had an anxiety disorder, which I've dealt with that, and certainly that will affect your pitching. Like, I can't pitch with an anxiety attack.
I was gonna say, in Greinke's case, he's going from a small high school in Florida to the major leagues. That's a culture shock in itself.
Oh yeah, he was so young.
He was 20 when he debuted.
Yeah. I'm like, that's like that. There was so much, like, back then the media was
like,
much less supportive.
Yeah, it never felt like Greinke was ever uncomfortable when he was here, too.
Yeah, no, he seemed
Credit
chill,
to the organization for making the extra effort for him. Of course, it's part of their obligation for the contract, but obviously it's good to see when it does happen.
Oh.
We have our first big surprise at 7. I mean, Cowser was a top 10 guy at Baltimore, so they're not wasting too much. I'll say that outfield's going to hit a lot of home runs. But you really don't need outfield defense in that ballpark either. It's not as important. And Cowser to me is a right fielder, not a center fielder.
Oh, absolutely.
And I mean, you'll draft a right fielder in the first round. The right fielder is not necessarily a bad move if he can swing. It's just I don't want the team to draft a first baseman in the top 10.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
Sorry, Paven.
Yeah,
it wasn't
Paven,
you weren't the one that made that decision.
So
I forgive
That's
you.
not your fault. We love you, Paven.
Well, if he gets back to hitting like Mark Grace again, we'll love him again. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he's yeah, of course we lost 4-7.
Yeah.
It was inevitable.
What was Kelly's stat line? Obviously 1 run.
Yeah.
Well, Kelly's probably the only thing that hasn't been a downright disaster this year.
Okay,
So I'm assuming we're at the 8th or 9th pick by now.
Yeah, we're waiting on the Rockies.
Shortstop, so he gets a ton of comps to Bobby Witt.
I hope we get Bobby Witt Jr. Oh, the Rockies are picking. Let's make fun of it.
All right. This is always a misadventure.
Oh, hello, a consensus mock pick. I saw him in mocks today. Benny Montgomery.
Really? That's a
Yeah, we were not. When we were doing the previews, I don't think Montgomery was on anyone's radar.
That's not any. Like, where is this guy from? Pennsylvania? Okay, they probably. I mean,
I was gonna say shout out to Carlos Collazo. His mocks, outside of probably Kumar Rocker pick at 7, he's killed it.
he's got some inside info there. Then
These guys all have inside info.
It's just they have a scout there who can, who's seen a guy pressed enough, who has enough ear of someone in the draft room, and that's how we find these really obscure guys. And I don't what was up with Boston's pick last year was like that.
Yeah, Boston went for a haircut pick, but I was gonna say Boston drafted a guy but then Boston used that savings on a guy that would have been more a palatable first round pick with their third.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like if they had drafted Blaze Jordan 17th and Nick York 89th, I don't think anyone would freak out.
Yeah,
And
absolutely not.
flipping the order, it doesn't matter if you flip the order. If you're getting the same guys no matter what for the same amount of money.
He's very thin. Benny Montgomery.
Well,
He's very
most high school guys are very thin.
Yeah, no, he's very thin. He looks like he
Although I don't think Lawler is. I think Lawler's probably close to his playing weight.
outfielder.
Yeah,
I don't know
Lawler's
what he
pretty
goes
filled
about
out.
that.
Out of the high schoolers, Lawler's probably the most physically mature.
Yeah.
Of course, he's also 19.
Infielders. He's 19. I think. Well, I was gonna say he's gonna take. I'll say barring injury, 4 years. I think to be the everyday shortstop here, and obviously he has plenty of places to go defensively.
Oh, he's 6'5", 200 pounds.
Montgomery or Lawler?
Benny Montgomery.
I was gonna say someone that big is probably not a middle infielder.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's an outfielder.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
He's a big guy.
I wonder if he has a cannon for an arm.
Yeah, I would bet. Yeah, he's plus arm.
Yeah, put him in right field.
Runner, center fielder.
Unless he can run, then you put him in
He's
center.
got a really loopy swing.
He doesn't have to. If it's a center fielder, he doesn't have to hit as much.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad pick for Colorado there.
Up the middle play.
Number 15, that's a little high.
For the Rockies, they need someone like that in their outfield.
Yeah, they actually kind of do, but you should draft for need.
It's like not need necessarily because Montgomery isn't that much worse than Watson. Actually, could be better.
But the drafting toolsy center fielders, I don't think that's a bad strategy at all.
It's never because there's so many places they can go. Like I
That's
said,
that's a lottery pick right there. By Colorado.
I was gonna say you want to draft up the middle position players because it's higher on the defensive spectrum and they're more playable even if they go down it.
And they're more valuable when you trade them away. So
I was say that's why I'm against drafting first basemen and left fielders in the first round unless their bat is special.
Shortstop, catcher, center fielder are
Pitcher.
pretty much
That's
what I target.
Top 10, I would not draft any other position.
Yeah, top 10. That's who I'm drafting.
Because there's less need. The bar is lower than the hit because they'll provide value with defense, maybe even some base running. Although I don't expect Lawler to be a guy that gives a lot of value in that thing. His bat's going to be what determines value at the major level, in my opinion.
You can find some footage of Lawler.
Say Lawler should
Some analysis.
I already posted some.
I would say Lawler, I think he's gone the bigger side for shortstop. So if he outgrows the position, he's going to go to third base.
Lawler is 6'2", 185.
Okay, so he's right around the high end side for shortstops. Fill it into about 200 pounds, I think.
We're starting to see a lot bigger shortstops now. It's not as
10 years ago, take for example Corey Seager. 10 years ago, that's a third baseman.
Yeah, the shortstop has the positions have changed to some extent where we're seeing some teams just don't even, they just move the players wherever and shift them, and it's a less of a factor, and you're playing I don't understand it. And then there's still traditionalists. So
I was gonna say Nick Ahmed, for example, I think 20 years ago would be actually no, Ahmed would play shortstop in any era.
Yeah,
so that's a bad. Even though he's got a shortstop body type.
Yeah, he does. Look up Jordan.
Because middle infielders traditionally were kind of smaller, right around 6 feet and about 180 pounds. It was more about quickness than size. But then again, because of the advances it's made in nutrition, your shortstop's now all of a sudden going from 6'1", the size of Stephen Drew, to players that are 220 pounds. Because nowadays, 220 pound athletes today move better than 180 pound athletes from 1990.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely. Our knowledge of strength, conditioning, and nutritional science has
Although you can make the downside
There's-
argument because these players are bigger and stronger that they're more prone to injuries.
Oh, that's what exactly where I was gonna go with that is just like from being a bigger guy, you're at higher risk for knee injuries, foot injuries, back injuries. Like I'm being over 6'6" like I am. I have like 50% higher likelihood of needing a hip replacement than someone
Yeah, you should lower the camera down so people can see how tall you are.
6 inches shorter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a foot taller than I am.
Yeah, I'm 199 centimeters, just under 6'7". So it's a
2 meters
pain.
6.
Yeah, Lawler looks actually pretty. He's got some like
He's
nice.
a guy that I think if he's over 200, there's a risk of him sticking at shortstop. I believe. Although we've seen shortstops in the 215, 220 range recently. But I think it's a case where if he's over 200, there's risk of him having to move over to third.
I don't see. He doesn't like his body type to me. Doesn't seem like he's going to fill out that much more. I mean, certainly I could see him. He's going to probably put on 20, 30 pounds minimum, which will affect his he's got pretty quick feet from what I can see.
Yeah.
Just like going through some footage on YouTube.
He's
Let's
got
say-
all the tools to stick there. I mean, I
Usually you'll
don't think
get most of that
I'm
weight in the
really
legs.
concerned that he needs to move to third base.
Yeah, certainly. Yes, he'll probably put on some. Yeah, he's pretty thin. He's thin. But I don't
Lower
see
body's
him-
where most of that weight goes.
Yeah, lower
Just
body.
do like a side-by-side comparison of Ketel Marte every year in Arizona. And watch his legs double in size.
His chest is still like needs to fill out.
That's
So he'll probably put on another 20 pounds just from that lower body. Yeah, he might end up
yeah,
at
that's
third.
the one concern I have with Ketel Marte with injury. It's the injury thing because he's so big now compared to when he was first
Oh
year.
yeah.
Like the NFL players wish they had legs as thick as Ketel Marte.
Like I would guess that Ketel put on weight in part to
Most of that weight went into his lower body.
to last the season longer, to be honest.
I actually think the extra weight is hurting him.
I think, yeah, I agree.
Like I said, I think he needs to probably be closer to 200. I think his ideal playing weight's 200.
They needed to just like stick him at a position and leave him there.
That too.
Well,
That's what they need to
stick
do
him
with-
at
As an
second.
infielder, you can afford to put on the extra 5 pounds. As an outfielder, he
Yeah.
probably needs to be 200.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to leave him in a position.
Like I said, I think I think center field won't be a long-term thing from next year. Even if Alec Thomas and Stuart Fairchild aren't necessarily lighting the league on fire, I think it'd be more valuable to have them in center than Marte.
we have so many good young outfield, like they're
And all of them have one major concern that could
yeah.
put
So, I
Ketel
mean,
Marte back in center field again. Like
Like-
I don't think Thomas is kind of that slump he's suffering. You have to recalibrate expectations with him. Although I
there's
still think
Rocker with the Nationals.
Nationals feeling like $1 million
Oh, they love it.
because he
So
could be a
they're-
number 4
they're
starter for the.
finally taking
Oh,
him.
actually, no, Scherzer's gone after the year.
And Sam Backman went with the Angels. No, it
Bachman was the guy I expected to go to Washington.
Oh wait, no, Rocker went to the Mets.
Now the Mets feel like $1 million.
Yeah, that's actually good for them. That's nice. And
Rocker's
Sam
the
Bach,
4th pitcher drafted. I would have still put him ahead of everyone else, even with my concerns about his fastball
yeah, that's the funny thing. Like
and the cutter being a Tommy John and also Tommy John concern, especially since he throws a cutter. There's if this one's falling behind, I'll kind of explain the story why I'm saying cutter could lead to it. But basically, there was an interview between Rob Freeman, who goes by Pitching Ninja on Twitter, and Tom House, who's a known mechanics guy,
Yeah,
both football and baseball. He says the pitch that leads to the most injuries is a cutter. Arm injuries is the cutter because you're holding it like a breaking ball and you're throwing it like a fastball.
oh yeah, that's how I screwed up my arm, was throwing a cutter.
Yeah, and that's it. If you don't throw it right, you're going to lead yourself to injuries. Never mind the last 2 D-backs starters that have torn your UCLs, Gallen and Weaver, both throw a cutter. So I think there is a little bit of a causation here, although obviously it's a small sample size.
Yeah, it's a hard pitch to like. It's uncomfortable to throw like that grip that hard. So
Mariano Rivera ever have Tommy John surgery?
No.
Rivera was a freak.
Yeah, Rivera's not allowed to be used as a comp for
That's
anything.
not. It's like using Randy
I
Johnson.
was making a joke because obviously we're talking about the best cutter in Major League history.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he was still just free. He didn't really have like. I think his grip on it was a little different, or
He actually
I-
threw an. It was because initially he threw a fastball that naturally cut more than a traditional cutter, even.
yeah.
And they're like, "Hey, that pitch actually looks good. Why don't you refine it a little bit more?" Next thing you know, here comes a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't think he used.
We got one against him at least,
grip.
even though it was not his fault.
Who did the
AZ Cutter says
says
he's scratching his head that the D-backs did not draft a pitcher at 6. I was gonna say it's
Yeah.
either it's like Lawler versus Kumar Rocker kind of argument.
Yeah, that's really what it boiled down to.
Nick, I love that Manfred gets booed every time he steps up the podium.
Yeah.
Too. That's
Just like Roger Goodell, you can make an argument that Goodell's actually the least worst commissioner in the 4 major sports.
Except
Not
that
a fan
Goodell
of base-
doesn't actively hate
doesn't
his
like it.
sport.
He doesn't like the
Nah.
sport.
I like Goodell is more or less like kind of has that politician like vibe to him. I don't think I think obviously he gets paid a lot of and he gets paid a lot of money to pretend to care. Although I would also say Goodell probably is the most controlled by the owners in sport. But I don't think but the NFL owners aren't necessarily as willing to torch their own sports as Major League Baseball owners are.
Oh yeah.
Like they'll burn the house just not to win the argument. That's kind of the thing that worries me about the upcoming CBA negotiation. Both sides would be willing to burn the house down just to win, just so the other side
I don't
would not
think
win.
they have the leverage to pull something like that after the pandemic because
Either side does.
I would imagine attendance is going to be down.
I wonder how attendance is in Major League Baseball. Obviously, the D-backs attendance is way down.
Yeah.
Attendance is down, and don't believe for a second that the owners give 2 turds about that. They are more
I think they
than-
care a little bit, but not
they
in the
are
way we
already
think.
They are already more than willing to lock out if that's what it takes to
Yeah.
give it.
Like I said, both sides, especially the owners, are more willing to burn the house down just so the other side can't win. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
I still think there will be a last-second thing because both sides could lose everything.
That's the thing. That's my point. Is that I don't think that it's. If we didn't have the pandemic, certainly, yeah, that would have been the case. But that changed the whole argument.
Yeah, MLB's real. They're both sides are still reeling from what happened last year.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that they'll probably have a last-second deal. I'd be very surprised if there was a walkout or a lockout in the next CBA negotiations.
So
Nationals still on the board, and our next pick is
42. So we're good. So if you guys have to do anything, do it now.
yeah, I'm gonna be right.
I am going to have to step away here in a few minutes because I have to go pick up the spouts.
Yeah.
But it's like 3 blocks from here, but they're going to
Yeah.
have groceries. So.
Yeah, I'm prepared for in case that has to go. Obviously.
I'll be here. I just gotta get some water.
I should be back in more than enough time for the 42nd pick if I have to.
Yeah, we're what? It's 5:00 right now. The 42nd pick's not going to be for at least 2 hours.
Yeah, it's 5:15. So
Yeah, this
still the sun.
Big Sun game might be over before the 42nd pick comes in. Because we have to go through 30 picks to get there. Although I think the draft picks are 7 minutes, so maybe not that long. And obviously there are going to be teams that run to the podium as soon as they're up because someone they didn't expect to fall gets there. Although I was going to say, I don't think Lawler is that situation for the Diamondbacks because we kind of saw this one coming in the last week. That could happen. Obviously, and I was going to say the draft pundits pretty much reached a consensus in this one. I think they were getting the same information, the pick. And if there's a case where everyone needs to go, I'll just leave the draft video up. Now they're in a commercial. They're promoting the Intentional Shock show. That show hasn't been the same since Chris Rose left. Now Chris Rose has pretty much his own version of the show where he's talking to active players. Talking to active players. I think Archie Bradley was one of them. Yeah, this is where I think this is the point where the draft gets weird because all the top talents are well, Khalil Watson's the only top 10 mock guy still available. But it seems like teams had the same concerns.
I think if Watson isn't picked like right now, no one's going to touch him at this point.
I was going to say,
I think we may already be in the section of the draft where Khalil Watson is no longer signable.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, Watson's signing bonus demands are like $4 million probably, and no team at this point is going to be. No, we're at the point where $4 million can get him signed. Unless his demand is $5 million, then obviously it's too late. I'm just basing up based on the fact that D-back signing bonus slot value at 6 is $5.7 million. And even if they had to go over slot to get sign their guy, I don't think Lawler is going to be a problem.
Yeah, no, I think Lawler will sign for slot for at least.
At minimum slot. At worst, $6 million.
Yeah.
He was starting to fall in mocks. Like I said, the last 2 weeks had the D-backs taking Lawler at 6. And pretty much all but 2 mocks from the 6 guys that I compiled. Only 4 of them had Lawler. Last year was 3 out of 6 that had Jarvis. Although I think a 4th mock had a similar approach, different player.
Yeah.
And in 2019, all the consensus mocks had Corbin Carroll at 16.
Yeah.
The only one that didn't was the Beat Writers mock draft, and you really can't put any weight into that. These are guys that don't necessarily get their information. And also, Zach Buchanan actually passed on him at 16 for someone else that shouldn't have been there at 16. And ultimately wasn't.
I'm wondering who the Nationals would take here. I really don't know.
They could literally do anything.
Yeah.
I was going to say Washington. Washington, obviously. I think if it's not Khalil Watson, I think they go for under slot college guy. Like Jordan Wicks might be a possibility, but Wicks might not give you as much a savings as you hope for.
I have to wonder if Watson hasn't scared everybody off already, and that's why he's still on the board.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
The cross checkers asked him what his number was.
I imagine that's why Kansas City went in a completely different direction.
Because that's the only reason I can see that Watson's still on the board is that the cross checkers got his number, and his number was just higher than teams were willing to go.
That's what I was saying. The Bucs had Watson going to Baltimore at 5, and then Baltimore did a Baltimore thing and take a college bat that should hit in the major leagues, but doesn't have great positional defensive value, so they can save money. Even though Kowser could play center field in a pinch, versus Kjerstad, who's basically a left fielder D kind of guy.
I could see them. This House is still on the board, so I could see the Nationals going with him.
Yeah, House would actually be an on-brand pick for the Nationals. They have a habit of getting guys that you wouldn't think they should.
He makes more sense than Watson, but Watson, I don't think a lot of people expect him to fall this much.
I was gonna say, I think front offices, if it wasn't for signability, they may have had the same concerns we had with Watson sticking around. Let me put the ticker back on. So everyone can see for the next 30 minutes that we drafted Jordan Lawler, although I guess it's kind of redundant.
Yeah, at this point, I'd be kind of surprised if anybody takes Brady House or Khalil Watson.
I was gonna say, I don't think House is necessarily unsignable this late. This is right around where it was projected to go. So I think in the next couple picks.
I've seen him as high as 3, as low as 10.
3 was never reasonable in my opinion.
Well,
Yeah.
Detroit really, really liked him, and I think a lot of it boiled down to they wound up going with Joe because of that number one upside. But
And plus, Detroit has a habit of drafting pitchers. Torkelson's the only first round pick that wasn't.
Joe House. So
If I was gonna say, I think Detroit would have drafted a pitcher last year if Torkelson wasn't a slam dunk number 1.
yeah,
Next year's draft doesn't even have a Torkelson type player.
no,
And with Jack Leiter going too, there's not even that. So pretty much the D-backs are going to be watching a lot of Elijah Green next year.
probably.
And if Elijah Green doesn't pass the muster, I could see them doing a Baltimore type thing. I wish my phone battery wasn't close to
There we
dead.
go. Yeah, see, I called that. So House went to the Nationals. Very on brand for them.
Yeah, Nationals have a habit of getting guys they have no business getting. Draft. And it's downright scary how they're able to do it. But I think it's because I think the Nationals' approach is get the best player on the board. Don't worry about the dollars. We'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think House is going to college.
No.
No.
Even if Washington doesn't select anyone good for the rest of their draft. But I don't think even at the ninth overall pick, I don't think House is going to command more than slot.
No.
Too many things can happen. And plus, if he goes to college,
the guy that because of his profile,
he looks like Nolan Arenado too. Like he's got the same face.
Yeah, he does. Look pretty similar.
he's also got the same body size, except that he's only 18 years old.
Yeah, he's pretty much filled out already. He actually, with a little bit of room to add maybe 5 or 10 pounds.
It's just scary, that he's literally already Nolan Arenado's size, and
Matt Chapman's size, he's bigger than there. Well, he's a little bit taller, but same body type. Yeah, there's the Matt Chapman comparison that I've made pretty much all pre-draft process. Although I don't think he has Chapman's arm.
he's got a cannon.
Like
House?
Chapman is an 80 arm. So.
Yeah, good.
House is like a 70 arm. Like Chapman has the best infield throwing arm in baseball. Like a hot back smash in the back on the back corner of the infield, he just casually tosses over the first and runners out by 10 feet. That's Chapman's arm.
Yeah.
I wonder how hard he'd throw off the mound. We're talking about Chapman, 95. He probably pitched in high school. Like, come on, guys, don't show a highlight of Brady House just sneaking one past third.
So it's Watson, Ty Madden, South.
I'm assuming is that Twitter or is that
This is who's left out of the list of just.
I was gonna say I think Watson is.
I don't
two
think
picks away from going to college.
Yeah.
If he's not in the top 10, he's gone. Oh, this is Rocker on there. Oh, yeah. If he's not taking the top 15, he's gone. You know what's funny? Rocker's pre-draft celebration is just mom and dad waking at the best celebration, pre-draft celebration party ever. Because at the end of the day, and now that he's being interviewed by his coach.
That's great.
So this will be a lot more casual than normal. I'll say this is good content. I was gonna say having Rocker. Take Carol Reynolds off. Put back his coach on. I was gonna say being interviewed by his college coach while in the biggest moment of his life. That's good. That's good stuff.
They need to speed up these kind
Yeah.
of things, you know.
They really do.
Who knows what the Mariners are going to take with their pick?
Well, probably not an outfielder.
Probably not.
Although I can admit, if they took Khalil Watson, imagine an outfield of Kalenic, Watson, and Rodriguez.
Yeah, I could see that. That would be a very nice outfield.
Yeah. Seattle's got a big outfield, so you need guys that can go get it.
Watson would be on brand for the Mariners, so I could see that.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Watson's probably the highest upside player on the board.
I'd be very
not a bad pick for them.
But at the same time, this is the kind of thing where teams start valuing surety.
Yeah.
Obviously.
The Mariners, Phillies, Giants, Brewers are the next 4 picks.
As long as Watson does not go to the Giants. God help us if he does.
Nope.
Because Watson probably will sign and kick our butts for the next 10 years.
Let's see here.
The Giants are definitely the biggest surprise in baseball this year. Positive surprise, I should say. In baseball this year.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they've been as good as they have been. Harry Ford, yeah, okay, catcher with the. Where's he on?
I've seen mocks that had Harry Ford going to Baltimore at 5. And yeah, Ford's in this tier of talent, the third tier of talent, in my opinion. So this isn't necessarily a reach. Although I think the least likely position he ends up playing in the big leagues is catcher.
Yeah.
Too athletic. Too fast.
He's not on a lot. He's not on that many, like that high on a lot of boards.
I've seen mocks that have Baltimore take him at 5. Although you wouldn't take a haircut pick with a high school guy either, because they're tough. They might throw a monkey wrench in that plan. Although they probably already have the number before they make the selection.
Well, yeah, that's what the cross-checker's job is, to get that number before the pick is made.
Yeah, I was going to say. Or at least the range.
Yeah, he's too athletic to stay a catcher.
Yeah, he's going to end up playing center field, in my opinion. This is a Will Myers pick.
Although he looks good at catcher.
Yeah, I was going to say, keep him at catcher until he
He's
can.
not sticking behind the plate.
This is Will Myers. This is like drafting Will Myers. It's not that much of a stretch, in my opinion. Because remember, Myers was a catcher that became an outfielder.
Yeah, that's not a bad pick for the Mariners, actually. They have a habit of drafting.
I was going to say, Seattle has a top 5 farm system. It's just they're all far away.
They've taken, I think, quite a few catchers with their number 1 picks over like the last 10, 15 years. So it's really not a surprise to me.
Either they catch for you or you turn them into trade bait.
Yeah.
The only team that probably they couldn't trade with is the Cardinals. I mean, like, for example, you had like how we got Carson Kelly.
Yeah.
That's only because Molina was such a baby about it.
Thank God. Now we have an all-star catcher as a result.
Yeah.
Carson
Kelly would have been an all-star if he didn't get hurt. If he doesn't get hit by the pitch and break his wrist, he's get the all-star game, not Escobar. With respect to Escobar, he has the counting numbers to get in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Escobar's had he's rebounded nicely.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he was above average hitter this year, that would be a great bounce back to just even a league average hitter. That'd be great. Obviously, he's the only reliable hitter left in this lineup.
The last night's game was the first one I've watched in a long time, and I don't get what are we trying to do there with the lineup and who we're playing. It doesn't seem very well thought out to me, and the long-term plan.
Yeah, I wonder if either the front office is either too distracted or they just given up, kind of thing. Because obviously Hazen's not making the call. Hazen has final say, but he's obviously not the one. Actually, I don't know.
He's been hamstringed by a
He's been-
lower budget than what he needs.
Yeah, I was gonna say his
'Cause
two
you
biggest payrolls were his first 2 years, and it was
Yeah.
looking. In I think last year for normal season Starling Marte, I think D-backs are competing for a wild card spot.
Kendrick
Like you can
doesn't.
survive a 2-18 run with 162 games as opposed to 60.
Ken Kendrick doesn't seem to really have the patience needed to
To own a
Like-
team.
To allow his GM to do his job.
yeah.
I'm
Well, I
telling
mean,
you, as soon as Mike Hazen gets let go from the organization, he's going to win a World Series somewhere else.
yeah. Oh, absolutely, he will. Mike Hazen is a good GM.
He's going to
He's
win a World
really-
Series somewhere else.
Yeah. They're
Who's
saying
Boston?
Sam.
No, Boston's not going to change. Toronto's not going to. No, I was thinking AL East, but it's like, the only team that might change their GM in the next 5 years is Baltimore. But even Baltimore's just letting their GM do his job. Like Baltimore's tanking.
Yeah,
D-backs aren't, the difference between Baltimore and the D-backs is Baltimore is succeeding at their goal. The D-backs are not.
yeah. The D-backs are doing pretty good at tanking.
Yeah, just don't tell them not to
fine,
try to
dude.
tank, because when they try to tank, they actually end up having an accidental 500 season.
Yeah, that's okay, but then you need to just.
But
give
even
it
then,
some
that's a
time.
win-win.
Yeah, that's good. You
You either
play it-
suck or you play it better. Yeah,
trade away all your old veterans on higher contracts. Okay.
I was gonna say Escobar's probably our best trade asset right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be very surprised if he ends the season with Arizona.
Some team needs a third baseman, I assume.
Yeah,
some
no,
team in the-
No second.
he's been linked with the White
Boston.
Sox for a while.
Yeah, but the White Sox, I think the White Sox would want him at second. He's not gonna push Moncada off third.
Oh yeah, if he goes to the White Sox, it's going to be at second base. And he
who's
could
Red
play
Sox
second
third
or
baseman?
for a number of teams.
Like Boston might be a destination because they need a third baseman. And Escobar's trade value is gonna be the same regardless of which team he
Yeah.
goes to. Although actually neither team has a good farm system. White Sox farm system has taken a big hit the last couple of years because they're now on their major league lineup.
Yeah,
Well, we aren't going to get a whole lot for him anyway. I mean,
You're gonna get maybe a double-A prospect. Best.
yeah, that's fine.
Double-A top
But
10
then
organization prospect.
you got to play the guys with potential and stick with them and give them a chance, and not dick them around by playing 5 positions and be like, oh wait, no, I need you to play
it's one-
this position, not that one.
Yeah, it's like one thing to play Escobar at third and second because he's played both positions quite a bit in the major league level.
It's hard to switch back and forth.
It's switching from infield to outfield that's the problem.
Yeah, that's a problem. I don't think that Cattell doing that is good for his development as a player.
It's bad for Marte, it's bad for Pavin Smith, and it's bad for Dalton Varsho.
Yeah, it's bad for everyone involved. And
These guys, these are guys that need to stay at one position.
yeah,
Absolutely. It's like, okay, either Smith's the first baseman or he's a left fielder. Nowhere else. Or right fielder, sorry. Well, now he can't play right field. Calhoun's back.
Yeah. I think that we need to trade away. Just let Calhoun.
Yeah,
go on a hot
either
streak and
the only
turn
reason
away.
the only reason to pick up that
All right,
option
now
is to
I
trade.
need to step away for a little bit because it's time for me to pick up the misses.
Continuing the
Shall we?
argument, like I said, the team has too many veterans blocking.
Oh yeah, I agree. Andrew Painter with the Phillies.
Yeah, that's also a consensus mock pick selection, I believe. I've seen a lot of Painter to Philadelphia.
Okay, so it's not a surprise. The Giants are on the board. Let's see. Yeah, Watson.
Oh God, please don't take Khalil Watson. We beg you.
You
Seriously,
might have
though.
called that. That would be funny if that happens.
He will sign with the Giants, and then we'll regret it.
Yeah,
Although I would still take Lawler over.
Yeah, no, I absolutely would take Lawler over Watson. I
I would say Lawler's less volatile a prospect, even if the upside's about the same.
I think that's the real story of the draft is Watson falling that far. Rocker certainly. That's not a surprise that he fell as far. as he
Rocker
did.
fell 3 picks farther than we expected. That's
Yeah,
a slide, and there was
you know.
good reason behind it. So,
yeah, that's good reason. So really, Watson falling this far in the draft, that is a surprise for the draft.
Although I
It's-
would say my comp for rocker is a pitcher the D-backs have right now, and that's Bass and Bumgarner, so it's possible that he has a
Oh,
similar
yeah.
career, which would be good news for Mets fans.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good fit with him in New York, honestly.
Yeah, and plus
Like,
he can be more aggressive in the strike zone since he's playing in a big outfield.
yeah, absolutely. I think
Big
that
outfield, the ball doesn't really travel as far unless your name is Pete Alonso.
yeah, yo, Pete Alonso is ridiculous. That
Yeah,
guy,
we'll get to
watching
see
him
what he
play-
does tomorrow with the bat.
watching him play in AAA, like seeing footages of him hit home runs, it was obvious that dude was going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, and he's now in the home run derby. He's got to defend a title.
They're using non-humidified balls and
What's the point of using humidified
Baseball.
balls and all
and because they're
contests where you're
Colorado.
trying to hit the ball as far as you can?
Yeah, they're in Colorado, so
Let's say the best home run derby final round was actually here.
oh yeah, that was a great home run derby.
Except that's the only time I've ever seen someone swing and miss in a home run derby.
Oh yeah. I forgot
Oh
about
yeah,
that.
we gave Ricky Weeks the business for that.
Oh yeah.
And then we booed Fielder for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that was. I feel bad for Prince Fielder nowadays.
Because he wouldn't put Justin Upton on the home run derby.
Yeah. Jay Up was squandered. He would have been better off sticking in the infield first. Like honestly,
I don't know about no. There was no chance he was going to stick in the infield. You had Drew at a shortstop, and
Yeah,
Orlando Hudson at second base. Where are you going to play Upton in the infield?
I don't know, third or second.
I mean, third base would be the only position.
I think when we drafted him, we almost immediately converted to center field. So
I was going to say Upton moves when Upton was here. He moved very well laterally.
yeah,
He moved well laterally. It was going back and in that was the problem, especially
he would have been a much better second baseman than an outfielder, and I think that's really like what screwed up his career
I was
personally.
going to say the reason he didn't end up at shortstop was because Steven Drew, and then the reason he didn't end up in center field was because of Chris Young.
Yeah.
So where are you going to play him?
You put him in
He's a
right.
guy that moved well laterally and had a good arm, the shortstop's arm. Where are you going to play him? Right field.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that made sense, but I
That
still
was the only
think
place they could play him.
he never looked as comfortable in the outfield as he did like in the infield.
Well, I wonder if they tried him at third base.
I don't think they did.
Maybe they thought third base was a waste of his athletic talents.
probably that was the thinking at the time. He would have been right there, in my opinion.
I was going to say, speaking of Upton, I have my Upton All-Star jersey. Like it's the last time D-backs have hit on a top 10 pick.
Yeah, I'm rooting for next year.
And by the way, these jerseys are better than the crap the Rockies came up with this year.
Oh, I like that. That's nice.
You could tell that the D-backs, whoever was in charge of the jersey design, cared very much about it and probably got a raise for it.
Yeah, it's a well-designed jersey. I like that.
The numbering is absolutely out of this world. With the numbering and the lettering, all the inside, that was very brilliant. Captures the whole desert theme pretty well. Plus the color scheme is colors that normally don't work very well, but they made it work.
Yeah, that is the thing about the Diamondbacks colors is they don't normally work that well together, but they make it work.
I was gonna say purple and teal actually is an underrated combo.
I miss the purple and teal. That's Arizona right there.
I was gonna say when I was going through school, the D-backs had the same colors as my school. So when I was in elementary school, the colors were purple and teal, and in high school was black and red. Well, and almost right around the same time too.
It's an odd coincidence that it was both colors Diamondbacks had.
Same colors too. That was the odd coincidence too, because they switched the Sedona and the Sedona color scheme, Sedona red color scheme when I
the same order.
went to high school.
It's an odd coincidence.
Very odd.
So like going to what we're saying earlier with our mess of a roster and how we're playing everyone out of position.
The only one who's playing in position right now is Christian Walker.
Yeah, Christian Walker needs to go.
It's not that I think Walker is. It's not that actually. I wouldn't even trade Walker at this point. He's your most reliable first baseman.
Yeah, I
think the team needs to trade Seth Beer and David Peralta. I mean, it's like you're gonna put it's one thing to play Pavin Smith in left. Or the damage can be somewhat mitigated for his lack of speed.
Yeah.
Because if Smith actually had any outfield viability, he'd probably be the first or second overall pick in that draft instead of 7th. Like, Smith's not horrible. He'll catch the balls he's supposed to.
Yeah, he's not bad. I mean,
like he won't make. It's just he doesn't get to a lot of baseballs in the outfield, especially in center.
Seth Beer, what is your opinion of him?
Wrong league.
Wrong league. You're thinking the DH. Yes,
yeah, and I don't even think. I think Andy Young's a better DH candidate because he's got more. He's a little bit. Well, we're talking about two positionless bats, but
yeah,
I feel like Young can do a little bit more. I think he actually has better. I think Young is more likely to hit homers. Like if you, I was like, how many at bats would Young get if the DH was in the National League? That's the only reason I'm to approve of it. 500.
Some very surprising power. Like I was just surprised that like that dude just hits
surprising power. He leads the team in exit velocity on home runs.
Yeah, no, just like
and it's not even close. No one hits the ball over 110. He's the only player on the roster that's hitting the ball. He and Marte are the only players on the roster. Actually, I think Walker could hit a ball that hard. Walker, Marte, and Young are the only 3 guys that can crush a ball 110 miles an hour.
Oh Lord, yeah.
I remember Marte's 2018 season. I was expecting Rega because his exit velocity numbers were off the charts. It just was on a line instead of a fly ball.
Pull up Reno's so we have what
Thomas is in AA. Well, not
Thomas
right now.
is in AA. We have
McCarthy's in AAA. McCarthy's a guy that's hit. McCarthy's a guy that's going to be a low OBP, high slug guy if it works out.
Yeah, he's
low OBP because he's going to hit for a microscopic average. He's unless he hits 250, he's going to be a 4th outfield.
Look at his
starts against right-handed pitchers. So you could platoon right field between him and Stuart Fairchild at worst.
Well,
that's the worst possible outcome for those two, in my opinion. Unless unless McCarthy swings through everything. Because the strikeout rate is very concerning. Whereas Fairchild's, there's nothing left from the put in the minors. Did he start today?
What?
Fairchild start today?
I'm
gonna be upset if he hasn't gotten a start yet.
I gotta finish.
Although he's one hell of a pinch runner. He has more. I think he has more runs scored than hits by a long shot.
Yeah, he does.
3 runs versus 1 hit. Imagine if Tapia had stole that one too. I swear that guy only shows up. The guy is mediocre until the D-backs roll into town, and it's like turns into Superman. Well, actually, no, not quite Superman. He turns into he death by a million fluke hits.
Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Reno lost. They all lost last night. I need to finish up the article covering it.
System failure is why I would do it.
Amarillo.
Well, Amarillo doesn't have their best player.
They just got a postponed to rain. Oh, this is last night. Hold on.
Oh, I mean the one that I did. I was saying Amarillo's doesn't have their best player. He's in Denver right now.
Well, Reno lost to Vegas 5.
And I imagine Reno's going to start losing some games in the second half because their best players will be in the major leagues soon enough.
Oh yeah, they just lost 16-5.
Yeah, their best hitters are in the major leagues.
Amarillo lost 6-1.
Their best players in Denver.
Visalia just started.
Yeah, there's no saving that team. The only thing watchable about that team is watching AJ Vukovic slug some balls.
Oh yeah.
Like the only 2 pitchers worth of crap on that team right now have been promoted to high A. The only thing worth watching on that team is watching Vukovic slug some balls.
Yeah, he can hit. He can hit very well.
If he hits 260 at the major league level, he's an everyday player. I'm going to be watching the walk rate because I know he's going to slug. We can get that on base percentage league average. Playable.
Orbola is a player I think to watch. Actually, he's
pitcher.
The hitter.
Wait, who?
Wait, not having Orbola. What's his name? God, I just like
Miranda. Elian Miranda.
Let me pull up their roster.
I was say the other prospect on their roster is Espinal, but it's going to take him 2 years to get through low A.
There's what's his name? I can't think if I pull up their roster to remember.
Espinal's the other top 30 prospect on that roster, but he's they're knocking the bat out of his hand at that level. Same thing is happening to Perdomo in AA.
Yeah, Perdomo he's not, it should not be in AA right now.
Then of course, then the problem is you have Alexander Perdomo on the same roster in IA.
Here we go.
Alexander's one of those guys. If he can hit 250, he'd be an everyday utility player.
It's like starting by age. I forgot who it was. He's like one of like the second or third. Jersey is a.
Yeah, if Jersey does anything at the major league level, I'll be surprised.
Yeah,
I think he's close to topping out.
Yeah, he has potential, but he seems like he's.
Barossa. It's just
Jorge Barossa.
Oh yeah, Barossa used to be a top prospect, but then he got pushed down.
Yeah, he's still really young though.
Yeah, he's part of that 17 signing class that includes Martinez.
He's only 20.
Yeah, I need to figure out what happened to Justin Martinez. My suspicion is he's probably a Tommy John victim.
Just like sorting by ages on it, and like that's usually like how like
yeah, Barossa's. I think the prognostication on Barossa is he's a fourth outfielder type. Just doesn't have enough power potential to be an everyday player. Because he's 5'9", 170. He's more of a speed time.
Quick. He's a very quick man.
I'm thinking I get Gerard Dyson vibes.
Yeah, that seems like a good comp. I can see it, but he seems
that Dyson signing was actually a pretty good one.
Yeah, Gerard Dyson surprised me that season.
He figured out how to take a walk when he got here.
Yeah, he sure did.
I hate speed guys with low OBPs. That's not maximizing your talent.
Billy Hamilton.
Yeah, imagine Billy Hamilton. If Billy Hamilton had league average on base percentage, I think he'd break the steals record.
No, he'd be Ricky. That's Ricky right there.
I was gonna say Ricky had like a league average on base percentage, if I recall correctly.
Oh yeah, no, he was.
But also Ricky had more pop than
he had
Hamilton.
more pop, and he was fast. He was way faster. He's definitely faster than Hamilton.
Hamilton. When I say pop, I don't necessarily mean over the fence power. Although obviously we're comparing over the fence power. It's not even a contest.
He has more leadoff home runs than either hitter in Major League history.
I was gonna say because Ricky Henderson's probably swinging for the fences first time up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Later in the game, it's a situation. I was gonna say Ricky Henderson. I think he could hit a home run when he wanted to.
He was the smartest hitter,
but that wasn't the best way to maximize his talents.
He's just the smartest player when it came to offense that I've seen play personally, Ricky Henderson. Because he had like exactly that. He knew when to take a walk. He knew when to.
Oh yeah, I hate guys that don't know how to take a walk. Looking at you, Chris Owings.
Or Ichiro's the other obvious one.
Well, to be fair, you don't complain about walks when the guy's hitting 350.
Yeah, I mean, like Ichiro, I actually believe him when he says that, like, yeah, I could totally hit like 50 home runs in a season, but I'd have to like settle for like a 240 batting average.
And what's more valuable, 240 with 50 homers or hitting 350 and 350 with like 60 stolen bases?
Yeah, that's
what's more dangerous.
Yeah,
what's more consistent.
Ichiro is very, very, very dangerous the way he hit. I mean, I would have loved to see in the alternate universe one where he just like decided to focus on hitting home runs because it.
I think it was better he decided to be a slap singles hitter because he's not really the build of a home run hitter.
Oh yeah, I think that it's a shame that he like played his good chunk of his career in Japan because he certainly would have the all-time hits record.
I was gonna say even with that,
my opinion,
just looking at his MLB career alone is Hall of Fame worthy. It's the MLB
he's got two Hall of Fame careers.
Yeah.
Like
if he included his Japanese hit, he would crush Pete Rose's record by a lot.
Yeah, he definitely would. And that's but
did he get 3,000 hits in the major leagues?
Yeah, I mean he got 3,000, so
3,000 basically 15 years.
Yeah, Ichiro,
that's crazy. Like 99% of the league won't get that many in 20.
He had 200 hits his first 10, at least 200 hits his first 10 seasons.
I mean, with someone that gets 200 hits a year, it's still valuable, even if they don't do anything else.
I think he had more than that. I mean, on average, it's like.
He set the hits record too.
No, yeah, that was probably like the most.
Too bad the Mariners sucked.
They're the Mariners. That's just part of being a fan of them.
They somehow did not win a World Series with 5 Hall of Famers on that roster, including
Will
one that
Bednar,
eventually did.
Will Bednar to the Giants.
Yeah, I expected Bednar to be one of the top guys off the board at this tier of pitchers.
That's not. Yeah, that's.
Last game of his career. Almost no hits Vanderbilt. And I'm not even exaggerating here. Did he actually throw the no-hitter? My phone's dead, so it's
I can pull it up.
Yeah, Bednar's last start, he had a no-hitter in the 8th inning.
Let's see here.
And I don't
I
think
have to go back into some news stories. Went from yeah, that's basically what he did.
I was gonna say Bednar's a number 4, probably a 3-4 starter. We'll get there without any issues. We'll get there without any issues. Probably not much more though. Kind of like Bryce Jarvis.
Oh yeah, I mean it's impressive what he's done. That's reading really quickly his story.
He's another guy that probably earned $1 million from the College World Series.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, maybe not $1 million, maybe like a few $100,000. Because he went from probably a borderline first round pick to top 15. He was shooting up mocks in the during the College World Series.
Before the College World Series, he probably wouldn't have been drafted at all. Maybe.
What do you mean before? No, he would have been a late first round pick.
Before this season, at least.
For this season, I think he would have been a second. Like, obviously, a guy that has such a good year, he doesn't go from undraftable to.
I mean, yeah, certainly
first round.
Rush, but he made some significant improvements. Just seeing like the two seasons.
The closest data we have to that is the guy the D-backs took last year. Jarvis went from probably a 3rd or 4th round pick to a mid first. But also in Jarvis's case, his velocity, he gained 5 miles an hour velocity. He added 20 pounds. And would have been I wonder what would have happened. I don't know. I was gonna say I wonder what would have happened to Jarvis if he had a full season. I don't think much more. Maybe it would have gone up another 5 or 6 picks at most.
Yeah, probably. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ty Man should be off the board pretty soon too, because he's the guy I compared to Jarvis. Yeah, this is what Since '98 is posted. I don't think MLB has the clout that it thinks it has to have draft go to pace the NFL or NBA. The problem is obviously the best player to draft is 3 years away, average.
Yeah, that's the thing. The difference
versus the best player in an NFL draft is going to be a starter.
Yeah, exactly.
Or will be a starter or a heavy role player. Year 1.
Sal Frelick, that was quick.
To the Brewers. Frelick lasted as long as he did. I had him going to the Rockies because he'd be a perfect fit to play right field for them. And if not right field, they could slide him in the infield. But I also think infield's a waste of his talent. Waste of his athletic talents.
Who's so on board?
But at this point, you're taking guys there. You're going to take more sure things as opposed to chasing upside. Also, where's Clue Watson going to college? I think they're very happy right now.
Wait, I don't know where he's going, but yeah,
not Wake Forest. I'm thinking bigger program.
Oh, where is he going?
At this point, he's not signable. My suspicion is he's going to North Carolina, but I don't know for sure.
Let's see here.
I was gonna say the biggest baseball program in his area is the University of Virginia.
He initially committed to North Carolina State.
Wait, no. Is he still committed there?
I'm looking. Yeah, I don't think he is.
If he's still committed to NC State, he's gonna go. Like NC State was stolen. I think they got their College World Series final appearance stolen from them by the NCAA. Although they were gonna play shorthanded otherwise.
Yeah, it says initially, but it doesn't say anything other than that.
If it hasn't changed, he's still committed there, and he may actually honor it.
That might.
Although you never can rule out the possibility that some team has a Godfather offer for him, with the 3rd round pick. So we can't discount that either.
I think he'll be drafted regardless. It's very surprising that he's.
Question is, will he be drafted before day 3? If he's not drafted tomorrow, then any chance of signability is gone.
Yeah, absolutely. If he doesn't go in this first,
although I think if he's signable at this point, I think he's just gonna be drafted now.
he might just be holding out to play for a specific team
Maybe.
and just saying,
The closest MLB team to North Carolina already drafted somebody else.
Yeah. But
and the next closest team is Atlanta.
Yeah, so I mean, I would think North Carolina generally are Braves fans, but
I think it's probably split in half. Charlotte area is probably more Atlanta.
Yeah,
but I would say the northern up you go, more likely it's going to go to Washington, especially since Washington has experienced some success lately. So Washington's been the dominant team in that division for the past 10 years.
Who hasn't picked yet?
Where are we at? 13 or 14?
We're at 16 right now.
So we're halfway through the first round. We're past the halfway point. Only 29 picks. So I'm thinking that this is where we see some deals. Obviously, like the D-backs taking
go to Miami.
Watson
Watson could go to Miami. I could see that.
Where would they? Well, they would play him in center field.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, although Rojas might be on another team and Chisholm's the shortstop by the time Watson gets there.
Yeah.
Heck, Chisholm might not even be there either.
That seems like a very Derek Jeter move to get, sign Bro over slot.
Yeah. I think I was gonna say Miami's a pretty good place for young talent. They seem to have an idea of how to develop those guys too. I honestly, this is my opinion of the Zach Gallen trade. If we don't trade Chisholm, he would have busted for us.
Of course, the Yankees don't pick until 20, and I would not, there's always the Yankee fan out there that, has got to play for the. Oh, hey, there we go. Watson went with Miami.
Good call. It made a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes too much sense. So
it made too much sense for it, so it happened.
Cincinnati, St. Louis.
Cincinnati should draft someone that hits bombs.
Absolutely.
Either someone that strikes out a lot of people, or someone who hits a lot of home, or someone with a very good power tool. Because, like we joked earlier, if you go watch a Reds game, you'll see lots of homers.
Oh, absolutely.
And lots of strikeouts.
It's been their thing.
If you're not a fan of 3 True Outcome baseball, watching that.
As I've watched baseball, the Reds have been like that. So.
Well, no, the Reds of the 70s weren't necessarily home run hitters, but they had like 5 Hall of Famers in that lineup.
I actually only became a fan of baseball in shortly when the Diamondbacks were in the playoffs in 01.
In 01. Actually, I don't think I started following them until 05.
So I followed them after the 01 series, and I made bets on them winning, and I figured I should honor those, the winning.
And also, you live in Arizona.
Yeah, I live in Arizona too, so I don't really like other sports that much. I mean, I liked the Suns when I was younger, but Jordan kind of put the kibosh on that one.
I was gonna say, my mom became a Steelers fan because she bet $20 on Steelers winning Super Bowl 10 and won.
Oh yeah, I won more money than that. It would have been bad if I lost. So I thought it would be,
The only time I've ever bet anything on a Super Bowl, I lost. Actually, no, that's not true. A friend of mine is a Seahawks fan, so we had some fun for Super Bowl 49. It's still probably the most watched NFL game in history.
I bet against the Cardinals when they were in the World Series the first time. I think I
was gonna say I don't think there's a lot of love for Cardinals in the state.
Not really. They have such terrible ownership that it really was very off-putting to a lot of fans.
And they still won World Series despite that, though.
Yeah, the Super Bowl. Yeah, they won a Super Bowl.
Oh, you're talking about the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, their ownership hasn't been bad of late.
Yeah, no, the first time when they played the Steelers, I didn't watch that.
I always root against Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
and plus I'd rather see Kurt Warner win a title.
I just thought it would be some nice shot in front of. to have that happen. So
And then the Cardinals get beat by the best catch in NFL history.
yeah, that was I thought I looked twice on board. That's weird.
So yeah, since we're now 17 picks in, Watson, college or signs with a team.
I think he'll sign.
You think some team will come up with some offer at the end? If his signing bonus stays at $5 million, I think he goes to college. If it's we're at the point where $4 million won't get the job, we're at where teams can't offer $4 million.
Well, okay, so Miami drafted him. Draft.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And they have a 375 million slot for that.
Yeah, $4 million is doable from there, but not much more.
I think that's an attractive place to play as the young guy. I mean, I could see him signing there. Certainly,
there's a lot of things to do in Miami for someone in their 20s.
If you're 20,
unfortunately, one too many things. If you're Jose Fernandez,
if you're a 18-year-old and you're offered $4 million and go live in Miami, basically,
and all your minor league teams are in Florida, essentially too.
Yeah, so Miami is a very attractive place for him to play. So I could see him signing.
Yeah, pretty much any high school, pretty much that counts for the top 10.
So,
and it's kind of hard to turn down $9 million. It's hard to turn down $4 million and hope that 3 years you're a top 15 pick again.
Yeah, I mean,
that you're top 15 as opposed to just taking the money at 16.
Yeah, I mean it's
especially if you're one that's willing to bet on them yourself.
Yeah, I mean there's always that. Like he could go into college and do all that, but it's I think generally signing is the better decision.
Because you can always go back to college and get your degree if it doesn't work. If the baseball thing doesn't work out.
Yeah, you take the money and then you use the money to go, get some education on the side during the off season.
Yeah.
While training.
Like for example, Corbin Carroll's.
About that.
Like for example, right now Corbin Carroll's taking classes at ASU.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he has more time on his hands to do so. So he should be able to get a full semester in.
I always feel bad for the minor league situation is
especially if you're not a big bonus guy.
Yeah, like minor league, and a little known thing, the drug policy in Major League Baseball, minor league baseball is until you make a major league roster, you cannot smoke medical marijuana even legally in Major League Baseball.
Even if you had a card.
Even if you have a card, but once you do, you're no longer in violation of the drug policy because you're a member of the union.
Yeah, the union doesn't give a crap about the minor leagues. Unfortunately, it's just a problem. This is your future. I'm trying to find the right word here. I mean, these are the guys that'll be paying the dues to you in the future.
Yeah, I just I think if
but the people that run are MLB the people that make the decisions are guys that have been in the major leagues for 7-8 years. So it's like, and they don't want their jobs taken by those people.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's any other situation where you have
Does Ahmed want his job taken away by Geraldo Perdomo?
No, absolutely not. He wants to keep his job as long as possible, and that makes sense.
Although the way Perdomo's hitting this year, it doesn't seem likely for what.
Yeah, he's stalled out. I haven't seen any footage of him this year, but I would imagine that.
Well, he's got 10 at bats. The major leagues you can probably find within the film room thing. But yeah, the thing about Perdomo obviously is he's having trouble hitting it out of the infield. Right, he was having trouble hitting it out of the infield when I watched him.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna say he's not even close to a finished product right now. He had like a massive growth spurt like 2 years ago, and he's still struggling to fill in that body type right now.
I'm not done with him in terms of as a prospect. I certainly think
it's just gonna take him longer than we thought.
Yeah, it's a setback at this point with Perdomo.
It may require all 3 options before he starts showing some consistency.
So yeah, I mean,
I said, it might be till 24 or 25 that Perdomo is an everyday player, which is why the Ahmed extension isn't so bad now.
He still has a great eye at the plate. I mean, he's still got on base percentage 208 points higher than his 100 batting average. So
Yeah, the problem is when he hits the ball, but the problem is when you have a guy that struggles to hit the ball at the infield, throw it right down the middle.
yeah, exactly. And he's just hitting on the ground right now. I'm just looking at his looking at his statistics. It's like obvious what he's doing. He's not really hitting the ball with like any authority, and he's just sitting on the ground. So, I mean, he might need to
Like
revamp what
I was gonna
he's doing.
say, Perdomo's glove plays at this level. We've seen it too. I think he's a better defender than Ahmed right now.
Oh, no, absolutely. I agree.
Although I think Ahmed will make a few more extra plays because his arm is so fast. Like there are some NFL teams will look at Nick Ahmed and wonder where their quarterback went.
The real question with Perdomo is like what's the real player there? Is he closer to
I mean,
like
obviously his ceiling I think is comparable to Ketel Marte if he figures it out.
Oh, I agree there.
He's got a similar body type to Ketel Marte. Remember, Marte was nowhere near the hitter he is today when they first got him.
Oh yeah, we
thought that his ceiling was 260 with decent on base percentage and occasional power. And then, of course, the one week in there, we see him hit one out of Dodger Stadium. It's like, oh,
yeah,
there's more to him than we thought.
Yeah, Perdomo.
And then and then he has like a monster wild card game. And that game showed stuff that we'd never seen before and probably will never see again. That's like the craziest one game playoff will ever watch. Maybe even more wild than Game 7.
Very nice to to see him break out at that level because I follow him a little with them. I follow the Mariners a little bit and their
I feel bad. Like I said, I feel bad for Mariners fans. It just seems like they're unlucky more than bad.
Yeah, they're very unlucky. That's really what it is. And
like I said, Randy Johnson's playoff career looks bad because it's one start and you're toast. And he had a lot of, even in his run with the D-backs in 01, his first start was a disaster.
Yeah.
But then because they had Curt Schilling and let's be honest, the rest of the rotation played above their heads that year.
Oh,
they had Curt Schilling, so that means, okay, Randy gets another start. And he completely dominated Atlanta. Like, they gave Counsell the NLCS MVP. That it should have gone to RJ.
Watching Randy pitch in that.
I mean, even watching old man Randy pitch was.
I instantly knew. I was like, they're going to win a World Series this year. And the next game, I saw a Schilling pitch, and I'm like, they're going to win a World Series this year. And I bet like $400 on Diamondbacks, which did not have.
In 01?
So. Yeah, in 01. And then, of course, I had a heart attack after Kim, blew 3 saves in a row. Yeah. And that's when I was like, I'm going to commit to being an actual fan and, learn about baseball. So I don't do that this again.
Yeah, and then Jim has his story proposing during Game 7.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's cute.
I'm probably the only one on the Snake Pit roster that doesn't have a Snake Pit writing staff that probably doesn't have a vivid memory of the World Series.
Oh, yeah. You're a little...
Because I didn't live in Arizona at the time. I lived in Texas.
Oh, okay.
Although it's like, and like Jordan Lawler, I'll be moving from Texas to Arizona. I ended up moving from Texas there.
Matt McLean, who we drafted in 18.
Yeah, I still take Walston. It's like McLean or Walston.
He went to Cincinnati.
Well, he better start hitting homers. He should be. He's only a couple years away from being their everyday second baseman. They're not even. That Reds infield is.
Was that the right decision for him to re-enter the draft?
I would say yes for him.
Well, what pick did we draft him with? I forgot.
Remember his asking price I think in 2018 was $3 million and he wouldn't budge.
Oh, okay, I remember that.
I imagine some cross-checker lost their job over the McLean pick.
Yeah.
So I'm sure somebody did. You don't whiff a draft pick that badly and somebody's head doesn't, and you don't.
So they got the 25th pick. So yeah, he rose up from the 25th pick to the.
I still think they could have gotten him for 2.8 or 2.9.
Yeah, I think they could have signed him.
I think their final offer was slot. I think they initially drafted him because they thought they could get him under.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. That was a mistake.
But then again, you don't assume that you can get a guy for under when he's a Scott Boras guy.
Well, he's got $3.5 million from this, basically at minimum.
So now at this pick, yeah, he's gonna sign for. Actually, I think he might even give the Reds a discount.
Well, he's
He's gonna get his $3 million and then
yeah, he's gonna get that.
get 2 years of college.
Good for you, Matt.
So he made the right decision. The D-backs made a bad decision, assuming
Yeah,
that
I
they
agree
could
there.
get him. Although
Yeah, I
the
didn't
consequence of that was Blake Walston the
Yeah,
next year signing for below slot, which I thought was a coup. I thought it was going to cost $3 million to sign Walston out of the 19 draft. Ended up signing for less than 2.5. And he's probably been the second best pitcher in the farm system this year after Jarvis. No, sorry, third after Jarvis and Fott. Although I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Fott dominated low A because he had a plus sinker with a above average breaking ball.
he's got a 3.32 ERA right now in Visalia, which is
He's not there anymore.
Yeah, he had in Visalia a 6.75 in Hillsborough.
His breaking ball is too good for low A.
He's only pitched 2 games in high A, so
Let's say Walston's breaking ball is too good for low A.
and he still struck out. He still struck out nine batters in
How many hitters?
six and a third inning. So
I don't look at K per 9. I look at K percent. Like strikeout per 9, it's based on innings pitched, and you could have a terrible inning and strike out 3 guys.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Let me pull him up on Fangraphs.
Jashich is saying that the Carroll pick is similar. I mean, sorry, the Lawler scenario is similar to the Carroll pick. Although it never felt like the D-backs were going to have any issue signing Carroll for slot. Although I don't think Lawler will demand more. I wouldn't be surprised if he only signs for slot.
Pull up his. Yeah, that seems pretty comparable to me, though. I mean,
yeah. I mean, Corbin Carroll is a guy that probably would have gone 10 picks earlier if he was as big as the same size as Jordan Lawler.
grass fire use is slow.
And when the Diamondbacks took Carroll, he was just so much better than everyone else on the board. It's a fireable offense not to take him.
Yeah, that definitely was. It didn't make any sense. I mean, same thing if they didn't take
Keith Law was the only person that put him in the top 10, and he had him at fourth best player in the 19 draft. Although, like I said, I think Keith Law has the best sources.
Oh, he has the best sources for sure.
I just wish he wasn't a jerk.
Yeah, he's a total dick.
Okay. But he's the smartest man in the room.
And
he likes to remind us of that.
I wish that MLB would put him in on draft day. I think that it would be wonderful.
I think he's getting paid more by the Athletic.
Oh, I'm sure.
Although Collazo's Baseball America, and he's on the MLB Draft streams.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see why it'd be
probably Keith Law's asking rate was higher. Because Keith Law is like in his 40s, and Carlos Collazo is fresh out of college. He's got a full beard and everything, and he's younger than me by 3 years.
I can't grow a full beard at all.
This is as good as it gets for me.
I'm unable to do that.
In about a week or so, I'll look like I just came out of the army.
Here we go.
Well, or at least my head will.
His K percentage is well, no, that's just
I'm gonna say it's in the high. It's gonna be like 25 or 26% is my guess.
Try to pull it up on.
Well, like I said, I don't have any issues with Walston developing into an MLB starter.
25.7%. So
I was gonna say Walston reminds me a lot of Tyler Skaggs.
Oh yeah, that's a good that's
big breaking ball.
I could say I just was gonna say.
And if his fastball develops like Skaggs, he's the middle of the rotation arm at worst, in my opinion. Skaggs was throwing 89 when the Diamondbacks traded for him. When he got to the major leagues, he was throwing 92 to 95.
That was a coup.
Then we messed up.
We messed up that whole draft class players because we had
the D-backs crushed the 09 draft.
The 09
they took like 4 of the 10 best players from that draft. They ended up with 4 of the 10 best players in that draft. Goldschmidt, Pollock, Corbin.
Throwing guys like there was I know it was like the 08 and 09 draft. There was like Adam Eaton, a whole bunch of other guys.
Was 10. Eaton was in the following year. That was the only pick of that draft that did anything.
But yeah, no, the 9 draft that was fantastic. But we just we had all the prospects and and
they ended up playing well for other teams.
Yeah, that's what disappoints me. So
That one year, this team had Scherzer, Corbin. No, wait, no, they didn't do the Corbin trade until after they traded Scherzer.
yeah.
I mean, team at one point had Corbin, Skaggs, Bauer. Although I think Bauer's not gonna be pitching anytime soon, but
Yeah.
digress.
Yeah, I was gonna. I don't
Corbin,
even-
Skaggs, Bauer, Wade Miley. Wade Miley's a solid starter.
Yeah. Bradley.
Yeah, and Archie Bradley was still considered a starting pitcher prospect at the time.
Yeah.
The D-backs development of Bradley that was bad.
That was bad.
They should. The 2016 season was a completely lost year for him.
They should have. Honestly, I think they should
And
have.
then after screwing him up the year
Bauer and
before,
traded away Bradley.
I was gonna say they screwed up Bradley big time. And unfortunately, also Archie Bradley allowed himself to get screwed up in that 2017 season. I think if he had stuck into the rotation, he would have had a shot to land in the rotation, stick in the rotation. But kind of the problem for Bradley is he never developed the third pitch until he was 1 foot out of the organization.
Oh yeah. The team has a real issue with.
And they pretty much discouraged him from learning an extra pitch, essentially. Because he couldn't develop a changeup at the time. And he was working on a slider, I believe. And of course, hiring Dave Duncan ended up being one of the worst moves this organization made. Because Dave Duncan can only coach one type of pitcher.
This team needs to reevaluate how we go about player development entirely, in part, like coaching at the minor league level. I think there's an issue in some players.
I think there's just issue with coaching at every level. Well, especially I think once you get past AA, the problem is triple. I think the problem is you have a AAA affiliate that's probably makes more sense for the Rockies than the D-backs.
Oh yeah,
like the D-backs AAA affiliate should be either in Arizona or California.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like if Visalia was a D-backs AAA affiliate, that would be perfect.
That's pretty close in environment. So Reno's ridiculous. It's like
it should be the Rockies AAA affiliate is what I'm.
Yeah,
it makes sense for them. Although the Rockies have even worse elevation with their AAA. Wait, how high is Albuquerque?
I mean,
obviously
Reno's
higher Chase Field, but
4.5.
Yeah,
Reno's 4.5.
Reno ruins pitchers.
Yeah, it does.
James is back.
Albuquerque's higher, actually. It's 5,000 feet. 5,300 feet.
All right, I gotta make some. All right, I'll change the nameplate so everyone.
I'm sort of here for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip out for a second and go to the restroom, and I will be back. I was waiting for James to get back. So there's at least 2 people here at a time.
Michael can vamp.
Yeah, we'll get it going.
So let's see. Team England lost. The Diamondbacks lost.
D-backs blew a 4-1 lead.
The Suns aren't doing very well either.
How bad? Is it Scott Foster doing his thing again?
Well, they're down 15 at the half.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough to come back from. Suns are probably the best team in the NBA at nursing a lead, though. And I guess today's just a perfect storm for. Oh, I have yours and Wes' feeds messed up. All right, I got an idea.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
All right, voila.
I'm not going anywhere. I just need to turn the camera off for a minute because there's somebody coming through.
I was gonna say,
the backups.
Yeah, Watson ended up going to the Marlins at 16 while you're gone. And also Brady House to the Nationals at 9. Although I think you were there for House.
Yeah, I was there for House.
Yeah, and then Bednar went to the Giants. He's a guy whose stock rose during the playoff, during the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, Bednar's going to be a pain in our ass.
Yep. I don't think Madden's been taken yet. I guess teams evaluated him similar to how I considered Madden. Madden's a 4-starter in my opinion, without much room to get better. Although on
But
some
he's
teams he might
also
be a
a guy that
3.
could arrive next year.
Yeah. I was gonna say Madden's a guy who you could pretty much project who he's gonna be, and he's not gonna deviate. Like a guy with 2 good breaking balls and a below average fastball. And I think I was gonna say we've gotten past all the top high school arms. I think we're gonna see some of the second tier of college pitchers get taken. No, yeah, oh yeah. Were you there when Ford was taken? When Harry Ford was taken?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, Ford went. I think like 12 or 13.
Gotcha. What about South Relic? Has he gone yet?
Yeah, he was taken too.
Okay.
I think it was Philadelphia that might have taken him. Well, in the meantime, I'm gonna check. Let's see. Yeah, Frelick's gone. So we're gonna start seeing a lot of deals or reaches at this point.
Probably.
Let me see if I can find the tracker. So, Gunnar Hoglund at 19 to the Blue Jays. I thought he was gonna fall out the first round. Honestly.
Mm-mm.
All right, so
Too much talent there.
Kumar Rock, or you can see right here how the draft's gone. Kumar Rocker went to the Mets, but you were like Harry Ford went to Seattle at 12. Andrew Painter was a consensus mock pick for Philadelphia as well at 13. Sal Frelick went to Milwaukee at 15.
Gotcha.
Khalil Watson to the Marlins at 16. Obviously, to sign him. And then McLean to Cincinnati at 17. And McGreevy to the Cardinals at 18. Although it'll be
I'm
funny.
actually gonna be a little bit surprised if Khalil Watson signs.
I think he will. Why would they take him at 16?
They're the Marlins. Although Kim Ing's in charge now, so yeah, probably not.
Nah, they would just torpedo the rest of their draft to get him signed. If it came down to that. Although MLB Pipeline rated Watson at 4. Although you and I would agree that there are more than 4 players we'd take over Watson.
Oh yeah.
Including the guy they ended up taking off.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Lawler will probably be the first D-back.
If it weren't for the fact
2000s
that
to reach the
Kim Ng is
majors.
running Miami, I'd be worried about them signing him. But there's no way Kim took that pick without knowing they could sign him.
Probably the most competent woman in sports, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That's running in a major sport, I should say. Obviously, oh yeah, Trey Sweeney to the Yankees. Yeah, like I said, we're seeing deal picks now. And I was say Hoglund should be an underslot guy for the Blue Jays, as well as McGreevy for the Cardinals. I was gonna say the toughest. I was gonna say outside of Kansas City making the most surprising pick, although Mazzucato was probably projected to go in the late first round, I'm guessing. I'm guessing Kansas City has something up their sleeve. Maybe they were trying to get. I bet you they were probably trying to get Watson with their other first round pick. When I say other, I mean CB1, the A round. Like I said, we're at the 20th pick. The Yankees just took Trey Sweeney.
The Yankees never get good pick selection because they're always winning games, and yet their farm system has always got somebody coming up.
I think it's because they have one of the best player development staffs in the league.
They do. Absolutely.
Because remember, there was a time where the Red Sox were kicking the Yankees' butt in that department. And then Brian Cashman's like, we are the Yankees. We have a crap ton of money, and there's no way this upstart franchise from Boston is going to outdo us in this anything.
Yeah, the Yankees have all the money in the world to get the best. They can hire as many scouts as they need to,
And plus, who doesn't want to work for that franchise?
I'm pretty sure the Yankees have the largest
Especially
scouting
since Steinbrenner's 6 feet under.
Yeah,
that would be a scary guy to work for.
The Steinbrenner kids are much less scary than
a lot less involved.
Yeah, they're less involved and they're not nearly as intimidating and much.
Cashman and Steinbrenner definitely had their clashes.
Hank
Steinbrenner. A lot less clashing with Hal.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I know there's like.
Oh, sorry, George Steinbrenner. My mistake. I apologize to the entire Yankees fan base for getting his name wrong.
Let's see here.
The most iconic owner in MLB history. Name wrong.
George Steinbrenner.
There's a couple others up there too.
Yeah, but are they as famous?
Marge Schott's pretty famous.
For all the wrong reasons.
For all the wrong reasons.
I mean, your owner that's famous obviously is doing something wrong. Although, except in Steinbrenner's case.
Marge Schott was like just insane and racist and super demanding as well at the same time.
Oh yeah, are we talking about the Reds?
Yeah.
And they still won a World Series.
She's the first female owner. So, I mean, props to her for breaking, barriers, but still that's
I would still say Kim Nick being the first female GM of a franchise is a bigger barrier to break.
Definitely.
Although I'll say it's easier for I was gonna say I'm not going down for that rabbit hole.
She should have been hired 10 to 15 years ago, honestly. Like I'm surprised I'm not surprised now that she hasn't been, given a GM job yet, but she's
wasn't she considered for the GM job back in 2011? Too.
She was considered for
when the team ultimately hired Kevin Towers.
If
Kevin Towers did nothing after his second year, franchise wouldn't have gone down a 10-year slope of misery. Although he only got it started.
She was an assistant GM in the 90s, so it's really like the last 20 years. She easily could have been in.
Yeah, she was considered twice for the GM job here in Arizona. I believe it was one of the candidates.
She was.
It was more serious candidate, I think, in 11 than 16.
Yeah, I know that.
Right up on her when she was on our short list.
Yeah, I thought she would have been a good choice. Yes, she's with the Marlins.
I do think the draft. I do think the draft has restored a little bit of faith in the front office. They at least can take the top talent on the board.
Okay, so she first interviewed for the vacant position of the Dodgers general manager in 2005.
I don't think the Dodgers are upset with their GM choice right now.
Yeah, they hired Ned Colletti, but they hired.
I was gonna say they have the best. They have the best GM in baseball right now, in Friedman.
I
mean, he was a miracle worker in Tampa Bay. And the Dodgers
the Dodgers took one.
What can this guy do with a $200 million?
Exactly. It's like, oh,
this guy's kicking our ass with a $50 million budget.
And the first thing he did was he started playing small money ball with them.
You mean smart money ball?
Well, yeah, you know what I meant. But yeah, and started to jettison a lot of stuff, and then he used their.
I mean, do the Dodgers even have a bad contract?
Yeah, he would buy bad contracts to get good prospects.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do the Dodgers even have a bad contract right now? What's their worst contract? Bauer. Even then, he was going to be worth the money.
Bauer is going to be interesting because
I mean, if Bauer doesn't, the Dodgers are going to get their money back if Bauer never throws another pitch.
Apparently,
although I don't think it's a cut and dry case with Bauer.
Not a cut and dry case because apparently she asked.
She's a gold digger
to be beaten up. She literally texted she wanted to be roughed up.
And apparently, she had. Trying to get a relationship with two Padres players, one of them notably Tatis.
Yeah, so that's not cut and dry. And I mean, obviously looking at pictures, if he did that, he went way too far at what he was doing, and shame on him.
I still think Bauer's gonna end the year on the being suspended. I don't know if he'll be on this year.
I would be.
MLB is going to be able to suspend him. It's whether or not he's going to face criminal charges. If he faces
Yeah, that's really the
criminal
thing.
charges, then the Dodgers get out of that contract.
I was gonna say the only reason I think the Dodgers haven't put him on the restricted list is it's simply not their call to suspend him.
They don't know. It's like what they gotta wait till the legal situation with that's resolved.
They can put him on the restricted list. Well, I mean, we'll look at the Cubs and Ben Zobrist.
I think Bauer.
Zobrist was going through a nasty divorce too, and then was fighting for custody of his kids because clearly his wife cheated on him.
I think Bauer voluntarily went on the restricted list.
No, he didn't. He's on paid. The MLB has put him on leave.
Yeah, on leave. That's right.
The only reason he's on paid leave is because the Dodgers can't put him on the restricted list. I think there's an MLB policy that prevents them from doing the suspension themselves. Like the Dodgers, if it was up to them, they would do it. Because they've already taken his stuff. They've already taken his stuff off the shelves. Well, when I say his stuff, I mean his jersey.
Yeah, he's gonna get suspended regardless.
Yeah, and I don't think MLB is gonna. I don't think the union's gonna fight.
They
are much more than a token appeal.
It's a bad look.
Down to whether or not there's charges. If there's no charges, MLB is still going to suspend them, but they're going to have to be very careful with how long. Because if there are no charges,
I think they'd suspend them for the rest of the season.
At that point, the union's probably going to step up and
it'll probably get reduced to a month to the end of the regular season.
Because at some point they got to have to say, well, what actually is he being suspended for?
Yeah,
I mean, obviously,
if he's being suspended for being kinky in the bedroom,
you can't suspend someone for that, obviously.
Exactly, but that's going to be the argument if he doesn't get charged.
Yeah,
why
I was going to say
MLB is going to suspend him, but it could be
he's going to go. They're going to extend his leave, I think, because I don't think the union's going to be too rigid on that.
They already had to give their consent for the first extension.
I thought the rule was MLB needed to wait until after the second. They could do one without the union consent. But obviously, this is not the situation. The union's not going to fight this public battle. There's way more important things to them.
They're not going to fight this until such time as there are or are not charges filed.
Yeah.
Once charges are filed,
the union's going to have to come out and start fighting for him.
Yeah, just simply out of principle. There's going to be a point where the union has to step in for preventing a precedent.
Exactly. They need to prevent the precedent because they need to make sure that MLB doesn't get to just start unilateral. Hey, we don't like what this.
The Tom Brady suspension, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
Although Tom Brady was the one laughing in that case.
At best, Bauer will be suspended the rest of the season.
I don't
think a bad look with those pictures.
Yeah, and nobody can beat themselves up that bad. I can guarantee you that. No woman can beat herself up that bad.
So that's
clearly assault by a man.
Yeah,
with those pictures.
It's bad optics, even if she consented to be being beaten up.
Nobody consents to getting beaten up.
Beaten up like that. But she's
obviously no saint either.
She's no saint either, so it's really like just bad all around. And of course, Bauer doesn't get any sympathy because he's a dick.
Yep.
So
his dick can perfectly game the system.
Yeah, he was doing. That's Bauer kind of played himself there.
Well,
because if he actually had a better relationship with the media and with fans, well, actually, he has a pretty good relationship with some fans. He's still signed balls and stuff, and
I was gonna say I don't think Trevor Bauer's relationship with the media is as bad as anyone would think.
Yeah,
the media probably loves him.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's.
Or at least they did before this whole thing.
Look at Mike Trout, okay? Mike Trout is the game's best player, and he is like
boring.
I mean, he endorses pretzels, soft pretzels.
Mike Trout only endorses soft pretzels because
he likes them. That's the only reason why. It's likes those pretzels.
Imagine if Trout was in Philly, though.
Yeah,
I think he'd be even bigger brand in Philadelphia and then on Los Angeles' second team.
Yeah, he's not a good fit for an LA team in terms of marketing him. He'd do better in the Midwest.
I wonder how Mookie Betts is doing those things.
I think I don't know. Betts has done well in LA as far as I can
Because now
see.
Mookie Betts is the biggest superstar in LA baseball wise.
Oh yeah,
Although Betts isn't really a big show me guy either.
I was gonna pull up.
Whereas not the case with Fernando Tatis. I think the league might make a push to try and make him the face of the game
Mm,
because
I
Tatis
think
would
that's
be
very likely.
more willing to market himself than Betts or Trout.
I think Guerrero Jr. is the next superstar in the game. That guy is insane. Or Shohei really should be the face of the game.
If it weren't for Bryce Harper 2015, we'd be talking about an unprecedented season out of
Oh, yeah.
Guerrero. But no, Bryce Harper did that 5-6 years ago at the same age.
Yeah, Guerrero has better obviously.
He's a better hitter than his dad.
Oh yeah, he is a better hitter than
But his
dad.
dad is a much better defender.
Yeah,
And they're completely different body types too.
although Guerrero's gotten a lot better shape this season. He looks much more trim.
Yeah, I told James and Jack this. If Vlad Guerrero Jr. stays under 230 pounds, he could have a borderline Hall of Fame level career.
I would be very surprised.
He's a first baseman, so there's not a lot of long distance running.
Yeah, so if he stays in shape,
So
and
if he's not fat, if he's not overly fat, he'll be fine.
yeah, exactly. And
230 is a healthy weight for him.
yeah,
He can carry 230 easily.
But I think he's I mean, honestly, he's one of the most exciting players, along with say Ohtani. There's nothing like
Ohtani has pretty much pushed Trout to the second best player on his team.
That says something right there, and I think he might be a better hitter than Trout.
No. Trout's still the better hitter in my opinion. But it's close.
I think it's more like
they're on the same level.
Ohtani has a little more power than Trout, for sure.
But Trout takes more walks.
Trout's got a little. I think it's more about a matter of how they go about batting, like their approach at the plate.
Trout takes more
Yeah,
walks.
you bat the home run hitter behind the guy who draws more walks.
Yeah, so
like the Angels should, with a healthy lineup, should lead the league in scoring.
Yeah, they should.
That's why I said when they signed Rendon, which completely made zero sense for them. But
yeah, I mean, the Angels don't make any sense.
But hey, there are worse ways to spend $245 million.
I really wish Moreno had bought the D-backs.
I don't know if we'd be better or worse than we are now.
Instead of Kendrick. Well, he's from Tucson, which is one of the reasons why I think
Moreno will spend, but he doesn't make good decisions with money.
Moreno, well, okay, here's something. Moreno is a guy who wants to be as hands-on as he can be.
We don't want an owner that's hands-on. We just want an owner that
that
says, okay, we'll give you a competitive budget and then you do your job.
It's very difficult.
Which is ironic. That's exactly what Robert Sarver's doing with the Suns.
The part of Moreno's issue was he put entirely too much faith.
It's Mike Scioscia.
And allowed Scioscia to run off some very good talent.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Both on the field and in the front office.
Yeah, and Dipoto had the misfortune of having to work with him too. Jerry Dipoto. That was a missed opportunity for the D-backs too. He has an awesome trade deadline. They don't hire him. It's like why should he hire me? Well, look what I did at the trade deadline. I turned Dan Herron into the 2-time All-Star pitcher and a top 100 and a top 50 pitching prospect. Guy that ultimately went to 2 All-Star games and a top 100 pitching prospect. And then I turned Edwin Jackson into a potential, and I traded him for a MLB ready talent that, if not for Tommy John surgery, would have been an ace pitcher.
Yeah. That was baffling. They didn't hold on to.
I mean, seriously, he turns Dan Herron and Edwin Jackson into what he did. The D-backs should have had a championship core from those 2 trades alone.
Or draft. Here we are with drafts.
Well, I do think Mariners will give Dipoto enough of an opportunity to try and make Seattle good.
St. Louis took Michael McGreevy.
Yeah. I think we're like at 23 or 24 now.
Yeah, Gunnar Hoagland was taken by the Blue Jays.
That should be an underslot.
By the Yankees. Jordan Wicks to the Cubs.
Yeah, Mac posted that in the thread.
and Colson Montgomery to the White Sox, and we have the Reds on the
Reds are picking again?
the Indians, rather. Sorry.
I was hey, what did the Reds
They
do
just
last
have
year?
a C. They just have a C, a red
Yeah.
C now, and
The
like
Red Sea from the state of Ohio.
they're both
Well,
Red
the White.
Sea,
I was gonna say,
Cleveland, you know.
and they're
I
from the
think
state of Ohio.
they're changing their name, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
like it, but obviously it's not intent. The name was no intention of offending anyone.
Yeah, it's I
just-
know lots of Native Americans who call themselves Indians.
I was gonna say the Redskins was not intended to be an offensive name either.
Yeah, it wasn't.
In fact, it was supposed to honor
Yeah,
their
it's
Native American coach or something like that.
I forget which it was a Hall of Fame baseball player who was
They did this
Native.
when the Redskins were not in Washington. When Washington
Yeah.
was in a different city, a team.
What are they gonna? I heard they're gonna change their name.
You know what they should have done? They should have changed their logo to a potato. Red potato. Just that's what I would do if I was Daniel Snyder. Like, okay, we can't. Okay, we'll keep the name, but we're just gonna give you the middle finger and put a Redskin potato on there.
I hope they change it.
I would have bought a hat if they did that.
I'm hoping for the Cleveland Spiders, just because it's a historical name, and they can redeem the Cleveland Spider name.
I don't even think it's their franchise. Is it?
They
Is it the same
I think
franchise?
they just folded. They didn't. Yeah, no, yeah, they're the same. It's the major league successor.
Successor's
So-
not necessarily the same franchise. Take for
It's the same
example that the Rangers and the Twins both started in Washington D.C.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I'm saying this is direct the team that followed after the Indians.
So they were basically an expansion franchise after they left.
Yeah, basically. No, they just folded. They were purchased by the owner of.
Because the Cleveland Spiders
Cleveland.
did some very unethical crap.
Yeah, no, the owner of another franchise.
And that's why you can't own two franchises.
Yeah, and he just used them as a farm team and traded all the good players to his other team.
And then Branch Rickey came up with a more ethical farm system.
Yeah. Oh. Was it? It was Robeson. I forget. Guys, yeah, who was it?
This is around the time that Cy Young was pitching for them.
Yeah, Cy Young pitched for him. So, I mean that's a next. That's
This
like
is before
that's
Cy Young obviously was the legendary pitcher. Although I would say Cy Young is probably would get smashed in today's league.
Maybe.
he threw very hard.
He threw
the
hard for his
time,
era
for
though.
my reputation, like he probably was throwing in at least the high 90s. He's one of the rare players. Like they said, like it hurt to catch him.
Yeah, but
So-
he probably threw like 92. He probably threw low 90s. Which would be crazy for the
Yes, but if he had today's
hitters.
conditioning,
He
and
probably
was
does
only
throw
pitching
harder.
and he was only pitching every 5 days, and only needed to throw 120 pitches instead of 230.
Yeah, he might have been way better.
Yeah, you're right. You would be better per game.
Yeah, he had an insane workload. There was another guy. That guy, he basically pitched the rest of a season in the 1890s.
And then obviously, of course, what about Bob
Was-
Feller?
Yes.
Yeah, Bob.
That guy
Feller,
reportedly threw 98.
they actually put the gun. They measured the release point of the pitch at a later point. So if you scale it up to the right,
Yeah, I would say Feller would be a flamethrower in today's league.
he would be throwing 105, 106 by today's standards. Nolan Ryan too would be throwing in the hundreds.
Yeah, they measured him at halfway at 100, I believe.
Yeah, halfway. So when it was his release point, he might have thrown as high as 110.
Yeah,
Certainly.
they say 108, which is I think Nolan Ryan at 60 still threw upper 80s
Yeah, he had heat.
with no
Yeah.
wind up either.
He's even as an old man, he's thrown harder than I probably ever
And
have.
then Randy
So,
Johnson throwing 102
yeah.
with those measurements.
So I think Nolan Ryan certainly. I'm not saying like he consistently threw that high. I think that's probably the highest he ever threw. This possibly the hardest pitch ever thrown was by him, or maybe Satchel Paige when he was younger. Satchel
Yeah.
Paige.
Satchel Paige might be the most talented pitcher to ever play
He
baseball.
threw one pitch.
Yeah,
he-
faster than everyone else.
He threw one pitch, and he may have called it different names, but by consensus, everyone just said, "Oh, they're all fastballs. You can't hit him no matter what he does."
Well, it's hard to hit 100 I mean,
Yeah,
look at how
100.
DeGrom's throwing 100, and look what he's doing.
So
The guy
and
that
Page
regularly
was,
pumps 100 miles an hour is unhittable.
Page was a hard thrower in his 50s. So I honestly, yeah, he probably is the most talented raw talent pitcher like who ever played, and it's amazing that
Remember, Satchel Paige didn't pitch in the majors until his 40s.
yeah, he did. Yeah, he pitched as
Of course, now his Negro League stats are included.
Yeah, he that's the
Although
one
he's a
player
Hall of Famer anyway.
Yeah, he's still a Hall of Famer. I mean,
Now we could put him in the discussion of one of the best pitchers of all time.
Oh yeah, certainly. The fact that I mean, if you look at the end of his career, he like reinvented himself to throw like 10 different pitches.
I mean, I was gonna say, you see how DeGrom's dominating with 100, and you can't even sit fastball because you sit fastball. Here comes a slider.
Yeah,
at 93. That's still harder than half the league's fastball.
93, you're in trouble.
You can hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but not a 93-mile-an-hour slider with late break is not hittable.
Yes, yeah, you can't. DeGrom is ridiculous.
How does that man ever lose a game? Give up any runs?
He's just ridiculous.
I guess human error. I'm sorry. I guess the programming error.
It's a programming error.
It's a programming error.
DeGrom's a robot for sure.
That's how Randy Johnson ever lose. Well, the only reason Randy Johnson ever lost games, and half the games that Randy Johnson lost in Arizona were probably 1-0.
Yeah, no, I remember a lot of games.
We're talking like 3 losses a year, though.
No, it was the bullpen.
Although when Randy Johnson was prime, he barely needed a bullpen. And
yeah,
the bullpen came, it was because the team was up by 10.
Yeah, that was pretty much the case on like 02 and
he was up by
01.
10. They wanted to save those pitches for the playoffs.
I mean, we know 04 he felt like obligated to finish the game and be as perfect as possible just in case.
Randy Johnson's one of the last pitchers that you could just give the ball to and just not even worry about your bullpen.
No, you didn't have to worry about it.
Even old man Randy was getting perfect games. I mean, complete games. His last start as a D-back was a complete game, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I was at that game. That game also featured a 500-foot homer. It didn't feel like 500 when I watched it live.
There probably won't be another player like Randy Johnson.
No. Randy Johnson's a once-in-a-lifetime talent.
It's finding another guy.
Unless you're alive. Well, except for people that are 50 years old.
The real thing is finding someone who not only can throw as hard as he did, but also is as tall and lanky as he was. Because when he threw a slider, it looked like he was going to hit you in the back, like in your kidneys if you were a left-hander.
I was going to say, we won't see another guy like Randy Johnson because people, the 6'10" and athletically gifted play basketball.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing is most people his height are going to play basketball.
Yeah, Randy Johnson wasn't athletic enough to play basketball. That's why he played baseball.
Yeah, exactly. So he
did pretty well for someone that was a below average athlete. Like you watch Randy run the bases, it's hilarious.
It's painful running when you start getting like tall enough.
Yeah.
6'10", your knees hurt, man.
Yeah.
Like mine, even like on my thinnest now, my knees hurt just from running, and I can't imagine. Like I think Randy he's 4 inches taller than me, and I think he weighs. I don't know.
Randy probably now weighs 200 soaking wet.
Yeah, I don't know what he's listed at.
Remember, I bet you RJ had a tough time keeping weight on, especially late in his career.
What was he listed at with his?
I think in his prime he was listed at 235.
Yeah, 225. That's actually what I weigh now. So yeah, he definitely is. I
would say 225 is typical for a pitcher of your height.
Yeah. So he was a little underweight. You're right.
Remember, guys like Bumgarner are exceptionally heavy. Although you don't see the weight you see the weight more evenly distributed.
My first encounter with Randy Johnson was a commercial where he said he wished he could hit home runs.
He's too tall to hit home runs.
Yeah. It's like the chicks dig the long ball. It was like Randy Johnson, like all the other pitchers were talking about how they wish they were like could hit home runs. I didn't get it because I wasn't a fan of baseball.
But he did hit one.
And then they had a commercial with him for deodorant, like where he was throwing dodgeballs at people like as hard as possible. And it's like when I saw that guy was playing for the Diamondbacks in 01, like that was my sign.
That and Craig Counsell was my only other memory of watching baseball was him winning the World Series. And
I do think Counsell will win a World Series as a manager at some point.
he's a very smart guy.
I would
He's
put
got-
Counsell in my top 5 managers. In fact, I think he's a better manager than Roberts.
I agree.
I
Dave
agree.
Roberts is not a bad manager at all.
Dave Roberts is a good manager. It's just he has the best roster in baseball.
Yeah, that's just the thing. Can you really give him like?
Never mind the fact that Craig Counsell severely undermanned against the Dodgers, pushed them to 7 games.
Yeah,
And they almost won that 7th game as well. Well, actually, more like the Brewers were kicking the Dodgers' butt, so the Dodgers had to push them to 7.
Gavin Williams went to Cincinnati.
Although Milwaukee would have been equally as crushed in the World Series by Boston. No one was beating Boston that year.
Not that year.
Not that year. It just felt inevitable from the beginning. Once they signed JD Martinez away from Arizona, I was like, well, the Red Sox are probably winning the World Series this year.
Yeah. Oh, Pedro Martinez. That's another guy that
Pedro was the only other pitcher that was on. There was only 3 pitchers on that level back then. Randy, Pedro, Kurt.
Oh, it's little Clemens.
Everyone else was just inferior in comparison.
Roger Clemens, I'd actually say over Kurt Schilling, but he was steroid.
Was Roger on PEDs? I think he was on. I bet you Roger was on PEDs
But
during the World
you
Series.
could argue.
In 86, he wasn't.
Yeah, when he was younger, certainly not. When he's older,
I don't think Roger took PEDs until he was with the Yankees.
Yeah, so no, I think that he was later in his career, certainly. I don't know about earlier in his career.
I still think Roger Clemens was on something in 01.
Oh,
he had a hamstring injury and he came back better.
Yeah, he absolutely was.
And he was still throwing 96.
Yeah,
and then for whatever reason, D-backs didn't try to bunt on him in Game 3. But that's a different story.
Yeah, Clemens definitely was roiding. I mean, if you want to go for like a natty guy,
Clemens in Boston was 220 pounds. Clemens in New York was 250.
Yeah, that's my point. When he was with Boston, he certainly wasn't a steroid user, I don't think yet.
Yeah, and he threw hard. He threw harder.
The Braves trio in the 90s was very underrated with Glavine, Maddox. Oh yeah,
and none of them looked like they took PEDs either.
Maddox is up there with Pedro and Randy.
I was gonna say Max was a guy that could throw 95 if he wanted to. He just chose not to.
Yeah, Maddox has probably the best control out of 3 of them.
He knew he could get guys out throwing 90 if it wasn't straight.
He could throw junk up there and he'd still paint the corners.
Yeah, Max would throw a sinker that starts right out the. Brandon Webb really got good at this at the end of his career too. I think Webb was the closest thing to Maddox before he got hurt.
Webb's a real terrible. Like that's the what if where if he hadn't gotten injured.
If Webb doesn't get injured in 09 and his shoulder stays fine and ages normally, he would have been a Hall of Famer.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
He had a better start to his career than Randy Johnson. Granted, his peak wasn't as good as Randy's, but overall body work would have been around the same, in my opinion. I don't think he would have gotten the magic 3,000 strikeout mark, but you're talking about a guy that you give the ball to and you don't even have to worry about the bullpen until the 9th inning.
Webb was very consistent and
consistent.
Actually, his
consistently dominant.
His skill set would have aged very well because he actually was getting better. He was striking out more.
Yeah, his sinker got a little bit more movement as it lost velocity.
Yeah.
Never knew the fact that the lost velocity.
Imagine if Brandon Webb had access to the sticky stuff the last like 5 years.
I don't think it would have helped him as much as you'd think because sticky stuff would probably actually make it harder for him to throw the sinker.
Oh, I think he's adding an extra pitch to his repertoire.
I actually think what would have happened if Webb was able to incorporate a slider into his repertoire.
Yeah, that.
I mean, there were some starts where you'd screw around with the pitch, just like, okay, let's see if I throw it, and you would get 10 strikeouts.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He was getting better over time, and that's definitely.
The slider was already was becoming a plus pitch before he got.
Look at like a Webb's career: a 165 ERA plus, a 128, 125, 152.
Yeah, how did Webb not win the 03 Rookie of the Year award?
Dontrell Willis.
Counting stats.
It was Dontrell Willis.
Yeah.
The only reason why.
Webb had a better year if you look at the rate stats, but Dontrell Willis had that magic 20-win season.
Yeah.
And they voted, and you can't say the World Series was the reason.
It was about showtime, and back then, Dontrell Willis was the highlight reel.
Yeah, he was the highlight reel.
Didn't he have a home run with us once? Yeah, and I remember Dontrelle Willis is probably the fast when he was with the D-backs. He was the fastest pitcher I've ever.
Yeah, he was pretty
Then
chunky.
Heath Bell joined the team 3 years later.
So Webb dropped from a 140 ERA plus to a 36.
Well, you can't
And
count
that-
2009. He was injured.
Yeah, so
The drop off I think from 07 to 08 was because his shoulder was starting to give out. Remember, he had a bad final month of the year and it cost the D-backs the
yeah,
playoffs.
he did.
Webb started to choke down the stretch, but I think he was also injured.
But that's actually, you know,
That's the reason why why Webb's ultimately never signed that extension.
That
Because
makes sense.
There were red flags at the end of a 08 season, and if Webb had gotten past that start against Colorado without blowing out his shoulder, he would have gotten that extension. That's what Jack said. And
I mean, yeah, that
I don't think he'd be bullshitting us in this case.
it was in the cards, honestly, from what I heard, that he, you know, that they if things had gone accordingly and he didn't have a, you know, just shoulder give out on him unexpectedly.
Yeah, there were
signs were there in hindsight, though.
Signs were there, but they were hoping it was just normal wear and tear. Although I wonder if he injured the shoulder worse rehabbing it, or if they just misdiagnosed the injury. Remember, it was a common they labeled it as shoulder inflammation and impingement when you first went on the injured list. Either they misdiagnosed the injury or Webb injured it further and when attempting the rehab.
I think so.
Because I don't think the D-backs mismanaged. I don't. Well, I'm not 100% sure. The only person that might have any information on that is Jack.
Look at the timeline for that. So yeah, basically, he was put on.
I'm gonna pull up the tracker.
On bursitis, and then I think he might have been, the injury was probably mismanaged. I mean, looking at hindsight.
Max Muncy's been drafted by Oakland. Actually, fun fact: Max Muncy used to play for the Dodgers. Max Muncy used to actually be in the A's organization.
Yeah, he was.
Did he go to Thousand Oaks High School as well? The older one?
I don't know.
That'd be hilarious. He's also an infielder.
Yeah, he's also I think it's funny. They're both infielders. It's gonna be confusing.
Yeah, and Khalil Watson's teammate just got drafted by the Braves. For Minnesota 26. I was gonna say, do you think Minnesota's kind of bottomed out this year? Do you think it's just a 1 year fluke bad year, or do you think Minnesota's actually in trouble?
I think that
I think that unless they can find some pitching, they're actually in trouble.
I agree.
I was gonna say they have Jose Barrios, but that's the only playable starter they have right now. Barrios is really a number 2 starter. I think in the majors. A good number 2, I should say. There are some days he looks like an ace.
Who's left on the board here?
I don't think there's been outside of Kansas City. It's 7. I don't think there's been any truly head scratching picks. I think compared to expectation.
Yeah, this draft actually hasn't been very unusual.
The volatility happened at the top.
Yeah, that's where all the volatility was. After that, it's kind of painted out how we thought it would go, with the only exception being Watson falling down to Miami.
Yeah, once Watson's fall stopped, I think the volatility in the draft ended.
Yeah. Have you seen Gunnar Hoagland? You know anything about him?
Tommy John. I don't think he's pitching for the Blue Jays organization until 2022.
Yeah,
that's 2023. Sorry,
he won't be done rehabbing until next March. So
his rehab will end at the beginning of the 2023 regular season. That's why I didn't want it. That's why he was off my radar for the first 6 overall pick. Also, even if he was healthy, he might have been off my radar pick as well.
That pick actually might end up that could end very well for the Blue Jays.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's been hilarious.
There's a lot of upside there.
I'm trying to think if there's any players in the draft that have baseball dads. Obviously, Kumar Rocker doesn't apply because football dad.
You mean other than Jack Leiter?
Yeah, there was no way he was going to the Blue Jays though. Yeah, Jack Leiter would have been funny. Toronto did draft Jack Leiter. But they will never be in a position to draft a guy of his talent. They aren't anywhere close to a position to draft a Jack Leiter anytime soon.
The thing is, Al Leiter won his first of 2 World Series there in Toronto. So
Yeah, that would have been a nice fit.
When I watched the 2019 Perfect Game Showcase, I saw AJ Vukovic's name like Future Blue Jay, but then I realized it was spelled differently. No. And then Vukovic's actual son, who was actually, I believe, a scout with the Brewers. It's like cleared up the story. Which is funny. You could have made the connection because Vukovic pitched for the Brewers. Took him to a World Series. They're asked about how is AJ compared to Pete, and Pete Vukovic Jr. said AJ's a much better hitter. I'll say Vukovic is probably one of the few players in the organization in the minors that hasn't been a downright disappointment this season. You can make an argument for Thomas as well. But I feel like, I don't know, I think Thomas's numbers have stabilized a bit in Double-A.
Yeah, they just.
I think there are some holes in his swing that need to be fixed. If you throw him over the inner third of the plate, you're asking for it. Yeah, Thomas has a clear nitro zone in his swing. Like the way to get Thomas out is up and away with hard stuff and down and away with soft stuff. But if you make a mistake inside or middle, he's going to crush it, kind of thing. Because he's got that high leg kick and he's kind of just rocking back and then kind of just flying open at the point of contact. I'm surprised he doesn't pull as many balls as his pull rate's lower than that. You'd expect off his swing. But I think that, again, comes down to the athletic ability that he has, that he can hit for an average with that swing. Pretty good average with that. Yeah. And I also think he'll hit better than 280 in the major leagues as well. The Chase Field's a perfectly tailored ballpark for his skill set at the plate.
Well, we'll see next year.
I'd rather see next month.
Not going to happen.
Probably not. That slump probably killed any chance. Although I still would rather see him because he's going to provide more value to the organization this year than Pavin Smith in center field.
Like looking through our
I do think Hazen bought himself some equity with this draft, though.
Oh yeah, it's.
We were worried when he said best fit. I think there's some alarm bells went off in the snake bites thread.
Lawler is a very good fit, actually.
Lawler fits every team.
Yeah, he fits every team, but with Perdomo,
I'm worried that they might take like a underslot guy as opposed to taking just the best player on the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
And honestly, the debate would have been
with our pick.
the only debatable selection I would have taken over Lawler probably would have been the only pick. I think player that would have been debatable at 6 would have been Rucker, if you thought he was a top of the rotation arm.
I don't think
as opposed to a middle. I think he's a middle of the rotation arm. Like I said, he can get guys out with his slider and his cutter. That fastball wasn't that impressive, and the changeups are working. It is a long ways away from being useful. His changeup got hammered in the first inning against U of A. Doesn't really have a great feel for the pitch right now. It could change though. If that changeup goes,
once he's got professional coaching and he can focus on pitching all the time,
more consistent schedule, I suppose. Although I don't know how much more of a jump it is from the best college coach to professionals.
He'll have Rapsodo and all that
Make
stuff.
it sound like Vanderbilt might not have those things.
Yeah.
Are you sure? I know LSU has them.
Some of the schools do.
And because Vanderbilt's probably one of the few schools where their biggest money maker is actually baseball.
Yeah, it is.
That might be one of the schools that actually makes a profit on baseball.
ASU used to.
U of A does not make a profit on baseball, even though they do get beer sales.
Yeah.
They get beer money.
U of A baseball games are fun. I haven't been to one in a while.
Because Vanderbilt's always in the conversation every year.
They're consistent. They have a consistently good program. So
They're like the Alabama of baseball, kind of thing. Like ever since Tim Corbin was hired, they've been in the conversation every year.
we're coming up.
And the only thing that probably Vanderbilt probably would have won more titles if the D-backs didn't raid one of their recruiting classes, 2014. Except none of those guys did anything in the D-backs uniform, or were given the chance to, I should say. Although none of them have gone on to great careers.
So it's
Like
round
Reed
one.
ended up being a bust. Tucson hasn't really figured it out yet at the major
A
level.
lot of them might have still been good
Diaz
for
is in the minors
We
still.
have one more round after this, or is it two? I forget.
Well, you have kind of like a sandwich round between the first and second round.
Okay, yeah, I know that there's
That's like 5 picks, and then it's the second
Yeah.
round.
Okay.
So next year the D-backs will be picking in round A,
Yeah.
I believe. It's a lottery thing. D-backs will never spend enough to get out of that lottery, of course.
It says round 1C, CB round A, and then round 2. So there's like 2 short little rounds.
I think it's like what, 12 or 13 picks between those two. No, 12 picks, I think. 6 in each round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why the Cardinals don't spend more money, because they probably view that draft pick as more valuable. But like I said, the Cardinals are like middle of the pack. I think Cardinals are like
okay.
what?
So there's
Middle of the
a
pack?
compensation pick, which is Cincinnati for.
And there's also a compensation round after the first round before CBA. But
Yeah,
no,
that's
but
what
there hasn't been a draft pick in that situation since 2019. It's the
So
only
it's,
time that situation has come up.
Bauer with the Reds has come up. So that's Cincinnati.
Yeah, but the Reds signed a free agent that offsets that pick.
Oh yeah. Okay. Is it? It says they have pick number. It
Oh, wait,
says
no,
they
the
have
Stock was the
pick
year
30.
before.
It says they have pick 30. So.
Well, is that CBA or is that compensation one?
No, it's under the compensation.
I was gonna say Trevor Bauer definitely would be.
Yeah, I don't think they lost that pick because of their.
The Reds didn't do anything to lose a pick.
The Reds didn't do anything. Okay, so then there's the Marlins, the Tigers, Brewers, Rays, the Reds again, Twins, Pirates, Rangers, Tigers, Red Sox, Orioles, and then the Diamondbacks are there with number 42. And then our next pick doesn't come until 67.
Yeah, we'll do a recap of the first. We'll do a recap of the first round afterwards, mostly with the division in line. We'll talk about which division rival had the better draft. Obviously,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Dodgers pick last.
That's all we're really waiting on to talk about that right now. So
Chase Petty to the Twins. That's a good pick for them.
It is.
So okay, we have. Let me see.
Oh yeah, here's how I feel old. Some of these players were born after I moved to Arizona in 2002.
Yeah, a lot of
July
players.
of 2002.
See, so the Rockies had Benny Montgomery with their pick. The Giants had
Good pick for them.
Will Bednar.
Yeah, Bednar's gonna be their number 3 starter for a long time.
And
The next
Padres
two are on the
next
clock.
Get the pick. They're on the clock.
Yeah, they should be pressing charges for what Preller did to the White Sox. That is the most lopsided trade in the last 20 years.
One of them, yeah.
The James Shield for Fernando Tatis Jr. trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ouch. And you know the funny
Actually,
thing is the GM that did the trade ended up getting promoted. Well, to be fair, that was the only bad move they made in the last 5 years.
the what's his name? Guy we traded to the Braves for nothing, along with
Swanson?
2 other guys.
Swanson?
Yeah, the Dansby Swanson trade. That's probably the only worst trade I can think of.
That's the worst trade the D-backs will ever. No, it's not even the worst. It may not even be the worst trade in D-backs history.
It outdoes the Sexton trade, which was
the Sexton trade wasn't that bad. They didn't give up anyone of high value for Sexton.
yeah, it turned out to be not that bad, but they gave up a lot of players for.
It's just the volume.
The entire infield.
We
Yeah,
gave
we
up
gave
like the
for one
Carlos.
player.
The Carlos. We gave up more. The team ended up giving up more for Dan Herron than Richie Sexton. Like Carlos Gonzalez torturing us for 6 years was the result of the Dan Herron
That's
trade.
a bad one. Yeah,
No, it wasn't a bad
They
trade. It was just they gave up a lot.
They gave up the wrong guy there. They could have given up Quentin. They could have given up Connor Jackson. They could
didn't
go
want-
like Gonzalez.
No, they
And-
already traded Carlos Quentin by then.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, there were some other players though I know that
Who
were.
else would you trade? You're not going to trade Drew. You're not trading Upton. You're not trading Chris Young.
Yeah, wait, where was he on that? Carlos Gonzalez.
Carlos Gonzalez was with the D-backs AAA affiliate in 2007
Yeah, I gotta pull up who else you would do.
because he had a 2006
Either way,
Futures game appearance, and he
He had never
ripped.
been traded away.
Carlos Gonzalez is the only player in that trade that actually made the D-backs regret that would make the D-backs regret that trade. Only because the A's traded him to Colorado for Matt Holliday.
I actually had no problem with the first Dan Heron trade at all.
I mean, the second Dan Heron trade was pretty good too.
Yeah, the second Dan Heron trade, everybody saw coming because there was no way that they were going to re-sign him. So
Well, we gave
It wasn't that
away
he was re-signed. He was too much money. He was starting to decline.
Gonzalez, Chris Carter.
Traded him before he bottomed out as a pitcher.
yeah.
No.
Does he still work with the team?
Here we go.
Yeah.
From home.
He doesn't need to go to the ballpark.
No,
He probably only goes to the ballpark when they're going to L.A. I was gonna say
That's
Dan
still-
Heron's more like a. No, wait, no.
to
Dan,
give up.
or I was gonna say Zach Greinke, except without the social anxiety disorder.
Yeah.
And then Greinke had better raw stuff. I mean, even in age, Greinke, even like I said, 33-year-old Greinke had better stuff than 2010 Dan Heron. 2017
yeah.
Greinke. Remember, we were all concerned that Greinke was only hitting 89 on the radar gun,
Yeah, I don't know. We should.
and then he goes on to have a 6-WAR season as a pitcher
That's
and leads the team to the playoffs. Well, I do
Yeah.
think not throwing 90 does prevent Greinke from being a #1 starter. Although he can use his fastball to surprise hitters because he can off-speed hitters to death.
the second Heron trade was good. We got like
Second
some
Heron trade
build-up.
was genius.
That was genius. The first one to get him was
That
not,
was an
like-
overpay, but it worked out. It was an overpay, but it was an overpay for a pitcher that you thought would put you over the top.
I mean, if you straight up traded the prospects for the prospects that we acquired for him, I mean, it's pretty much. It was
I would say
Corbin.
Carlos Gonzalez is better than Corbin.
Corbin and Skaggs is over. I mean, you take a pitcher over a Henry Davis. Gonzalez during his.
I mean, the Dan Heron trade was a good trade because Heron's first year in Arizona, he and Webb were all-stars, and the team
Yeah.
got off to a 20-8 start.
Yeah, that was a fantastic season. I just there's just some trades that have a whole domino
Here's-
effect if you look
Oh,
at
yeah,
it.
here's a good comment here posted by Mac in the Snake Pit thread. What's the consensus? Lawler signing in 2-3 weeks and finishing either in Visalia or just doing instructs? What do you think happens?
instructionally.
I think he does it.
might-
I think he's in complex for the year, and then next year he's in
Yeah.
Visalia.
sounds about right.
Yeah, I don't really see him playing in Visalia. He's had,
I was gonna say there is an opening at shortstop at Visalia if they wanted to go that route, but he's not. I don't think they're going to push him too much. Next year will be the year to push him.
yeah, it would make. Yeah,
I will
could-
say though, for anyone in near the Visalia area watching this, you'll want to watch games next year.
I'm gonna be in the area in August. Going to
If
be
anything,
on-
you'll have a star-studded shortstop.
I'm gonna be in the San Bernardino area, and there's three teams in Low A West that I can go see a game.
Yeah, and there's a good chance Visalia's in one of them.
Yeah,
at
it's a
any
good
given
chance. So I'm gonna be in. I'm going to be up in Wonderland. It's a big EDM festival. So
I was gonna say, yeah,
I
make sure
will-
make sure the Rawhide are in there for the week so you can see how Lawler looks.
yeah, I will try to actually see a game if I can. I gotta talk the people I'm going with to if they want to go see some really low minor league baseball.
Yeah, you could go see the D-backs' most exciting prospect.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm hoping I can do that.
Because
I mean,
Carroll's
scouting
Carroll's
report.
definitely good on the ice though, but
I
Carroll's
was
a guy
gonna
that's
go.
gonna be consistent, not exciting.
I was gonna go to Reno, but I have siblings who live there. My brother's he took a job in San Francisco for the summer that pays too well for him to be there to see our mother. So
I was
I'm
gonna
not
s-
gonna get a chance to see them this year.
There's no chance Lawler ever hits in Reno before his major league debut.
Don't think so.
Reno,
No. If he can hit in Double-A, they're gonna call him up.
We'll see.
We'll be talking about service clock manipulation in 4 years anyway. That guy.
One of the
well, that would be a good thing because that means he's legit. That means he's an elite prospect.
Right.
And his development's going very well. And no one's really going to challenge him for the shortstop position if they think he can play shortstop. Unless Perdomo pulls a 180 on us.
Yeah.
Like I said, Perdomo's nowhere close to a finished product at the plate right now. He's still growing into his body. I remember seeing him in person in spring training 2 seasons ago, so before the 2020 season. He looks closer to 6'4" than 6'3" person. He's huge and very lanky, and it looks like he's still trying to figure out how to play in that size.
It's very awkward
because he's got really long arms too. He's a lanky 6'4", so I imagine it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to build your swing.
They have him listed at 6'2", 203, and there's no way at this point that he's
underlisted. He's overlisted weight wise. He's underlisted height wise.
Yeah, those numbers aren't right for him.
Yeah, Preston's wondering why Ty Madden is dropping. I think that I would not be surprised he ends up on the Dodgers, and where it'll be ruining the day the league let him go to the Dodgers. Although he doesn't really fit their model. He's not a high spin rate guy. Or at least with his fastball, he's not.
But he's got a high floor.
It's got to be the signability.
He's a guy that's going to be your number 4 starter in 2 years.
Which is just fine for them.
Which is just fine if you're picking in the 20s.
Carson Williams.
It's just a problem when you're picking at 6.
So Dodgers are on the board. Who did the Padres pick?
They should have already had their selection by now.
Yeah, they did. They picked.
All right. Jackson Merrill.
Yeah, Jackson Merrill.
High school shortstop out of Merrill. And then Carson Williams to the Rays.
So yeah, we're just waiting on the Dodgers.
Which means we'll probably be hearing from Carson Williams in 3 years when Tampa Bay is probably the best team at developing talent.
They are the best team.
The Dodgers and the Yankees are in the conversation with the Rays, but I feel like the Rays are the best budget franchise, and the D-backs need to take some things from them.
We need to poach talent. We need to poach
front office talent, of course.
Yeah, we need to poach the front office talent from the Rays because they really do have some fantastic executives.
Ty Madden, I don't think will go to the Dodgers at 29. They like high spin rate guys. Which is why they took Bobby Miller, despite the fact that Bobby Miller is a total project as a pitcher last year.
Let's see what they do.
Although he's a guy that could start or close games, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And if you're drafting the first round, someone, especially that late, it's like if he starts or closes games, that's a lot of value. The reliable closer is almost as valuable as number 4 starter.
Their system is so deep they can afford to take project guys because if they miss, that's all right.
Yeah, I think the only time they've actually missed on a draft pick was Jaron Kendall in 16, I think. But everyone kind of knew it.
Madden's a sophomore, so I mean he has the leverage.
Yeah, and Ty Madden does have leverage this late into the draft too. If he has a good year, he's a first round pick next year.
Yeah, so I mean he could bet on himself. So I think it's a signability thing with Madden, honestly.
It could be, but I think we had similar concerns with Ciccone, but I felt like Ciccone wasn't necessarily as difficult to sign because he was such a project pitcher and he could have had a bad season. He's out. He's day 2 guy.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't feel like Ty Madden's Ty Madden's pretty consistent as a pitcher right now, so I feel like he has nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean he bet on himself and he has the leverage, so.
All right, so here's a question from Mac. 13 picks out. 3 names you want at 42. Last time we asked that question, James nailed the Ciccone. Although we were 5 picks out at the time.
That's good.
I wouldn't mind if the D-backs land a Slay Ciccone type talent in this draft. I think they came out great. In my case, at least can survive. The front office gets at least the rest of the year.
I'd be thrilled with.
At least they're capable of making it 2 good decisions. We'll see.
Yeah, Joe Mack is one player that I'd love to fall this far.
I'm gonna
To
say Ty Madden would be an interesting pick for the Rockies too, because spin rate isn't as a spin isn't necessarily as impactful at 5,000 feet as it is. Dodgers take Maddox runs.
I know
Leave it.
nothing about
Oh, he should have been drafted by the Braves or the Cubs. Well, actually, Maddox did pitch for the Dodgers.
yeah,
Was
1
he-
year. I think it
Maddox.
was last year.
Leave it to the Dodgers to draft Maddox.
There we
Yep,
are.
he's a left-handed pitcher.
Maddox runs.
Yeah.
He's a left hand. That's great.
With the Dodgers' history of left-handed pitching, he'll probably turn into an ace.
Maddox runs. Let's look this guy up.
And he was rated. Well, I was gonna say he's rated 49th on MLB Pipeline. Like I said, you're running at this point. The ratings don't really matter. Like I said, because the difference between the fifth player and 25th player is bigger than 25 and 55.
Yeah.
And the guys that have them maybe just guys that, okay, well, I'm not 20 pick. I'm going to college. We can look at the top
He had
board.
a perfect game last season.
So did Bryce Jarvis.
So
Let's
he's
go to
got
rank.
impressive numbers.
So yeah, the top player not selected in the first round, Ty Madden.
Yeah.
And he's got some leverage to go back to school because
I was gonna say that's got to come down to signability.
yeah, at this
Yeah.
point it is. Of course, Cincinnati could be calling it 30. Although I don't think he fits Cincinnati's model either. Remember, Kyle Body. Yeah, driveline guys pretty much are consultants for the Reds organization. Although I wonder if Body went with Bauer to the Dodgers.
I'm pretty sure he's still in Cincinnati.
Yeah, so I would think Kyle Body would want spin rate guy. I would think would be consultant on spin rate guys. And Ty Madden's spin rate isn't around 2,100. Plus, I think you want spin rate guys in Cincinnati because you're going to give up home runs. So you want to limit the damage.
I honestly don't. When it comes to Ty Madden, you're not drafting him for his spin rate or not for his spin rate. You're drafting him for his floor.
All right, so here we go. Here's some high school guys. Here, so Anthony Salamento,
Yeah.
Joe Mack, Will Taylor, and Bubba Chandler. Barring something crazy happening, they're probably going to college.
Yeah, I think so. The high schoolers haven't been drafted yet that are, they more than likely have going to college.
Although MLB Pipeline lists man as a junior, although it's 3 years removed. Yeah, and then Joshua Baez, an outfielder. Although he's ranked 24th, so there may be a chance the team poaches him in the second round. It depends, like I said. We go into obviously Cincinnati can make an impact at 30 because it's essentially another first round pick.
Yeah.
And they took a guy that going into their first. All right, let's go to teams. So I'm going to pull up Cincinnati's thing.
I would like it.
Matt McClain will not command. Matt McClain, they could probably get under slot.
Matt McClain has already been drafted, hasn't he?
Yeah,
McClain went to the Reds at 17.
Yeah.
I'm letting the Reds with the 2 extra picks they have, they could be really this draft could be the probably one of the best of this. I mean, it depends on who they pick, but they're in the best position.
Preston's replied to Mac's question. His players listed were Jaden Hill, Matthew Nelson, and Judd Fabian, with Ty Madden being a pipe dream. Although I'm not sure where the D-backs are going to get the money to sign Madden at 42.
I'd love to have Madden, but I don't know how they sign.
I was going to say, where's the money they're going to get for him? I'm guessing Ty Madden's signing demands is going to be in the $3 million range, and the pick itself is like 1.7. So I'll show the picks once again.
I mean, yeah, sure. Ty Madden would be great, but there's got to be a reason he's falling right now, and it's
Like
because
there are inferior pitchers being taken ahead of Madden.
and it has nothing to do with his spin rate.
I'm surprised I was going to say the Rockies could be a team that could snipe him later. Could snipe him late. Although Rockies, I don't think have sandwich pick either. So yeah, pulling this up here, this is the pick values. Lawler's gonna at least command full slot. 6.
I actually, the one guy I really like in this who's left is Joe Mack. He's
Yeah, barring some miracle, Mac's probably going to college.
but yeah, I don't think he's signable. Most of the people I think that
If he were signable, he would already be off the board.
Yeah, he'd be off the board already.
Yeah, so you look at the pick values. Lawler is going to at least command 6 pick slot. I don't think they have to go much further over the slot because a lot can happen between now and next time he's draft eligible, and it'd be crazy to turn down $5.7 million. Crazy.
Joe Mack's brother is a twin in the in the twin system.
Oh, I guess so Twins could be a threat to draft him, I suppose.
The Twins actually could take Mack here in this competitive balance pick, and that's what I'm hearing. So if he gets off the board, maybe the Twins.
There's definitely a chance he signs with Minnesota with that angle in mind.
Yeah.
Although I'm surprised why are they waiting around? Get him.
If they can get him around later, why wouldn't you? I mean, if anyone has a chance to sign him, it's the Twins, so he can play with his brother.
Looking at the Twins pick, I'm going to pull it up here now. So the difference between their CBA and their first round pick is 10 spots, and they took a guy that clearly nobody would have any issues at them taking at 26. And even if maybe there was okay. Rephrasing the argument. The one reason this could work is because the Twins have knowledge that Petty could go literally if they pass on him at 20. They won't have a chance to kick him at 36 versus. Which I think the D-backs, that's probably the same reasoning why the D-backs took Walston 2 years ago instead of Malone. And it doesn't, if you get both players, it doesn't matter where you get them. Although I don't know how much savings the Twins would get from Petty, since he was ranked right around where he was going to go.
Seeing more rumblings here.
Imagine that the draft Twitter can draft MLB Draft Twitter is probably about 5 or 6 picks ahead of the broadcast. Like I said, the kind of recapping the first round, the big surprise, obviously, Henry Davis. I don't even think Henry Davis going 1 was a surprise to us.
Not at all.
Not to us, but nobody had mocked him first overall. And in fact, the draft most mocks had Marcelo Mayer and Henry Davis actually swapped.
That's amazing.
Of course, we knew Baltimore was going to do something at 5, and they ended up doing Kowser. And Kowser's not going to sign for $6 million. He's probably going to sign for 4. So I wonder. I'm going to check CB round A. Baltimore does not have a pick that high, so they would have to use their savings with their second round pick, which is 41. I guess the Tiger. Oh wait, no. I'm over. Looking at round 1. Then Mazzucato at 7 to Kansas City was kind of a surprise. Obviously, they must have some savings in mind.
Draft Twitter is talking about how Jackson Merrill, who the Padres selected, looks like he's in middle school.
I make that joke about Luke Weaver.
Yeah.
Poor guy can't add weight to save his life. Which is why he's only able to go for 85 pitches. And it's kind of why Weaver kind of gasses out early. And why Jack for 3 years last 2 years has been going with the closer theme. All right. Jay Allen to the Reds at 30.
Okay.
All right. So right around where he was ranked by MLB Pipeline. More or less.
Marlins are on the board now.
Yeah, I was going to say this could be a case where the Marlins take an under slot guy to make sure Watson signs.
Yeah, that's what I would expect is someone under slot.
You don't draft Watson at 16 with Because if he doesn't sign, your entire draft is screwed.
Yeah, Kim's too smart for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
if 16th overall pick, you lose that slot bonus, your draft is screwed. You lose almost it's $3.75 million you don't have anymore. I was going to say, the D-backs were able to survive the McLean problem because they signed everyone else.
Yeah.
And Alec Thomas was the only guy that went over slot. Actually, they signed everyone else first before they made their offer to McLean, I believe. That's why they offered him full slot, and he turned it down. Obviously, I think like Cal's just probably going to be the biggest savings in the first round. Obviously, I mean, pretty much every college arm is going to sign for slot at most.
Most likely, yeah.
Well, Kumar Rocker doesn't really have the same leverage that Jack Leiter did.
No.
Like Jack Leiter's probably the only person I thought would in the top 10 might not sign, and obviously with a slot value of 7.79 million, obviously you signed the man bonuses should be met with plenty of room to spare.
Yeah, I think that
sign, it won't take the whole slot, but it'll take most of it.
$7 million, I think.
He went second, and there's no. Yeah, he could go back and say, "Well, I might be number one next year," but I mean, that's really
you're risking a lot for $500,000. He's not going to sign. He's not a full slot guy.
Right.
Yeah.
And next year's draft actually has a weaker top than this year's, although I haven't done much more research. But kind of starting off, the guy that was supposed to go first overall, Tommy John surgery, he's out.
Yeah.
So Connor Prelip is out.
Yep.
For 22. In fact, he might even skip the draft. Could possibly do so. But then again, Tommy John surgery, too risky. You might not come back the same. Then you go from a flamethrowing lefty to just your average lefty. I think he was a 1-1, and he was the type of pitcher that was a 1-1 talent.
Joe Mack, 31. So that's surprising. They went with Joe Mack at 31.
They have the money.
They have the money.
They will find the money if they don't have the money.
That's an interesting.
Or maybe Watson's a lot more signable than we thought.
Maybe it could have been as simple as he wanted to play with Miami. There are players who'll sign.
That's not far. I was gonna say that's not pretty far from North Carolina. It's just like 7 or 8 hours down I-95.
Yeah, exactly. So that's certainly.
I know. I've done that drive. I've been on that road trip before.
That's less of a signability issue with them than maybe.
I mean, you don't draft a possible signability concern and back-to-back picks with the intention of not signing them, because if you lose those two guys, two picks, 90% of your draft budget is gone. You can't sign anyone.
That's a bold strategy, Cotton.
No, I think it's it's a bold strategy, but it will work.
Yeah, no, I actually like if they can sign both of them, that they might be the winners of this draft at first glance with those two picks. That's actually pretty good at that. What was it, 15 and 31? That's not a bad haul for.
Yeah, they're going to find them even if they don't draft anyone worth any the rest of the time. Like I said, you hit on those two picks, nobody cares who you drafted after that. You're talking about a potential all-star shortstop in Watson,
and
if that has two high-value positions as fallback plans, whether you play second base or center field. As a fallback option with a plus run tool. The only tool that probably couldn't project a plus is the hit tool, and it's going to take a lot of work to get it just to 50.
Yeah.
But honestly, from a talent standpoint, I think he went right around where you think he should have gone.
So I have no idea who the D-back who I would go with at this point. Then,
like I said, I think Judd Fabian could be an interesting pick, but I think unless you can get him to sign for slot, outfielder from Florida, Judd Fabian is on the board. Although I don't imagine him sticking around for very long.
No, and I mean, I'd really love to see Ty Madden. I could not imagine he's signable.
Unless they're,
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule out Baltimore at 41 either. Because Colton Cowser should get them the money they need to sign Ty Madden.
The Tigers, it seems
yeah, Job's not going to sign for full slot. I think his signing bonus is probably going to be $6 million, maybe a little bit more. Especially for a high school pitcher, that's very risky demographic overall. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, every pitcher you kind of have to project possibly getting Tommy John surgery, and you get losing out on a full year.
Yeah.
It's just from an organization that is very cost conscious. It's worse when it happens after he hits the majors than before.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could see them drafting Ty Madden here, but I don't really see. He might not even sign at this point.
Also, Kansas City, if they get a big savings from Mazzucato, is also a possibility. I imagine Ty Madden's price point somewhere between $3 and $4 million.
Do you draft Ty Madden if he's available with the Diamondbacks pick?
Yeah, the only reason I have concern with Madden is obviously there might not be the money, might not be there to sign him, but the Diamondbacks could just do another Fott pick to make it work.
Yeah,
and I make it sound like Brandon Fott is actually having a great year, when in reality he is. That's probably the biggest pleasant surprise of the system. Although I imagine Fott's going to run into some adversity once he hits AA. That's when you actually have to be consistent.
Yep.
And Fott might actually have some trouble in AAA because his stuff doesn't work well there. Work in Reno. But the only good thing you can say about Reno is it prepares D-backs prospects for Colorado, possibly. Since it's worse.
It prepares them for getting shelled.
Well, it's like to pitch at Coors. Although it's probably easier to pitch at Coors than it is at Reno. Because the Rockies have done things to try and make their park a little less hitter-friendly.
One of the biggest things about Coors Field isn't just the altitude, it's just the size of that outfield.
It's the size of the ballpark that does more. But if you don't make the outfield big, then it becomes Cincinnati 2.0.
Cincinnati on crack.
Oh, there's Ty Madden to Detroit.
There we go.
They do have the money to sign him, in my opinion.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Job's gonna be an easy save. Oh yeah, here's Kirsten Mike DeFelice putting some names together. Josh Baez, Jaden Hill, Isaac Pacheco, James Wood, Peyton Stovall, Judd Fabian, Lonnie White, Bubba Chandler, Adrian Del Castillo. I think Fabian will be the easiest to sign of that group because
you're
gonna have a tough time signing another high school guy unless they're signing bonus demands no more than $2 million.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Del Castillo. I don't think we're going to be taking him, though.
Well, would you be a big enough fan for him to basically torpedo the rest of your draft is the question.
No. Well,
I'll say this. Detroit, if they hit on these pitching prospects, good luck hitting. Although, ironically, Comerica Park is actually hitter-friendly.
I would be cool with
but that's because it's such a big outfield.
Castillo or what's his name? Matthew Nelson.
Yeah.
Both catchers that are ranked basically right next to each other on MLB Pipeline. So
yeah, I was gonna say we're at the point where there are some high school guys that will not sign, but we can't rule it out 100%, but 99%. Will Taylor could be is obviously one name that was.
I think Fabian's actually signable. I don't think Del Castillo.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I said Fabian was going to be the most signable player. That'll list the players that Mike DeFelice put out there. Because a college player doesn't have as much leverage.
Right, and I'd actually love
at
to
this
get
point.
42.
I love Bubba Chandler's athleticism. He's a player I'd love to take if we could sign him, but I don't think he'll sign. So
yeah, the D-backs had a competitive balance A pick. I think Chandler would be signable. And besides, what team in Phoenix doesn't want a player named Chandler?
Yeah, exactly.
Then we get a player named Gilbert.
So that's who I'd go with if he's available, is probably Chandler.
Sign a bit now with the high school guys. Sign it in the top. Their top 20 guys on anyone's ranking. You worry about signability. Anyone lower than that, not so much. Although I don't remember where Thomas was ranked going into the 18 draft. I remember I had a much higher opinion of Thomas than the draft guys. But I thought Thomas was a legit first round pick.
Yeah, I think he was.
But I was gonna say Thomas is probably probably, even if he was rated in the 20s, would have been more likely to sign.
And Tyler Black went to the Brewers.
I remember that one Giants pitcher who spelled Black with a H. Or no, his name was Block.
Yeah, Block.
That guy sucked against every team except the D-backs. I swear every team in the rest of the division has that one guy that only does anything against the D-backs. The Rymel Tommy.
So we have the Rays on the board again.
So we should expect a great pick.
Yeah.
When was the last time Tampa Bay made a bad decision that didn't involve the manager?
I don't know. The Rays are just like an all-around organization that's only hamstrung by their location. And
Hamstrung by the fact that they had the worst payroll in baseball.
Yeah, well, it's because of the location. They're built in the worst place possible.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they had any decent, like Tampa Bay's not a bad sports town.
Yeah, it's not, but it's not.
They don't play in Tampa Bay. They play in St. Petersburg,
which is way down.
And they play on the far end of the industrial district.
Yeah, if they actually played in Tampa, I think they wouldn't have attendance problem. Not to mention they have the worst stadium in baseball too.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
It's almost worse getting in and out of there than it is in and out of Chavez Ravine.
There's not really too many issues getting out of Chavez Ravine, except for the fact that I-5 is a total dumpster fire of this interstate, but I digress. I actually drove down that area by accident when I was going to Santa Barbara 2 years ago. Never will I touch I-5 again. It looks worse than any highway you see here. Although I would say roads hold up better here than Los Angeles. Never mind the fact that LA is pretty much at the edge of the desert area we live in. Yeah. Lawler probably demands slots, so the D-backs probably only have about their full slot to work with at 42. Unless his demand is higher than the $5.7 million, which I doubt it is.
No, he should be available for slot.
I think D-backs might be able to convince somebody to skip college for slot, possibly. But then also there's a possibility they just basically take the money from their next pick and just move it up into the second round, possibly. But it doesn't really fit their draft strategy. They've never really done that in any given year.
At this point, I'd say I'd just be holding out hope for Fabian to fall to 42 and try to grab him.
I think there is. I think with Fabian, he's more of a hit over power guy in those. D-backs, that's kind of the D-backs model for up the middle players.
Hit 8 picks, that's possible.
I was gonna say, yeah, their model's more hit over power and hope that, and if they get average power, hoping the rest of the tools, and getting plus tools across the rest of the board will be what they need. Kind of like a Corbin Carroll pick, although Carroll's obviously the only one that's really lived up to that bill. I would talk high points off Thomas versus where he was on draft day on the hit tool. We're still talking 55 versus 60.
I think Fabian could fall that far. He might be available there. I'd take him there.
Looks like, yeah, Milwaukee took. Oh yeah, I was gonna say you're probably on Twitter. Yeah, Milwaukee's pick.
There's Tyler Black.
Yeah, they should have no problem signing anyone out of Wright State University. Shout outs to Ryan Weiss, who's pitching in Reno, and could be one of the arms we see next year in the bullpen.
That's an appropriate timeline for him. He's pretty close to being ready.
Yeah, he's in AAA. But of course, D-backs would have to make a 40-man move to get him on the roster. He could be on. Max says Fabian's about 50 is a 50-50 chance of signing. I think it's a little bit higher than 50-50. But I do think it'll be a college guy at 42. Like I said, take a toolsy college guy at 42 if you can. So we look at the rankings. Obviously, Judd Fabian's the highest ranked college guy. And then Will Taylor. I was gonna say Will Taylor could be a problem. Sign. I do think pitchers are more signable than hitters because
Cooper Kinney, Tampa Bay.
I don't see him on this page. It must be on the next one. I remember last year we were all like, "Oh crap, it's Kelly's available to sign," and teams passed on him at least twice. One D-backs case 3 times.
He's out of Baylor. I don't know where he's ranked, but
yeah, this is definitely a save money pick.
yeah, it seems like it.
Because remember, oh wait, no, I was gonna say save money pick. Although their first round pick was ranked 41 on Pipeline. Jaden Hill could be I think Jaden Hill's definitely on the board for 42. Right-handed pitcher with good size.
Yeah, college pitcher. Yeah, he's.
You guys are going off MLB Pipeline?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just everything's there, kind of thing.
I was wondering because I'm like their order is way different than Baseball America's.
Yeah, I make the mistake of not putting together a composite list like last year.
I just use it because I can read fast enough and see who's available that I can Google a name.
I was gonna say any high school guy in the top outside the top 20 is possibly in play at 42. Like Del Castillo, he's ranked 42 on Pipeline. So I wouldn't rule him out, especially since it's a college catcher.
And so I really like Del Castillo. I'm just not sure if we can sign him.
He's college. He's listed as a college sophomore.
He's number 25 at Baseball America.
To the Cincinnati Reds.
I'm guessing you're on Twitter. I'm guessing you're looking on Twitter.
No, I'm actually on MLB's page while watching it on the draft tracker. That's where I have it. They announced it right before.
Matthew Nelson. The Baylor schools. I think that's the first time anyone has ever heard of that program. But if it were, it would be a questionable pick if it wasn't Tampa Bay's ability to get maximized talent.
Yeah.
It may be a bat first second. They may have just drafted the bat first second baseman, high school. It'd be funny if he was actually committed to go to Baylor.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it could be a bat first second baseman that could play multiple positions. That would be an on-brand pick for Tampa Bay. Although I would say based on his size, he's probably more likely to move over first. Obviously, Nelson. Yeah, I was gonna say Del Castillo would be a coup at a pick of 42, but I think he is signable at 42.
He might be.
He
won't be.
College sophomore is going to be easier to sign than a high school guy with a similar ranking, I believe. A lot of things would need to go right for him to be a first-round pick next year. Or he could have a Henry Davis year.
He certainly has the tools to hit that well. He's not nearly the defender Henry Davis is.
I was going to say, if his bat's playable at another position, it's not, in my opinion, not a bad pick. It's just you don't want to draft a guy that's so low on the defensive spectrum that can't, that if his bat isn't necessarily as good as advertised, you can't play him. Well, I guess the only player I can think of in that regards to Seth Beer, and that's why Beer dropped all the way to 28 in his draft class. And this is a small sample size, obviously. This is workouts, but Seth Beer does not look comfortable at first base.
Well, it would help if they'd stop throwing him out in left field
He is playing every day at first base in Reno, though. That's the thing. That's the only player that they've given consistent playing time at one position to.
He needs to play every day at one position. They keep playing him in left field, then first base, then DH.
He's been playing a lot of games at first base this year. It's like,
Yeah, and left field.
well, let's
They've
see.
actually been
I should be able to pull it up. Yeah, we'll pull up.
But yes, he's got the majority of his games have been at first, but they haven't left him there.
Pull it up here. 'Cause I swear he's at first base every time I do the recaps. So looking at it, Seth Baier has started 48 games at first base, 3 at DH. No, wait, no. No, 46 starts at first base, 0 at DH, 0 in left field. That's the numbers I have.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been playing him at first base this year.
Yeah, it's only 2019 that he played left field,
Yeah.
almost exclusively.
Well, he was with another organization for most of that year.
Oh, he played left field for us too.
And it was because they had Pavin Smith at first base.
Let's
Two.
see, 2021.
And that was when Smith was going on his hot streak. Noah Miller.
Okay.
Now we go into round 2. Like I said, Pittsburgh is a threat to sign whoever they want at 37 because Henry Davis is going to be I think Henry Davis signs for $6.5 million. That would give Pittsburgh almost $2 million to work with, plus slot. Texas, I don't think goes for crazy here because I think Leiter's going to eat up most of the pick value for 2. And Detroit already made their move with Madden, although they still may have money to spare. They can get a guy for $3 million at 39. And I think the D-backs budget at 42 is $2.5 million at most. If that. More like $2 million. And of course, you can never count on Baltimore doing something here. Well, if I remember Baltimore's draft, they didn't really take anyone that really fell last year after they took Kerstad and saved like $4 million versus slot or something like that.
The Pirates take with their pick, I forgot.
Pirates' first overall pick was Henry Davis. I'm assuming
Davis. So yeah,
yeah, the one guy James and I thought could go at 1 because you're not giving up. You're not dropping a tier of talent, and you're getting more. You probably get more savings than Leiter.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that
If it was talent, I think Leiter would be the best player in terms of raw talent.
I mean, the Pirates could take whoever they want here, because I don't think that. I mean, they could probably get him under slot.
Davis is going to be significant savings.
Yeah, they're saving money there. So, it's interesting to see who they'll draft.
My only thing is, I'm not sure that Arizona takes Fabian simply because of he strikes out an awful lot.
Yeah, we already have a lot of strikeouts in the minors.
Yeah, we do.
Every night, per night, D-backs minor league strikeout per 9 innings is like 14.
Think about Del Castillo's. He may not stick behind the plate, but
what other position can he play though? It doesn't have to be a catcher if the bat is there.
And that's just it. I mean, he can play either corner infield as well. So
if he can play third, sign me up. Team doesn't. Vukovic is not a third baseman, but he will be a major league player in my opinion. Well, even in Vukovic's case, he's got a fallback position as well. You just don't want a first baseman that doesn't have a fallback position.
Right.
Although I wonder what will yeah, I think otherwise you have a guy you can't play, as in like with Seth Baier. The DH were around, I think Baier would already be called up.
Oh yeah, he'd be DH.
He and Young would at worst he would be splitting at bats with Young at the DH spot. Which is why I was surprised Baier wasn't called up in 20, although I guess they didn't want to start the clock. And all equally as surprising not giving Young those DH at bats. I'll be surprised DH isn't in the 22 CBA. He'll probably be pickering and posturing with that until November, and until like Christmas time, and then they'll figure out something.
Hey,
Dish is saying, he says that Del Castillo fits the most.
he
He's
does.
one, and then Gage
He
jump.
really does fit.
I mean, worst case
I mean-
scenario, like I said, he has a fallback position.
He's gonna either catch or play first, but he could play third.
I was gonna say with Arizona's fast infield, I don't know how much they water down the infield, but especially when the roof's open, the infield plays fast. On days the roof is open, the infield will play fast. So if his reaction time isn't up to par, you're gonna play him at first base.
Which is fine. I mean, it's not like
There's no one really laying a claim on that position. Walker's gonna be 32, even coming off with back-to-back 110 OPS plus seasons, and then obviously being injured and inconsistent this year.
I mean, even if Pavin Smith sticks there for 4 years, that's
I mean, Pavin Smith isn't that much a ceiling pusher that you couldn't put a
that's
better
just it
bat
for-
there.
Yeah,
he's a serviceable first baseman.
He's a serviceable bench player where he could get starts against right-handed pitchers.
Yeah.
Kind of like a 10th. Another low-key winner of Davis and Mayer, not number one. Liver Piguero
The overput
traded to the Pittsburgh Pirates for Starling Marte. Where do you think
Yep.
Piguero would have been in a D-back system right now? He'd probably be challenging Perdomo, Alexander for playing time in Hillsborough right now.
Yeah, that's about
Piguero, Piguero would
He'd probably push
That'd be a
Alexander
number
off
3
shortstop.
he'd be our number 3 prospect. And
We definitely sold low. I think the D-backs definitely sold low on him.
I mean,
But I mean, you got a borderline all-star outfielder for him. Not a bad trade.
and what they got for Marte coming back,
That was a salary dump trade.
it was
Although
a salary
Mejia
dump.
will be a starter next year.
Caleb Smith is probably going to stick as a starter. Humberto Mejia.
There aren't 5 pitchers better than Caleb Smith right now. And yesterday's disaster notwithstanding, because that's a fluke.
Everybody gets lit up by the Dodgers at least once. I'm not,
Except Robbie Ray and playoffs.
yeah,
Oh yeah. Ray didn't pitch poorly in that game. He just shouldn't have been pitching that game.
not at all.
They should have started Corbin in game 2 in that one. Lavelle regrets that.
Oh,
and it's not like, hell, we hung how many on Clayton Kershaw?
We put 4 on Kershaw. The unfortunate thing was the game was over in the first inning.
yeah.
They hit 4 homers against Kershaw. Even Jeff Mathis hit a home run off Kershaw. World's least
it
offensive
happens.
catcher.
Sometimes a pitcher just gets lit up.
Yeah, even
I'm not really worried about Caleb Smith and the fact that he gave up 9 runs in 1 inning.
1+.
Don't worry about that.
And then also, D-backs have some big games off Kershaw, too.
Yeah.
I mean, even Zach Greinke got him.
twice.
I remember I was in Minneapolis at the time, and someone told me that Greinke got one off Kershaw. I was looking at the box score, and D-backs were beating the Dodgers that day. I was like, oh shit, Greinke got one off Kershaw. And I was there's the other guy I was with. He's a huge Cardinals fan, but I don't think as huge as we fans. I told him Greinke hit Kershaw, and I showed him the video. And he got him good. That ball barely got off the ground, and it was 10 rows in the left field stands in section 140.
We're waiting on.
But then again, Greinke's the only pitcher in this league that can legitimately hit. That isn't already doing so.
Yeah.
Forgot about Ohtani for a second.
Ohtani doesn't count as you can't really he doesn't
He'll
count
be the next pitcher to win
hero
MVP.
pitcher. It's like you put him out. He could win a Cy Young and MVP this year easily.
I don't know about the Cy Young, but the MVP is a lock in my opinion. Guerrero's the only one in the conversation.
I think he's the only player who could win a Cy Young and an MVP.
Didn't
For his
Verlander do that?
No, I think he could literally get an MVP as a hitter and get the Cy Young that year.
Well, MVP doesn't have to be a position player 100% of the time.
Yeah, but
This is a rare case where it isn't. But let's be honest, Otani's
this
the
is one
exception
of
to
those
everything.
rare cases where he's actually legitimately that good on both sides of the ball.
yeah, he is that
Oh, yeah.
good.
I was gonna say,
But,
interrupting here. Comment from Mac. Noah Miller was a guy that Arizona was that he says was connected to,
Okay.
and that could change things.
Yeah. I still like Adrian Del Castillo, but
I think he's there at 42. Obviously, I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna check the second round. I wonder if I can. I wish I could lock the screen in place. Because if I pull up another window, it's gonna display that. So this is what I do when I have to pull up the window. So I just pull up the draft tracker page. We're at 37. Saying, like I said, Pittsburgh and Detroit. I think Pittsburgh, Detroit, and Baltimore. I think it's literally have the financial muscle to get whoever they want with this second round pick.
For taking the time with this one.
I don't even think Manfred's not taking these picks anymore.
Yeah, they're not. I don't know if Twitter's got.
Yeah, we could spoil picks early for the second round.
Yeah.
The only moratorium is on the first round. So yeah, out of the
Matt Tabor threw a no-hitter.
Matt Tabor threw a no-hitter?
There was a 7-inning no-hitter.
A Manfred!
Yeah, Matt Tabor threw a Manfred, so congratulations.
The D-backs organization has 2 Manfreds now.
Yep.
All right, looks like James is dipped out.
The first no-hitter for the Sod Poodles, which is a terrible contrived name that like never existed before the team.
This is where the fun begins. Oh, look, good to go.
There we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how to function when there aren't 3 screens. Yeah, Max disagrees with my opinion on Detroit. I was gonna say Detroit. I think he says Detroit is he thinks Detroit's exhausted financially between Job and Madden.
I think they are too.
Yeah,
they're pretty much that whatever they save on Job is going to go to Madden.
Yeah, I mean they're going to get some savings on Joe, but they aren't going to get like.
What? Yeah, we're talking $500,000-$600,000. Joe's probably going to sign for $5.5 to $6 million.
I think the Marlins are tapped out too.
Yeah, but the Marlins got. I think the Marlins got who they wanted though.
Yeah,
Marlins probably have to go over the combined slot to get those 2.
Oh, absolutely. But I think they're very happy with those 2 players. I mean,
players that they didn't have 2 players that they never expected to fall to them.
Oh yeah, I'm if I was a Marlin fan, I would be thrilled with the 2 players they drafted today.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure D-backs fans are probably happy with the pick they ended up getting today as well. First one.
I like Lawler. He's
I love getting Lawler. I do want to see them get a strong second pick.
Yeah,
I was gonna say if Mike Hayes and the crew killed the draft, I think they should at least get 1 more year. It's just hoping that's literally just them getting caught with their pants down is how 2021 happened.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Hazen's a bad GM. He's in a bad situation.
It's just a lot has been bad luck with injuries.
COVID. The whole farm system regressing in 1 year.
I do think he made some questionable timing decisions.
And then some questions.
I think some of that was exposed by
COVID completely destroyed the Marte thing. Starling Marte situation.
Yeah, it did.
I think Marte would have put up 4 WAR in a full season.
Yeah,
and that would have been and that alone would have been worth the trade. Even if they had dumped him after the season. Because Marte pretty much played on a 3 WAR pace with Arizona before he was traded.
I think between COVID and Ken Kendrick,
between
the Mike Hayes timeline got blown to hell.
Yeah, because remember, before 2020 season, I would say Mike Hazen's approval rating with the fans was 95% at
Yeah.
worst. His approval rating's probably 5% now, but it's not his fault. There's literally 10 different things that demand his attention before the baseball.
There are certainly things that you can fault him for, but
I was gonna say there's like 10 things that are going on in his life before his job comes into play.
Yeah, I don't fault Hazen for this
Yeah,
season.
that's why he's had to kind of
Going
go down to an advisory role.
So we're still waiting on that Pittsburgh pick, as far as I can tell, unless Twitter's.
As long as the D-backs don't get too cute at 42. If they want to get cute, do it at 67. You're not going to get an Alec Thomas type to fall to you again. It's very unlikely. Although I will say, the D-backs second round picks have had some pretty good luck the last couple years. Between
good luck in general with some of their later round picks over the years.
Yeah, I was going to say, the D-backs actually have some pretty good late round hits. Not quite the Cardinals level, but I mean, you got a 23rd round pick that isn't awful in Peacock. I think if his defense wasn't crap, I think his ERA would be a full run lower.
Oh yeah, Peacock's not a bad pitcher at all. He just I
mean, it's a win that the fact he's even here.
Yeah,
because he was drafted in a round that's probably no longer going to exist.
Yeah, it won't. I don't think it will.
I mean, basically, guys drafted in the 20th round are college seniors and Hail Mary picks.
Legacy picks.
Well, I mean, they're mostly college seniors anyway.
Yeah.
Or Hail Mary picks.
College seniors, or it's, hey, you know, this guy.
Daddy plays for the organization. You want to join us? Except the difference between that and Toronto is Toronto drafts those guys in the first 3 or 4 rounds. I was gonna make a Blue Jays joke, but I don't think the draft lined up that. Hey, credit to the Blue Jays. The kids are playing better than their fathers.
Yep.
Well.
Oh, other than Biggio, probably. It's kind of hard to live up to a Hall of Fame name.
That's just it. And Biggio and Vlad are both Hall of Famers.
Yeah, they're both Hall of Famers. So
yeah, and there's a good chance that at least Vlad Jr. has a shot at the Hall of Fame if he keeps this pace up. Even if he's like a 150 OPS plus hitter, I think he's got a good shot. Of course, in that vein, that means I agree that Joey Votto is a Hall of Famer.
So he's already got 50 home runs by the age of 22.
Yeah.
That
was a given when he was debuted at 20.
So he's 28. He's got 28 home runs this season. I think he can easily finish with 40, probably maybe 50.
I could see him hitting 50 every year.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
got 80 grade power. So and for those watching, 80 is top of the scale.
If there's any player right now that's debuted in the last 4 or 5 years who I put money on having 500 home runs, it's Vlad Jr.
I would say, has there been a more anticipated debut than Vlad Jr. in the last 5 years?
Harper, maybe.
Not 5. Harper's been in the league for 10 years now, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, even Wander Franco debuted this year.
Franco just got called up, so I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah.
They say
Franco's a third baseman, in my opinion. There's no reason. It's because Tampa Bay has a better shortstop prospect.
They say he's a better talent than Guerrero. I don't know if I agree with that.
He may be, because he's got better defensive value.
Yeah.
Hitter, certainly not.
Like, Franco could play shortstop. It's just they have a better defensive shortstop there.
Wander Franco might be the best prospect since Mike Trout.
Yeah, that's what they've been saying. Franco is going to be a third baseman. Tampa Bay has 3 really good shortstop prospects right now. That'll be their second baseman, shortstop, and center. Between Brujan, Franco, and who's the other one? He has them at bats for Tampa Bay this year. Shortstop.
I
mean, the
Walls or something like that.
Yeah, he's a better player.
Taylor Walls. Yeah, they have 3 legit shortstop prospects. They can only play one of them there. Franco's built like a third baseman.
The fact that Vlad Jr. has a 198 OPS plus.
He's slumping. Yesterday was 202.
Yeah, he's been flirting with over 200 OPS plus for finish
the
the whole season.
Yeah,
So
if you're wondering what that's like, Bryce Harper in 2015 had 198.
yeah.
And Babe Ruth's
So-
career was 207.
And if you want over 200, it's Bonds.
If it's
Bonds,
over, I was gonna
Bonds.
say
They
Babe
pull
Ruth is
Bonds.
probably on something.
I
too.
think Barry.
Of course, Babe Ruth cheated in a different way.
Yeah. Okay. So Barry, just for comparison, in 01 had a 259 OPS plus, a
Well,
260
asterisk
OPS
those
plus,
seasons.
231, 263. So those are like steroid level. If you're getting approaching 200,
Well, he's getting his money's worth.
But the thing is back in a good comparison.
Bonds was two. That's why it was Barry Bonds is probably a big reason why that we
Early
have testing.
90s Barry Bonds is actually who I compare Vlad Jr. to in terms of talent.
Yeah,
He was putting up nearly 200 OPS pluses in the 90s, and he was doing it naturally. He was not using steroids.
Yeah, Bonds before 98, I think before 1999, you can say was clean for sure.
He looked at McGuire and Sosa, and he was jealous, and he said,
I'm better than those guys."
Yeah,
which he was.
He was. And he should have gotten the MVP in 98, and he didn't. And
he got robbed of it twice.
They robbed him a couple times.
Yeah, you can't even say Goldschmidt was robbed of an MVP. Goldschmidt lost to McCutcheon, who had more wins above replacement, 13.
Yeah. But that's honestly.
And then in 15, Bryce Harper had a 200 OPS plus season.
Barry would have been
a much tougher defensive position, albeit not the best right fielder versus the best first baseman.
Why are you taking so long, Pittsburgh, with your draft pick?
It's Major League Baseball, not Pittsburgh. We gotta get commercials. We gotta get our money commercials. We lost a lot of TV revenue from COVID.
Yeah.
And also the fact there's no. I come to realize we've been on for 3 hours.
Yeah.
5 hours.
I gotta take a break here. I'm gonna dip out after this last pick.
Yeah, I think we'll close up after
These
42.
picks really are taking too long.
I was gonna say after 42 we can all leave. We'll all leave.
This has been a good draft this year. Just watching it, it hasn't been weird like last season. The last draft we did was very odd.
Oh, 2020 baseball year in general was very odd.
Yeah, that was weird. It's nice to have some normalcy again.
Yeah. And the draft shrunk down to a reasonable size. I would say once you get past, I think 20 is a good number. I think we talked about that last year.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's taking so long with this.
Because I know they took a longer break in between rounds too.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, now we have to flip the names again. Yeah. I don't think names are as important this late in.
Well, my point I was talking about Barry Bonds. Like I always, he played himself. He was a Hall of Famer before he did steroids.
I think he's still a Hall of Famer.
He has a chance of getting in. I think he'll get in later on in the Veterans Committee. He like I said, his best argument for Barry, is that he was a Hall of Famer and a 5-tool player for the first half of his career, more than for like half of his career. He just he let us know what happened if you take like one of the best hitters of all time and pump him full of drugs. And I appreciate Barry for making himself into a guinea pig for our entertainment. Let's check out the comments in the thread if there's any. I think so. Yeah, they got to get these going quicker because it's like 5 hours to cover.
Well, the draft started at 4 o'clock our time, so
okay, so
4 hours and 15 minutes, and we aren't at the 40th pick yet.
Yeah, so that's ridiculous. Are they? I think they might have ended the stream. Because they're just like, it says live, but it says thank you for watching. So that might be it, actually.
Give me a second here.
Yeah, yeah, they've all the competitive balance round A has chosen. So it's the second round that's next. So that might be it for the day. So because I'm not seeing any more drafts like draft picks happening. It's
Day 1 of 2021 MLB drafts is in the books.
okay. So yeah, we're done here. We'll wait till Michael gets back, and so let's look at the other team's draft picks here in our division now that we know
If
what
I'm picking the winner of the first round, it's the Miami Marlins.
Oh,
day
yeah.
one. It's day 1. It's the Miami Marlins.
they
Assuming they signed them.
Yeah, I agree. If they sign both those players, Cincinnati with their 3 picks of Matt McClain, Jay Allen, and Matthew, whatever his last name was. That's a really just from the 3 picks, but they don't have as high of a ceiling as those 2 players for Miami. So yeah, definitely go with Miami, assuming they sign both those players.
Detroit is going to look good.
Yeah, Detroit had a really strong draft. They picked with their second one. I forgot here. Sorry,
They went Ty Madden for their second.
Yeah, but yeah, with Madden with that second pick, that's really nice for them. And they picked with their first one again. Job. Yeah, I can see them signing. Yeah, I think Job will go under slot. I don't see him signing for the full. Just his ceiling is not high enough, in my opinion, to warrant that. I don't know who represents him. I'm going to find out. Don't know who represents him, but I hope for the Tigers' sake, it's not Boris.
He's got a good relationship with Detroit, though.
Yeah, he does.
Actually, he had a good relationship with Detroit. It's not like it's gone south or anything like that, but now that Illich's son is running things, it's not the same relationship.
Oh well, yeah, he was friends with Mike Illich, so yeah. Like they were on like a personal phone call basis, from what I understand. So
yeah,
it's not like that anymore. Okay, so tomorrow we'll be right up in the beginning of this. It's like only 6 picks in, I think. So the 42nd pick. And
yeah, we'll be the 6th pick again. So
yeah. And then we have 67. And I think it's the second, the comp B, and then 3rd and 4th tomorrow. I don't know if it goes to the 3rd round. I know it's the 2nd round and competitive balance round B. I think it's the 3rd round. I mean, it's 3 days, so I know there's at least 2 rounds tomorrow. All right. Yeah, Mac was saying Detroit's exhausted financially. I agree with him. It's they're tapped out probably with those two picks. I would guess Madden will sign for overslot, and Joe will try to get for underslot, but that will tap him out.
There's no way Job's getting close to slot.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll pull up the numbers with
So that was
Detroit.
the end of the draft there. There's the second round, I think, tomorrow. So
Is it really the end of the draft?
yeah, it's second round tomorrow.
Day one is in the books. That's it.
All right. Well, that's good. We can finish mechanically then.
Yep. That was button on me. So yeah, who do you think is the winner of this draft, Michael? We both agree it's Miami if they sign both their picks.
Oh, whoops, that's my email, guys. All right, so let's just talk about round one. So I would say the biggest winner of the draft is, I would say from a value standpoint, I would say, yeah, I think Detroit definitely did well.
I'd say the Reds. The Reds as well, along with.
I think the Reds did pretty good.
I still think Miami is gonna.
And then Miami, obviously, if this works out for Miami, they killed it.
Yeah,
they're gonna have they could have had the best draft or the worst draft and any result in between. I just pull up Miami's draft here. Obviously, getting Watson, who surprised everyone by falling out of the top 10, and then Joe Mack, who a lot of people thought wouldn't be signable after falling out of the first. That's 2 more picks.
Yeah,
and essentially is more or less a first rounder. I think both with a combined slot value of $6 million. I think they get it done for under 7.
Yeah,
and they could take a haircut pick at 52.
Yeah.
And obviously Detroit snagging Ty Madden at 32 is a good pick for them as well. I wouldn't say the D-backs necessarily did great. They got the guy that everyone expected them to get. But the draft more or less fell the way everyone expected it to fall in the top 5. Just the order was slightly different. And the guy that Baltimore was going to take at 5 was different. Guys that we expected to be available at 6 ended up being available at 6.
Yeah, it's just I still have to give the Diamondbacks so far a solid grade just because they did what they were supposed to do.
They didn't get cute. They just took the best player on the board, in my opinion.
And that's always a win, in my opinion, being the best player on the board.
Because you don't know what your team's going to look like in 3 years. You might need a shortstop in 3 years.
Absolutely, you can't. Like
Jordan Lawler needs to play third in 3 years.
The way I look at it, is you count on having a Geraldo Perdomo producing at shortstop. He has a bad season, and then suddenly you
make it sound like it's hypothetical instead of actually happening.
Well, I'm saying it's a good example with Perdomo. He has dropped down on the minor league board just from this bad season when you normally be counting on him to produce. So drafting at best player available, a high premium defensive position that's always smart. And they. It's a solid B so far with the first pick.
I would give it a B. I would give it a B plus, unless Lawler ends up becoming an all-star, then it's an A pick.
Yeah. It really it depends on how much he signs for. It's all hindsight from here if he does well, but
I also say value-wise, it's a good pick.
Yeah,
at the
absolutely.
time. You have to grade it 2 separate ways. Was it good value at the time? And then the other grade is, did you actually develop that talent?
Yeah. So the first half of that, he certainly, that's it. Yeah, they picked the best player available. You can't really complain. I mean, the only way you could kind of criticize the pick is if you have knowledge that I doubt anyone has on if there's some better player out there, which, best information given, you can be satisfied with the first half of that equation.
Yeah, now let's talk about the National League West. Obviously, D-backs being the first team to take a player with Jordan Lawler at 6. Rockies taking Montgomery at 8. I actually think it's a sneaky good pick.
Yeah, that is not a bad pick. I agree.
A long and rangy outfielder with a potential plus power tool. I think it fits their ballpark very well.
Absolutely, I agree, James.
So I think the Rockies get an A. I think the Rockies got a good pick there. So
I think
actually their interim GM was running the draft. I believe he was that.
He's not the guy I would have picked for them, but I absolutely don't think they made a bad pick. So
it's a pick that you can easily justify.
Yeah,
you can defend them. That could look really bad in hindsight if some of the players they passed on,
I mean, I'm not worried
they
about
outproduced them, but
Bachman, Rocker, or House
yeah,
coming back to bite them, especially since
yeah,
they're not in the division.
yeah, I don't see it being a bad pick for.
I would say Montgomery has a higher ceiling than, if you go by wins above replacement, than say Will Bednar. Although
Yeah.
Bednar is got a lot less significant bust factor than
Yeah, so Bednar with the Giants.
yeah, that's the Giants consistently making good decisions in the past 2 years.
That's not a bad pick for them at
Like,
all.
Farhan
Yeah,
Saeed is a very good GM.
It's going to come to bite us in the ass.
I mean, I understand the D-backs passing on Bednar. Bednar's a middle of the rotation arm. No more, no less. Very high probability of getting that.
There's no way you take Bednar at 6.
Yeah, no, not at all.
It's like drafting Bryce Jarvis.
But at the same time, I can still see Bednar coming and biting the Diamondbacks in the ass just because he's in San Francisco.
Yeah, it would be like drafting Bryce Jarvis. Will Bednar to me is like drafting Jarvis.
Yeah,
although I could see Bednar being equally as good, if not better. Jarvis.
I think Bednar will probably be better.
Merrill Jackson with the Padres.
This could be like a Cole Tucker pick.
It's not a bad pick for them. I mean, there's not enough really about him. Yeah, I was
gonna say the Padres pick screams Cole Tucker from last year.
Yeah, Jackson Merrill is who the Padres took, and he's a shortstop.
I mean, you pick a good if you're gonna reach on a guy high on the defensive spectrum. It maybe has questionable but obtainable tools. I think that's what they got.
Yeah.
I think that the West in general had a good draft so far.
So far they have.
Bruns is actually at his if the listing is correct. Bruns is actually already at his ideal playing weight. So projection, you don't have to project him necessarily.
Maddox Bruns, that's a win just on the name. For the
yeah,
Dodgers.
It'll be the second time a player named Maddox will be in their organization.
And see, I just don't think that anybody in the NL West made a pick that you can't easily defend.
Yeah,
and I was gonna say when I said
the Dodgers had the worst. I think that Bruns is a kind of a little bit of a reach by the Dodgers. They could have drafted someone else. Honestly,
who would you take over Bruns?
Oh, let me.
That could be signable.
That could have been signable. I mean, they could have signed Mac or some of the other players that fell past them.
They probably asked Mac about that.
It might have been a signability.
Maybe Mac wanted to stay on the East Coast.
Certainly.
Not with that, but I mean,
not 100% sure, but it's not.
Bruns is swinging for the fences. I mean, they're hoping that they can get all the upside out of him.
Yeah, I was gonna say he probably fits their model for high spin fastball curveball. Why? Because that's what Sandy Koufax and Clayton Kershaw are.
Well, yeah, no, actually, I mean, even then when I'm saying that, I think that it's a bit of a reach. It's really defensible for them to draft.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, the difference between 5 and 25 is bigger than 25 and 55.
Yeah.
In every draft.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not a bad pick by any of the NL West teams in this draft.
I think, and obviously, I don't think Simon Billy was the reason the Dodgers passed on Ty Madden. Madden, I think, doesn't fit their model for pitchers.
Yeah,
it's more or less Bryce Jarvis 2.0.
And see, that's just it. That's the one guy. If it wasn't signability, then the Dodgers made a mistake.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's the model thing. I think because the Dodgers value spin rate more than any other club.
I have never, ever, ever been on board with teams that have inflexible models.
Yeah.
I was going to say, the Dodgers' inflexible model seems to work.
Yeah, they seem to have a flexible model. So, I mean,
but that's because they are really good at developing players, and that's why they're willing to take a reach on someone who has great physical tools but hasn't put it together.
Yeah.
Obviously,
look at the draft.
I was going to say, and then obviously you look at the other picks. These are guys that were kind of like reach picks, although I think Nelson at 35 isn't really a reach. Reach or guys that shouldn't command over slot with the CBA picks.
Right.
And I do think Mac is signable for pretty close to the slot ballot. A lot more signable than his ranking would suggest. Otherwise, Miami stays away. So Mac and Watson should be signable for less than $6.5 to $7 million range at most.
Yeah. So
then let's look at some of the players that are left on the board. So obviously the highest player named on the board is Solometo. At this point, he's not signable. He's going to college.
yeah, I think so.
Unless
Bubba
somebody
Chandler.
comes up with an offer in the second round. D-backs could be looking. Now, D-backs aren't one of those teams. I think Baltimore could be a threat. Will Taylor, another guy.
I think Bubba Chandler's is
Chandler's another guy that maybe a team coalesces in the second round.
I could see him going undrafted. Honestly, it depends on I don't know what his intentions are, considering he's
if he's
pretty
not
much
taken in the second round, he's going undrafted. The
Yeah.
teams might be looking at, okay, how much money do I have left? And in the D-backs case, they don't have any savings to work with.
So
D-backs
looking
don't
at
even
who's available, I like James' suggestion of Judd Fabian if he falls down that
Yeah,
far.
Judd Fabian definitely fits the D-backs mold. He's trying to think, he's left-handed throwing, right-handed hitting
Yeah.
outfielder, which is very rare. He's a right-handed hitting outfielder. He's got pretty good size and projectability in there. He's got center field viability.
Oh, he's an amazing defender in center.
Yeah. Add him to the club of amazing center fielders that are not in the major leagues in this organization.
I think
He's power over hit. He's power over hit, so that's going to be the big question.
I don't mind swinging for the fences in that pick, pun intended.
I like Baez,
especially since there's no chance he's sticking in center field because I think Carroll's going to push him out.
I think Boston will snag Baez.
And as I say, if you have better defense, you're afforded more outs at the plate.
Yeah.
Before us, let me look. So I'm looking at the picks ahead of us. At Boston at number 40, I picked Baez. He's the local to Boston. 17-year-old high schooler. That's a good
possible
fit for
plus home run power projection with that frame.
Yeah, I see him going to Boston at 40.
I was gonna say it's a short drive to Boston from wherever he is.
Yeah, I mean
Massachusetts is not much bigger than the Phoenix area.
I would think any signability issues he'd have with any other team are not there with him being drafted by Boston. So his hometown and the team I assume he grew up watching.
I mean, all it says is where he went to high school. He could have grown up watching someone else.
No, I just looked up. I just Googled his story. His
born in Massachusetts.
Yeah, born in Massachusetts. So
yeah, definitely. Just wanted to throw that out there. For example, I'm from Ashburn, Virginia.
It's actually
originally from Ashburn. So,
Yankees fan. That'd be funny.
The Yankees fan in Massachusetts. They must have just moved there before he was born.
Yeah, it says.
I'll get you into a lot of fights as a kid. I'm just kidding.
Born and raised in Boston. He was born in a Dominican family, moved to Boston when he was 11. He's been a fan of the Red Sox since he moved here. So I think that's an easy signability sign for
considering the fact the Red Sox won their first title in 86 years when the Baez was 1 year old.
Yeah.
Then obviously look past the first initial town. You got Stovall. Could be a tough sign again. Pacheco also potential tough sign, and also D-backs took a shortstop with their first round pick, so they might be looking at a different position. Although Pacheco seems like a lock for third base at 225 pounds, 6'4", 225. That screams corner infield. The same
Wes
reason why
34 on pipeline. He's a local. That could be someone that we've seen a lot.
Third baseman. Although the only thing that worries me about that pick is he's already low on the defensive spectrum to begin with. And the only fallback position after third is first base. Unless he's athletic, then you can move him to second.
Yeah, he's a hit first, but he's a local.
That's my birthday. So I'm 9 years older than him.
Yeah, he went to, where is it?
Desert Mountain.
The Desert Mountain. So I mean,
that's pretty close to Phoenix. That's pretty close to Phoenix.
So that's someone that we probably
Ask Merrill Kelly how close.
I could see. I mean, I honestly, sometimes that connection when you see a player who's like near a local, that they're going to see him more, they may go with that player and may like him more than other teams. So
yeah, it's definitely signable. If he played a premium position, I could see that pick happening. I just think you don't necessarily want to draft a corner infielder.
Yeah, that's a little. I mean,
unless he's a plus defender there.
Yeah, he's a hit first.
You don't.
Probably end up first.
Although if bat first, third baseman's not necessarily a bad thing because you just move him across the diamond to first.
Yeah,
if he can't defend. And also, Jaden Hill out of LSU is also a potential fit. Coaching change. So I think there's a coaching change at LSU. The coach there retired. And
yeah,
so I think Jaden Hill is more signable than you might think. Coaching change, obviously. And if you're gonna have a coaching change, just get money while you're at it. Get money, get pro instruction instead of another college coach.
Yeah, that's makes sense.
Yeah, Jaden Hill, right-handed pitcher. He's got good size. 6'4", 234 listed at that. Good size. So he doesn't need much physical development either. The less things that have to develop necessarily is better, especially for a team that's bad at it, like the Diamondbacks have been for most of their existence. And their best drafted players were guys that didn't need to physically develop much.
Yeah.
I was just saying, name a high school player the most successful high school pick in the D-backs organization. Upton.
Yeah, Upton, absolutely.
After Upton, who else?
I think I'm forgetting someone. There's someone there.
I mean, you can if you want to count Patrick Corbin, go ahead. But he was a JUCO guy too.
Well, I mean, we drafted Pollock.
Pollock was Notre Dame, so that doesn't count.
True. So
because remember, the D-backs took a high risk bat first corner infielder at 16 before they took Pollock with the next pick. Remember Borchering? Nobody does.
Yeah. Oh, I remember.
Playing down in high A, I think.
Because he was supposed to be the next coming, and dude was bad from the get-go.
Oh yeah, Borchering was a bad pick.
Fortunately, D-backs made a triple 3-run homer pick.
Dan Schlereth, there's one that was.
And yeah, Pollock's the last first-round pick that's panned out, and that could pan. Although Carroll is definitely giving us hope. And who knows, Lawler could be that guy too.
Well, Chris Owings was a high school pick, and he did like okay.
Yeah, he didn't reach his ceiling, but his floor was pretty solid.
Matt Davidson surprisingly made the majors. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, Matt Davidson can't play defense, and he made too many outs. He had a cannon though for an arm, but he was immobile. I know what immobile third baseman looks like.
Yeah,
I've seen it in high school.
He got turned into a relief pitcher.
I was gonna say you have a good arm to play third.
Yeah, looking at our history, I mean, we haven't really drafted a lot of high schoolers, and
yeah, I was gonna say Upton is the only
first
round pick that came close to reaching that hit his ceiling.
He was can't miss, you know, like
he didn't miss. I mean, they weren't wrong.
He didn't live up to his potential.
It's just that Justin Upton, due to the circumstances, ended up not being the best player in this draft. It wasn't that he was a legit 1-1 pick. He justified the pick more than enough.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's just I think the frustrating part for Upton is is inconsistent and moving back and moving in as an outfielder because he had great lateral movement.
Jared Parker was a player that I thought.
I would still consider Parker a bust.
He's a bust.
He made one All-Star team, but did he make an All-Star team? I don't know. But they traded. They made the decision to trade him.
Parker, no, he didn't do a 7.
I was gonna say Cahill provided more future value than Parker after the trade for what it's worth.
Absolutely. I'm just saying he's a pitcher that I thought would have done more. I mean, he did show flashes of it in the majors. He went 7 innings, no hit against the Rangers and
with the A's. Yeah, I was gonna say it looked like a win-win trade, but I felt like D-backs definitely came out on top, even though Cahill became a head case.
Well,
yeah,
when they made the trade for Cahill, it made perfect sense at the time.
Yeah,
The
it's not a bad trade in my opinion.
It's
the
just not
problem
good.
was that they
It's like the Zach Gallen trade.
exercised that option though and kept Cahill around when they should have
Traded him
traded
again.
him off.
I mean, Cahill's first 2 seasons in Arizona were fine. He was a league average starter in year 1 and 2. Actually, no, I would say he's above average in year 1. 3.78 ERA. He's still above average. Pre-Humidor, Arizona.
Here's a whole bunch of players that like Greer, Anthony Greer.
Greer was a bust.
He's a bust.
He was a second round guy though.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was the guy that should have gone.
That was before they changed the rules, so we actually gave up our first round.
I mean, you give up a first round pick for Greinke too.
Yeah, and then before the Tuki Toussaint.
Yeah, Toussaint hasn't really gotten his footing yet at the major league level, which is why Atlanta looks. Although I don't know if he's still in Atlanta's rotation or not. You could just check a game log on Major League Baseball to see if he's still there.
Yeah, he's on the 60-day list right now.
Tommy John?
Straining his throwing shoulder.
Yikes, that's worse.
Yeah, that's worse.
Shoulder injuries are worse than elbow injuries. At least now they've gotten good at rebuilding elbows.
Yeah, that was a weird trade, trading him and.
Oh yeah, speaking of elbows, Jared Parker.
That was a salary dump.
His arm was a ticking time bomb.
That was a total salary dump.
That is the worst salary dump trade I've ever seen. That is the worst trade I've ever seen.
Oh, the Tuki Toussaint, yeah.
We gave up a first round pick for $10 million of salary relief.
Yeah, that's pretty baffling for Bill
At least give up a first round pick if you're going to sign a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that just didn't make any sense.
I'll give a first round pick to sign a Hall of Famer though.
Shipley before that.
Shipley was a Hail Mary. That was a good pick at the time. It just didn't work out type of situation.
Striker Trahan, he's a bust.
Another one of those good picks at the time, but didn't work out.
Yeah, it's high school.
The problem for Traha is he couldn't catch.
High school catchers are always
iffy.
Yeah, I would say that.
If you're talking about and bring up the example of Carson Kelly, he was actually a third baseman that converted to catcher.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's already got pretty good athleticism to start with.
That's why honestly, if you can find a catcher prospect that's premium worth drafting, it's worth it. But they often don't pan out.
I was just say, Del Castillo could be on the board at 42 tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, but you always have to keep that in mind. That could be another strike.
I was like to say, when you draft a player early in the draft, you have to figure out, okay, what's plan B? If he can't play his primary position, where does he go? Like with Lawler.
Yeah.
Okay, if he can't play short, where's he going to go? Third. That doesn't work there. First. You got 3 options right off the bat. You can even play him at second.
Bauer and Bradley.
Actually, no, I don't think Lawler's run tools is.
Just going down the list. Yeah.
Bauer's never given a chance to succeed here, and then Bradley. We talked about his development earlier. That was a disaster.
Barrett Laux, we didn't sign him.
That was just terrible. That's just. I don't know what happened. I think that's pretty much when Josh Burns gave.
That was the entire world thought we were taking Chris Sale, and then the guys. I wonder
where we would be in that world.
And the announcers doing the MLB, like Harold Reynolds and all them sitting there saying, "We don't have anything on this guy. We'll get back to you after the commercial break."
And then it turns out he had a FUBAR arm.
Yeah.
So basically gave up the pick.
That's the worst pick that the D-backs had. But they got 2 picks the next year. So.
And then the pick they got next year turned into Archie Bradley.
Yeah,
which was a great pick for the time, but then they developed him poorly.
Yeah, they should have kept Bradley as a
the La Russa years pretty much limited his career to a reliever.
Absolutely. Michael Belfiore. I don't know what he's done.
Not a first round pick, so don't worry about it.
Don't worry. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so then it was Pollock. Yeah,
a non-first round year in a draft. The D-backs hammered hit 2 home run picks.
Yeah, Pollock.
So if you get 2 great players out of the draft, you can't crit. It's an A+ draft. No criticisms for the other picks in my opinion.
Regardless.
I mean, what would happen? What would it be like if you drafted Paul Goldschmidt 16 and AJ Pollock 17? Would the draft be as criticized?
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be at all.
It would be like, who the hell is Paul Goldschmidt?
Yeah, exactly.
That was an amazing draft here for the Diamondbacks.
That's the best. That's
Those were
also
the
the draft
only
they had the
two
most
players that
resources
came
in.
out.
Although I think the D-backs are only good when they have an ass ton of picks. Because 2019 is looking as good as 09,
I
although
forgot
no
Scherzer
generational
was
player
traded with
possibly.
Scherzer. Okay, so that was an awful trade.
Yeah, we're looking.
I totally forgot that Schlereth was traded with Max Scherzer.
That was a bad pick to begin with.
Yeah, that was a bad pick, and trading him with Scherzer was dumb.
No,
Well-
actually, including Schlereth in the trade wasn't bad. They just meaning they made a mistake in the draft.
Yeah. Everyone thought
Yes, but
Scherzer
no,
was.
You should not be drafting a college reliever in the first round.
Yeah,
So,
Well, the idea at the time of the draft was that he was MLB ready.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, I
idea,
remember that.
the idea
draft the
was
stuff. Draft
the
stuff.
idea
Worry
was
about
literally
readiness
gonna
later.
go from pitching in the College World Series to pitching for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, that was
Trying
the
to pull
plan.
Mike Leake, except Mike Leake had better, more consistent stuff.
Yeah, Mike Leake was a better pick.
But Mike Leake was also a starter.
Yeah, Leake was a starter and he could hit too.
Yeah. Too bad he can't pitch anymore.
Yeah.
It was still a nice story for him to come back here.
Oh, absolutely.
Get to end his career in Arizona. At
Oh.
least.
Yeah,
Well, he did opt out of the season, so who knows?
Looking at our history,
I think once we're not freaking, once things blow over, I think he might make a comeback. I think he might actually come back here first, of all places. Beggars can't be choosers. Mike Leake's definitely better than our current number 5 starter.
Yeah.
Because at least he'll give you 6 innings of terrible pitching instead of 3. Those extra 3 innings matter. Because at least the bullpen doesn't have to get 3.
Guys.
Yeah, we're gonna close it out.
That was fine.
Yeah. So thanks
Yeah.
everyone for watching tonight.
Right.
We're going to be. Whoops.
Ending the broadcast.
Yeah, we'll be for more. I was gonna say for more reading. Make sure to check out the Snake Pit website at azsnakepit.com.